Did you know Zekrom and Reshiram weren't originally black and white in color? According to Gen 5's art director Ken Sugimori, they were initially more colorful, as Sugimori thought monochromatic designs were boring and wouldn't look good on the game's box art. But later in development, he was persuaded to remove most of their colors to better express Gen 5's theme of polarity, or extreme opposites. The alternate artwork included in the game's manual actually depicts Zekrom and Reshiram from earlier on in the design process, which ended up getting repurposed as what they'd look like when they're powered up. But Sugimori implied they were originally even more colorful than that, so it's possible the dragon's unused colors made their way into black and white Q-Rem's designs a few years later. On the other hand, Unova's Elite Four originally were all black and white, with Chantal and Grimsley in all black, and Marshall and Caitlin all white. But before the game's released, color was added to the Elite Four, while color was removed from the legendary dragons. Except for the spin-off games Pokemon Coliseum and Gale of Darkness, which were set in the Arizona-inspired Ore region, the first 4 generations were all set in regions based on real-life places in Japan. But the trend was broken after series director Junichi Masuda visited Manhattan on a 2007 promotional tour, and was so impressed by the city's diversity that he decided to make it the basis of the next Pokemon region. Just after Gen 5's launch in Japan, he told Nintendo Power, "I visited New York for the launch of Diamond and Pearl, and spent a lot of time wandering around. I was impressed with how many different nationalities of people lived there, and the individual communities with their special events and street festivals. It had such an international feel, like a world without borders. It seemed like it would be an ideal setting for a video game, and that inspired me to give it a try." Masuda later admitted to then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata he also had a personal interest in choosing New York because in addition to being the series director, he was also the music composer. In the past, the Pokemon Company hosted a series of concerts in all the Japanese regions their games were set in, including the real-life region of Kanto. Masuda dreamed of seeing his music performed in the world-famous theaters of New York on their next concert tour, and this desire was part of his motivation to make New York the setting for the 5th generation. Masuda's favorite classical composer was Igor Stravinsky, a 19th century conductor that influenced Masuda while making music for Pokemon games. Stravinsky played at New York theaters like Carnegie Hall and ultimately spent his final years in New York and died on 5th Avenue, so it must have meant something quite profound for Masuda to follow in Stravinsky's footsteps in the New York theater scene. But after Black and White were already finished, Masuda found out it would be too complicated and expensive to fly their Japanese orchestra to the United States, so the New York concerts he'd been dreaming about never became a reality. If he had known that from the start, Gen 5 may have taken place somewhere else and have turned out completely different. Japan is one of the most homogeneous countries in the world, with a population that is almost 98% Japanese, but New York is made up of countless different races and cultures, so Masuda was determined to make Unova the most diverse region yet, both with its human characters as well as its Pokemon. It was decided that Gen 5 starters would stand for 3 unique cultures. The Snivy line would represent Europe, the Tepig family, China, and the Oshawott line would represent Japan. According to Ken Sugimori, Superior was inspired by Lady Oscar, the star of the 1970s manga The Rose of Versailles. Lady Oscar was a girl raised as a man to take her father's role as the captain of the French Palace Guard. But when the French Revolution turned the country upside down, she renounced her title and joined the lower classes, marching on the Bastille. In the end, she's shot by soldiers during the siege and dies of her wounds just as the revolutionaries take control of the prison. Sugimori says Embor was inspired by another fallen soldier, Zhang Fei, from the classic Chinese novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Based on a real historical figure from nearly 2,000 years ago, Zhang Fei was a war general known for his bravery and loyalty, but also his drunkenness and hot temper. His story comes to an end when he's killed by his own soldiers, so they can defect to the enemy Wu Kingdom and present his decapitated head as a gift to the Emperor. The water starters, however, were never associated with a specific character. Instead, Sugimori says they're meant to symbolize the lifespan of a samurai, from a child that grows into a military commander. In their efforts to make the human characters as diverse as possible, Game Freak also took body types into consideration. Gym Leader Clay represents a Japanese businessman that moves to New York City seeking fortune, and since the game didn't have any rotund gym leaders yet, the designers made Clay short short and fat purely for the sake of inclusion. Gym leader Skyla was created as a woman who is a leader of men, which is why all of the lower-level trainers in her gym are male workers and pilots. Game Freak made Lenora the series' first black gym leader, instilling her with motherly qualities and a work apron for digging up fossils. But their good intentions backfired after Lenora's design was interpreted by some fans as a racist depiction of the mammy housekeeper stereotype, made even worse by the fact her gym leader title in the Japanese version was Natural Born Mama. As a result, lots of details surrounding Lenora were censored when the games, anime, and manga were brought to the West, starting with her title, which changed to an archaeologist with backbone, and her official artwork, which was changed from Lenora wearing her apron to having it thrown casually over her shoulder. 3 episodes of the black and white anime had her apron censored out when they aired internationally, and it was removed from the Pokemon Adventures manga altogether. Gen 5 was also the first generation to have a female professor. This was thanks to Sugimori, who says Professor Juniper was originally a man until halfway into development, when he insisted the character should be changed into a woman. He said, "I went and complained to Masuda. I told him, make the professor a woman. I was the one who'd proposed the changes, so I decided to design her myself. I thought she'd be kind of a New Yorker type. In other words, a real career woman." Just like the NPCs, many of Unova's Pokemon were made with a New York theme, like Trubbish and Garbodor, who look like trash bags, symbolizing the big city's pollution. New York is also home to about 4 million pigeons, so Game Freak filled Unova with lots of pigeon Pokemon. The Crocodile family represents crime and the mob, and Scraggy and Scrafty wear baggy jeans made from their shedding skin, playing the role of urban youth who sag their pants. The Timber family are based on construction workers, and Watchog is based on a road worker in a safety vest. Basculin was added late in development due to the region being short on standard water Pokemon, with Sugimori saying they made it a bass because New York is a good place for bass fishing. Rather than New York specifically, some Unovan Pokemon were themed after the whole country. According to Takao Unno, he designed Rufflet and Braviary by mixing Native American imagery and symbols of Uncle Sam to make them as American as possible. Likewise, Bouffalant is based on buffalo that roamed the open plains until they were hunted almost to extinction in the 1800s. Visually, LGM and BHM borrow extraterrestrial traits from American science fiction movies like War of the Worlds and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and their names are alien-inspired as well. LGM is a play on LGM, an acronym for Little Green Men, while BHM is a play on BEM, short for Bug-Eyed Monster. They most resemble the Area 51 aliens, with LGM's Pokedex entry telling us that rumors of its origin are linked to a UFO crash site in the desert 50 years ago, referencing the supposed UFO crash that landed in Roswell and was covered up by the US government in 1947. But being Pokemon games, many Gen 5 designs ended up drawing much of their inspiration from Japanese culture. Pansage, Pansear, and Panpour's poses are a nod to the 3 wise monkeys, a common illustration in the Japanese proverb, see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil, an expression most often used to scold people who turn a blind eye to evil. Some variations of the proverb include a 4th monkey who represents do no evil, or in other variations, smell no evil. But the do no evil monkey's pose usually depicts him with his hands covering his genitals. So if Game Freak ever decides to add a 4th elemental monkey someday, you can expect it'll probably be smelling no evil in its official artwork. Darumaka and Darmanitan are based on Buddhist Daruma dolls. At the end of each year in Japan, there's a ceremony called the Daruma Kuyo, where these dolls are returned to the temples where they were originally purchased. The dolls are thanked for the good luck they brought over the past year, and then are burned in mass. Then, new Daruma dolls are bought from the temple for the coming year, and the cycle begins anew. These dolls come in a variety of designs, but when a member of the Pokemon team attended a burning ceremony, the doll they set on fire just happened to look like a gorilla, which is what inspired them to make a family of fire-type gorilla Pokemon. And this also explains why the Pokedex classifies Darumaka as the Zen Charm Pokemon. The Litwick family was inspired by Will-o'-the-Wisps and Hitodama, souls of the dead that separate from their bodies and become balls of fire. According to Ken Sugimori, early in development, the Litwick family was originally a flame that evolved into a candle, then into a lamp. But its initial flame stage ended up being scrapped, and Game Freak added a chandelier to the ghost family instead. Many Pokemon designs are based on Japanese monster movies and TV shows, especially Ultraman and Godzilla. The Godzilla franchise was created by Japanese film company Toho, and they've actually been partners with the Pokemon Company ever since Mewtwo Strikes Back in 1998. Toho's been the Japanese distributor for every Pokemon movie ever made, and they even let Pokemon movies reuse a lot of their monster movie sound effects, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that dozens of Pokemon are based on Toho monsters, including several in Gen 5. Sugimori says Volcarona originally had 4 wings, but ended up receiving 2 more later on in development. This is probably because Volcarona is based on Mothra from the Godzilla movies. In fact, Volcarona's German name is Ramoth, an anagram of the name Mothra. Bisharp bears a strong resemblance to Jet Jaguar, the heroic robot from 1973's Godzilla vs. Megalon. In its normal form, Jet Jaguar is about the same size as Bisharp, but he can transform into a 150-foot-tall giant. Earlier in development, Hydreigon had 8 heads and was based on Yamata no Orochi, a legendary 8-headed dragon from Japanese mythology. But the design was too complicated, so the head count was reduced to 3. But it retained 6 wings, so its silhouette had the appearance of a 9-headed dragon. According to Sugimori, this makes Hydreigon 1 head better than Yamata no Orochi. Its final design ended up looking a lot like King Ghidorah, also known as the 3-headed monster, one of Toho's most famous kaiju. But Sugimori says even before the Orochi motif, the Hydreigon family were originally designed as a family of tank dragons, and the purple treads on their bellies are leftovers from when they were still based on tanks. This might explain why Hydreigon's family's shinies are green, since Pokemon's beta colors are sometimes repurposed as their shiny colors. This may have happened to Dwebble as well, who's got a red shiny and was probably fire type earlier on in development. Sugimori says Dwebble and Crustle were originally furnace Pokemon with shells made out of kiln-fired pottery, but their designs were revised. Masuda told the design team to make Gen 5's Pokemon cooler than the Pokemon from previous gens, which led to most Unova designs having sharper angles, whereas earlier Pokemon were much more round. In a series of Japanese magazines Did You Know Gaming had translated for this video, Ken Sugimori revealed many secrets about Gen 5's Pokemon, like that Stunfisk was originally a blue goosefish and was created as the world's flattest Pokemon. But later in development, Stunfisk was revised into a brown flounder, and had its water and electric typing changed to ground and electric. Sugimori's team also came up with an ant Pokemon who would have been the world's smallest Pokemon, but it didn't make the final cut. The Petalil family originally had 3 stages, but 1 stage got cut due to Unova having too many grass-type Pokemon. Early in development, there was also a family of snail Pokemon who were meant to serve as prey and get eaten by the Carablast family, but they were replaced with the Shelmet family, who initially didn't have a connection with Carablast. And Haxorus was actually made during Platinum's development, making it the very first Unova Pokemon. It was designed even before Axew and Fracture, who were made by reverse engineering Haxorus's design. The same way, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle were reverse engineered from Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise during Gen 1's development. Another secret is that lots of fans probably don't realize Serperior actually has hands. It just keeps them folded behind its back so it looks regal. Early in development, Pokemon designer Yusuke Omura was visiting an aquarium, and there just happened to be an otter exhibit right next to a live sea lion show, which inspired him to make Oshawott, an otter, evolve into Samurott, a sea lion. And one other time, Omura was fishing and accidentally hooked a giant, disgusting eel on his fishing rod, inspiring him to make the Electric family. According to Sugimori, Volibee uses dead Pokemon's bones as a nest and grows up inside of them. Mandibuzz wears a jawbone as a skirt, and their bones fit together to make an upside-down skull. In late 2019, Pokemon designer James Turner deleted 96 tweets he'd shared over the past few years, which had lots of behind-the-scenes info. Presumably, it was Game Freak who had asked him to delete the tweets, but fortunately, Did You Know Gaming's own Dr. Lava archived them all before they were deleted. According to the tweets, the game's planners, like Junichi Masuda, would provide a design brief covering the required elemental type of each new Pokemon, the number of evolutionary stages, and the kind of environment they'd be found in, like a cave or beach setting. Once the designer made their Pokemon, they presented it to the art director, Ken Sugimori, to approve or suggest revisions. About 2/3 of the Pokemon were killed off at this stage, with only 156 of the approximately 500 Pokemon getting approved. Once a designer made a Pokemon that was approved, they'd make a reference sheet showing the Pokemon from every angle. After that, what became of the Pokemon was mostly out of their control. Game Freak's battle team chose the movesets and stats, and although the designer could make suggestions, the Pokemon Company's lore expert usually chose the Pokemon's name, lore, and Pokédex entries. As far as design inspirations, James made Vanillux as a nod to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters, as both Gen 5 and Ghostbusters are set in New York City. He also tweeted out these images of Snowless Vanillite and Vanillux, saying their ice cream's a sheet of snow hiding their true form, which are just bodies of ice. James also made a canon mode for Golurk, which has never appeared in the mainline Pokemon games, at least not yet, but it was featured in the 2011 Wii game Poké Park 2. Canon mode has also been seen more recently in episode 14 of the Pokemon Journeys anime, where it's described as Golurk's ultimate attack. According to James, unlike more recent gens, the designers didn't get to choose the shiny colors of the Pokemon they made for Gen 5, and he wishes he could change Golurk's shiny to, quote, make him look a bit cooler. The first 4 generations of Pokemon games were all localized into English almost entirely by one man, Nintendo of America freelancer Nob Ogasawara. Then the other versions, like the French, German, and Spanish, were all based on Nob's work. In other words, Nob was responsible for lots of small details experienced by fans outside of Japan. He changed a hiker on Route 10 from being high on magic mushrooms to having a bad case of hay fever, and added lots of cultural references like gym leader Fantina saying, "Never give up, never surrender," an iconic phrase from sci-fi comedy Galaxy Quest. Did You Know Gaming spoke with Nob, as well as one of Gen 5's translators, David Numrich, who told us that after Diamond and Pearl, the Pokemon Company completely changed the localization process, and due to contract complications, Nob ended up getting cut from the deal when the restructuring was complete. The company made a new system that could handle everything in-house for a quicker turnaround, and so every version was translated from Japanese directly into every other language, instead of being based on the English version. This meant that the localization of Gen 5 had a lot more cooks in the kitchen, and if Nob's reign hadn't come to an end, lots of Gen 5 Pokemon names would be different as well. But even though Nob wasn't around after Gen 4, his spirit lives on more than a decade later as a hiker just west of Bill's house in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Once Black and White's development came to a close, it seems Game Freak didn't know what they wanted to do next. The game's internal data, external documents, and lots of developer quotes all suggest uncertainty. X and Y's development began immediately after Black and White were finished, and at least one prominent designer told reporters Gen 5 was done, and that fans shouldn't expect any more Unova games. At one point, Masuda admitted they didn't know if Pokemon Gray or a 5th generation sequel should come next, but the full story surrounding Gray version is too long to cover here. In fact, it's a project we've been working on for over a year. We'll release a dedicated video in the near future on Pokemon Gray, so make sure you're subscribed if you don't want to miss it. In 2012, Junichi Masuda even said there could be a Black and White 3, but in the end, Pokemon's 5th generation came to a close with Black and White 2, the first and currently last time Game Freak released numbered sequels. The developers' stated motivation for breaking precedent varied over the years, but the official explanation they repeated more than any other, whether you believe it or not, was a desire to surprise fans and to continue Black and White's story. To quote them in their own words, Pokemon Company President Ishihara said that lots of players were expecting us to follow the same pattern, so for the first time, we decided to try adding a 2 for a pleasant surprise. That sort of surprise is what gives this product its newness. With the developers for the original Black and White, there was a lot more experimentation as they considered how best to reboot the franchise. For example, N was originally supposed to be a lot creepier before they dialed it back, but for the sequels, most of their effort was focused on finding ways to remix the Unova region. As a result, there weren't nearly as many ideas scrapped in development, but there was a significant amount of content originally planned for Driftville City that didn't make the final cut. In the 2 years that passed between Black and White and Black and White 2, a new facility sprung up in Driftville called the Pokemon World Tournament, where players took part in tournaments with prominent trainers like gym leaders and Elite Four from previous generations. Fans could also download 3 unique tournaments and battle against 12 real-life competitors from the 2012 Pokemon World Championship. The 2012 Pokemon World Championship was held in Hawaii and split into 3 age groups: juniors, seniors, and masters. The top 4 competitors from each age group, as well as their Pokemon teams, were all added to Black and White 2 as DLC tournaments, enshrining those fans forever as part of Pokemon history. Did You Know Gaming spoke with Nitesh Manim, one of the Senior Division's Final Four, who said they told the participants after the event that we'd be getting our own downloadable characters. I was excited that I would have my own character. However, the full excitement didn't hit until my character was released, and I was able to battle myself. Having my own in-game character meant a lot to me, and I know it also meant a lot to the other competitors. years. However, hidden inside the game's internal data, there are 3 more tournaments that didn't make it into the game. The top 12 finalists from 2011, previous year's Pokemon World Championships. The programming for these tournaments was never finished, depriving those 12 champions of their place in the history books. We spoke with one of the champions, Inosh Shahar, who was honored to be included in Black and White 2's data, but heartbroken he was cut from the game itself. Inosh told us, "I've played Pokemon since I was little, and it felt like the coolest thing to be immortalized in the franchise by literally being coded into the game. I was really looking forward to being able to battle myself. The in-game AI is usually pretty terrible, but I still figured I'd get some laughs. And even though it didn't make it to the final release, I'm glad they added something for the Pokemon World Championships 2012. Leaving a mark on the game we love to play is just so satisfying. It was completely unexpected because they've never done something like that before." At the end of Pokemon Gold and Silver, there's a battle against the strongest trainer in the game, Red from Gen 1. Fighting your previous self in Mount Silver was Gen 2's biggest battle, serving as the grand finale of the game. A similar idea was planned for Black and White 2, where the player would have an epic battle against Hilbert and Hilda, the protagonists from Black and White 1. The internal data includes text for the PWT building like, "Meet Hilbert, the trainer some claim to be the strongest of all," and dialogue where Hilda tells you, "Make your dreams come true. Someone once encouraged me to do that. Even now, I'm continuing my journey to realize those dreams," which is a reference to the final scene in Black and White, when N tells the player to make their dreams come true. But unfortunately, just like Inosh and the rest of the 2011 champs, Gen 5's biggest battle ended up being cut. There was also some content in the PWT building that wasn't cut, but was made available exclusively in Japan. The only tournaments available for download internationally were the 3 based on the 2012 championships, but in Japan, there were 6 more tournaments, including one focused on Lance the Dragon Trainer, and 2 more focusing on legendary Pokemon. But the most memorable Japanese tournament was the last one added to the game. It was called You Can Challenge the Unova League 2, consisting of 4 battles against Ash's rivals from the Black and White anime, Virgil, Cameron, Stefan, and a final battle against Trip. Unfortunately, none of the PWT tournaments have been available anywhere in the world since Nintendo shut the server down in 2014.
Did you know? Not only was Super Mario Odyssey specifically made for the Switch, it was balanced to appeal to both core and casual gamers. The game's developers knew the Switch's portability would lead to some playing in short bursts while commuting to work or school. Because of this, the team decided to include many collectible moons that were easy to grab in short bursts. The team at Nintendo also wanted to make full use of the Switch's Joy-Cons during development. They thought the Joy-Cons were a good fit for a throwing gesture and decided to have players throw something in the game. They settled on throwing Mario's hat, since it's already an iconic part of Mario's character. Nintendo were also working on a capture mechanic that let players take control of objects and creatures in the environment. However, they didn't have an intuitive way for the player to possess the objects around them. The team experimented with using Mario's cap to possess enemies, and the 2 mechanics were combined into one, which also helped define the character of Cappy. Interestingly, the capture mechanic was only in development for a few days before it was chosen to be a significant feature of the game. Nintendo purposely planned for the first possessable creature to be a frog. Since jumping is the core mechanic of the Mario franchise, the frog's jump would instantly show players how capturing objects can affect gameplay. Not only did the Switch affect how the game was designed, Odyssey impacted how the Switch itself was developed. Odyssey producer Yoshiaki Koizumi suggested in an interview with Metro that HD Rumble was added to the Switch so he could use it in Odyssey. The timing on this may seem strange, but Koizumi teased Odyssey in Edge magazine all the way back in 2014 while the Switch was still being worked on. The team challenged their assumptions about how to make the game accessible to younger players. They were unsure if younger players would need a fixed camera to keep things simple, like in the Galaxy games. This concern was put to rest after they realized young gamers were easily able to grasp the controllable camera in Minecraft. Removing the lives mechanic was also done to make the game more accessible. Although experienced players would rarely see a game over screen, inexperienced players could end up seeing it a lot. Removing lives also removed any discouragement felt from getting a game over, and new players wouldn't be deterred from exploring and investigating the game's sandbox. The sandbox nature of the game was a very important inclusion and was one of the first ideas to be implemented. They chose a walled garden sandbox environment so they could experiment with the endless stream of ideas they had for the game. The choice of using a walled garden also influenced the direction of Odyssey, and brought it closer to the gameplay style of Mario 64 and Sunshine. That said, the team challenged themselves to include elements that might not fit in a conventional Mario game. They wanted to capture the unfamiliar and unsettling feeling of being in a new place for the first time. This is why the game has many elements that seem out of place at first, such as the T-Rex and the realistically proportioned humans in New Donk City. Nintendo also places realistic people in New Donk City to give players a sense of scale for the world, helping them understand how Mario moves and jumps in relation to real people. The presence of anatomically correct humans led to many fans asking whether Mario was actually human, as he's so different to the new Donkers. In an interview with Vice, the game's director, Kenta Motokura, confirmed that Mario is human, saying, quote, "Mario is human. In the world, there are many different types of people, you know?" Speaking of New Donk City, Pauline was originally going to be the city's princess. However, the role of princess didn't seem to fit a city environment, and she was made the mayor instead. This also gelled better with Pauline's musical persona. The lyrics to Odyssey's main theme, Jump Up Superstar, had to be completely rewritten when brought to the West. This was because the Japanese lyrics didn't have much of an impact when they were translated literally into English. The song's first English rewrite relied heavily on the listener's familiarity with Mario, and Nintendo of America requested more rewrites that would resonate with a casual audience. They also wanted the lyrics to be simple enough for non-English speakers to sing along to. This strategy paid off, and Jump Up Superstar broke into the top 25 music chart when it hit the North American iTunes store. It should be noted that this accomplishment is especially rare for video game music. Interestingly, Kate Higgins' performance for Jump Up Superstar was recorded before she acted out any of Pauline's lines for the game. The director didn't even talk to her about what Pauline should sound like until after the song was fully recorded. These aren't Odyssey's only audio secrets. The game's sound effects harmonize with the background music by changing pitch and tempo to match the music. This was done to a lesser extent in previous Mario games, but is most noticeable in Odyssey due to its abundant sound effects. When creating music for the Luncheon Kingdom, the game's musicians used actual cooking utensils as instruments. Some chops and clangs are the sounds of knives and ladles, helping cement the level's theme. Although Odyssey's levels all have a unique and consistent theme, they didn't start out this way. Each level was made with a different gimmick in mind, and an appropriate theme was added after. Basing the game's desert stage on Mexico came from director Kenta Motokura's trips to the country. Mexican culture left a strong impression on him and found its way into the level, as well as a costume for Mario. Other levels take more inspiration from media than the real world. The Wooded Kingdom has several similarities to the 1972 science fiction film Silent Running. The movie takes place in a giant greenhouse maintained by robots, with these robots greatly resembling the steam gardeners in Odyssey. The music from this area was also directed with a 60s theme in mind, loosely reminiscent of the era the film came out in. The Metro Kingdom is arguably the game's focal point. Interestingly, Odyssey might not be the first time New Donk City has appeared. In the instruction manual for Donkey Kong Land, it states that the game's Big Ape City is the location where the original Donkey Kong arcade game was set. It's been heavily implied by Nintendo that New Donk City is also the same place where the original Donkey Kong game took place, suggesting they are the same location. Other aspects of the game also reference media and world cultures. Jaxies are likely based on Komainu, which are Japanese lion statues that protect shrines and temples from evil. Old fables about Komainu statues mention them suddenly coming to life, similar to Jaxies. The name Jaxi is a portmanteau of jaguar and taxi. However, their Japanese name is Raidon Bas, which is likely a mix of Raion, the Japanese for lion, and Raido, which means to ride. Another interesting fact is that the Jaxie's mane isn't a part of its body, it's actually a necklace. The Broodals seem to have a connection with Odyssey's setting. It's likely their relationship with the moon is based on the mythological moon rabbit, a creature inspired by markings on the moon which vaguely resemble a rabbit with a pestle and mortar. With the game's T-Rex design, Nintendo stayed close to the Tyrannosaurus Rex from the 1993 movie adaptation of Jurassic Park. Modern science depicts T-Rexes with feathers and more color, but these interpretations aren't as well known with the general public. This is likely why Nintendo went with a scientifically inaccurate depiction for the creature. The Sherm enemy might be named after the American M4 Sherman tank, which was frequently used during World War II. The Sherm seems to be connected to Odyssey's unusually high age rating for a Mario game. Odyssey is the first core Mario title to receive a B age rating by Sero in Japan and an Everyone 10+ rating by the ESRB in America. All previous core Mario titles were rated A for all ages in Japan and E for everyone in the States. The ESRB's own notes state, quote, "During one boss encounter, players can capture a cartoony tank and fire cannonballs at a mechanical boss. This seems to point the blame at the Sherms. The game has many hidden secrets and unused ideas. The original texture for Odyssey's world map actually featured Isle Delfino from Mario Sunshine. Although the island was removed in the final game, it seems the developers forgot to remove it from the Odyssey globe's roughness and normal texture maps. As a result, Isle Delfino can still be seen slightly at certain angles. The game was also planned to have references to other Nintendo franchises. Odyssey's code refers to a Link hat and a Link suit costume set, which are labeled as, quote, "a hat from a far-off land," and, quote, "this outfit from another land comes complete with back accessories, sadly non-removable." The data additionally references a Santa costume, a zombie costume, and an 8-bit Mario hat. Many of the concepts for hats were originally drawn on Goombas, which also showed the Santa hat among others. Speaking of costumes, Odyssey's Super Mario 64 costume doesn't actually use the same model as Mario 64. The model is altered and contains roughly 200 more polygons. This is mostly due to it being cut in half and mirrored. Since the original Nintendo 64 model was slightly asymmetrical in its use of polygons, there were a lot more polygons around the seam where the model was cut and mirrored. Odyssey also contains a modified version of the small Mario sprite from the original Super Mario Bros. The sprite went unused as Mario is never small in the final game, but the effort put into it could imply that a small Mario was planned to be included at some point. The game's internal project name is Red Star, continuing a theme of Mario titles being named after red objects. Super Mario 3D Land was codenamed Red Pepper, Super Mario 3D World was Red Carpet, and Super Mario Run was Red Bull. In the Japanese game and early builds of the English version, the binding band was named the Wedding Ring. This was likely changed in the Western release to avoid any religious connotation. There's also an interesting tidbit surrounding how the game tracks the player's progress. Although the Odyssey will count to 999 power moons, there are actually much more than this in the game. Odyssey has 880 moons listed as missions, the rest of which need to be purchased with coins at shops. The game will actually track 99 moons from each shop in the game's power moon list, and only the first moon purchased at each shop counts as a mission. This means there's an additional 98 moons at each shop. There are 13 shops in the game, which multiplies to 1,274 non-mission moons. Adding 1,274 to 880 brings the total to 2,154 moons, which can be tracked in the game.
Did you know? When the original Pikmin was in development, Miyamoto told his team that the next Mario is Pikmin. But after the game's release, sales turned out to be a massive disappointment. It only managed to sell a little over 1 million copies, and Pikmin 2 sold even less than that. For comparison's sake, Mario Sunshine sold over 6 million copies, and even Wind Waker, which Nintendo considered a commercial failure, sold more than 3 million. As a result, Pikmin 3 ended up pretty low on Nintendo's list of priorities. Development on Pikmin 3 consisted of just 5 team members conducting experiments on various hardware, including on Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS. In a 2013 interview, he specifically mentioned a DS prototype that was never made public, although we do have some idea what Pikmin DS looked like because Nintendo filed a patent for it in 2005, about 3 years before Miyamoto announced a new Pikmin game was even in development. The patent shows the player controlling groups of Pikmin by circling them with the stylus, ordering them to kill enemies, and carrying their carcasses back to the onion. The patent also shows Pikmin carrying pellets and mentions picking flowers. In short, it depicts a handheld version of the traditional Pikmin experience. However, Miyamoto described it as a new type of Pikmin game, so it seems there was more to Pikmin DS than what's revealed in the patent. Unfortunately, it was never greenlit for full-scale production. Instead, the handheld Pikmin game fans ended up getting was Hey Pikmin, which didn't even manage to sell 500,000 copies and garnered an average review score of just 69%. After the Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS testing, Miyamoto's team also experimented with Pikmin 3 on 3DS. Then for quite a while, they planned to release the game on Wii, but it wasn't until the Wii U came along that the small team was expanded to around 50 developers. According to Miyamoto, the Wii U's HD resolution was his inspiration to kick production into high gear, since it'd finally show each individual Pikmin with much greater detail. He also said Nintendo franchises like Zelda wouldn't have much to gain on a future 4K console, but 4K could be a huge benefit for the Pikmin series. The more clearly you can see each Pikmin, the more you care about them, and the more anguish you feel when your mistakes get them killed. During Pikmin 3's development, Miyamoto had the debuggers make sure the game could be completed without losing a single Pikmin. In his mind, Pikmin's sort of a mix between F-Zero and Saving Private Ryan, telling Japanese outlet 4Gamer that Pikmin can be more heartbreaking than a war movie. In Saving Private Ryan, a World War II general orders a team of soldiers to march across German-occupied France to save just one man. Several of them die in the process, which Miyamoto likens to the player trekking across PNF 404 at sunset to save one lost Pikmin. Like the general in the film, it's up to the player to decide those types of ethical questions for themselves. Miyamoto also produced the F-Zero series and hopes fans will think of his racing games when they're playing Pikmin 3, competing for the highest scores and quickest times by replaying again and again, especially in mission mode. About 30% of the team's ideas didn't end up making it into the game, like online versus mode. Miyamoto said, "We gave up on that. We wanted to include it in Pikmin 3, but we would have had to make other sacrifices to include it. So we've decided to focus on the single-player and local multiplayer aspects, which are really fun. But unfortunately, no online multiplayer for Pikmin 3. A fourth playable character, codenamed D in concept art shown at E3 2012, was also scrapped. But even before D was created and cut, Miyamoto originally planned to include Olimar. He said, "Actually, when we showed Pikmin 3 at last year's E3, there were 4 captains. But when you have 4 playable characters, it becomes too complicated to switch between them. So in the end, we decided to reduce it to just 3 captains. Even though I made that decision myself, up until the middle of development, I still thought Olimar would be playable." Olimar wasn't a playable character in Pikmin 3 on Wii U, but he did make it back into the game 7 years later, along with Louie in Pikmin 3 Deluxe's side stories.
Did you know? Minecraft was partly inspired by an earlier game created by Marcus Notch person called Ruby Dunk. Although not much is known about Ruby Dunk, it was planned to be more of a base building type game like Dwarf Fortress. Ruby Dunk's grass and cobblestone textures were actually used later in Minecraft, and early versions of Minecraft were named Ruby Dunk internally. Notch had the idea of adding a first person view to Ruby Dunk, but he decided the textures appeared a little bit too low resolution and distorted in first person view and scrapped the idea. Notch later stumbled upon another indie game called Infiniminer. He thought Infiniminer's building mechanics were fun, but that they lacked variety. This inspired Notch to create a first-person fantasy game using old terrain assets from Ruby Dunk. Some aspects of this new game were also inspired by the PC god game Dungeon Keeper, a game where you build things and explore dungeons. Notch reused a blocky human character model from one of his earlier projects called Zombie Town, which was also the source of Minecraft mobs. At the time, Notch hadn't decided on a name for Minecraft and simply referred to it as Cave Game. The game's first official name was Minecraft Order of the Stone, which was a reference to a webcomic called Order of the Stick. The game's name was shortened to just Minecraft to appear simpler and prevent people from confusing it with the Order of the Stick webcomic. After the basic mechanics of Minecraft were set in place, Notch began work on the game's multiplayer mode and experimented with several other ideas. One idea Notch had was to populate the world with animals. While making a model for a pig, he accidentally mixed up the X and the Y axis on the pig's body, making it stand vertically. This model is actually what Minecraft's creeper enemies are based on today. All of the game's living creatures, including the humans, were also originally intended to be gender neutral. This is why cows have both horns and udders, and chickens have rooster wattles despite laying eggs. Notch also intended to include a sky dimension, which would be the polar opposite of the nether. In a live webcast with Fever.se, Notch revealed the sky dimension would probably be a dream world, and that there would be a chance you could teleport there randomly while sleeping in a bed. The player would later learn how to trigger this event purposely. However, Notch delayed this new area until he could make the nether more interesting. Eventually, the sky dimension was converted into the End, which is a grim, empty place floating in a void. The connection can be seen in the End biome ID, which says sky. This was likely overlooked by the developers and left in the game. Minecraft's been updated over the years with new features, but Easter eggs and secrets are also snuck in as well. When you enchant an item in the game, the strange symbol that describes the type of enchantment you're using is actually a direct usage of the standard galactic alphabet from the Commander Keen series. In October 2011, Notch posted an image on Twitter of Minecraft's enchantment screen. The image contained a few hidden messages in the standard galactic alphabet. The first enchantment translated as "Well played, internet, you are good." The second translated as "These names will be random and confusing." And finally, the third translated as "Each spell costs experience levels," which secretly described a function of the enchantment table. When the enchantment table was added to the game, more references were included. One of these enchantments translates as "The Elder Scrolls," likely a joke aimed at Bethesda, creator of the Elder Scrolls series, and whose parent company ZeniMax attempted to sue Mojang for their name of the upcoming game Scrolls. The enchantment that says Klaatu Beretta Nikto is a misspelled reference to Klaatu Barada Nikto. The phrase originates from the 1951's The Day the Earth Stood Still. There's also an enchantment that says Zizzy, which is a magic spell from an old 1970s adventure game called Colossal Cave Adventure. Even Minecraft's title screen has hidden secrets. The text below the main title is changed randomly and sometimes references pop culture. But if you go into your Minecraft files and delete splash.txt without deleting the meta.inf folder, the splash text on the title screen will say "Missing No." This is a reference to the infamous glitch Pokemon from Pokemon Red and Blue. There's also a chance that the main title itself will say Minecraft instead of Minecraft. You can also create decorative paintings in the game, many of which hold references to other video games. The paintings named Aztec, Aztec 2, and Bomb are all pixelated representations of Counter-Strike maps. There's also a painting called Graham that shows King Graham from the point-and-click adventure game series King's Quest. Graham appears again in a painting called Stage, despite the background being a direct reference to Space Quest and not King's Quest. An image of two men fighting, named Fighters, pays homage to the 1980s fighting game International Karate Plus. Another painting, titled Pointer, pays homage to the original International Karate. There's also a fairly noticeable homage to Donkey Kong, and a painting called Skeleton, which references the mean midget from the adventure game Grim Fandango. It's well known that the Enderman are a reference to the Slenderman monster, but they also have another secret. The Enderman's voices seem to be distorted and reversed audio clips of someone talking. It's thought that the Enderman is saying, "Here," "Hiya," "What's up," or "This way," "Forever," and "Uh-oh." You can also name mob creatures in the game. If you name a mob creature Dinnerbone or Grum, the creature will flip upside down. This is an Easter egg put into the game by the developers and references two staff members at Mojang, Nathan Dinnerbone Adams and Eric Grum Bros.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. In celebration of Animal Crossing New Horizons release on the Nintendo Switch, we're taking a look at the villager-centric life simulator. Fans of this series love it for the small moments and little details, so we're going to start with some small or sly references hidden within the series games. One of the newest obscure references in the series can be found in New Horizons. The character Gulliver is known for dropping references to big Nintendo franchises like Mario and Zelda in his dialogue. However, sometimes the character will give a sly nod to some lesser known gems in Nintendo's back catalogue. At one point while using a cell phone, Gulliver will say, "I haven't gotten reception this sweet and bubbly since I washed up at old Coral Cola." This is a reference to the tropical village of the same name within Nintendo's tragically underrated 8-bit action-adventure title, Star Tropics. The game is rarely referenced in Nintendo games, likely because it was never released in Japan. Another couple of little nods that can be found in this latest title are references to another huge Nintendo franchise, Splatoon. Keen members of the Splatoon subreddit have revealed that when fishing in New Horizons, upon catching a squid, the player may claim, "I caught a squid, it's off the hook," a reference to Pearl and Marina from Splatoon, who go by the name Off the Hook. It's also possible the player will say, "I caught a squid, I had an inkling I might." This is of course a reference to the humanoid squid hybrids from Splatoon, the Inklings. As we were just saying, part of Animal Crossing is about the details, like decorating your home. A recurring piece of decor that can be found in the series is the large space console. While the buttons and dials on it may seem randomly placed at first, there is actually a reference hidden in plain sight. On the far right of the console, there are 4 buttons arranged in a diamond shape, coloured blue, green, yellow and red. This is a nod to the Japanese Super Famicom and European Super Nintendo controllers, which had multicolored Y, X, B, and A buttons. Another reference in the series involves the now iconic gyroids. In the Japanese game, they're called haniwa, after the terracotta figures of the same name that were made for ritual use and often buried with the dead. The reference we're talking about, however, is in their sales price. Gyroids are worth 828 bells. This could be a bit of fun Japanese wordplay, as in Japanese, 828 can be pronounced haniwa, as the number 8 can sometimes be read as ha or wa. So its sales price is essentially also its name in Japanese. As well as buying and selling, Animal Crossing bolsters its collection aspects by getting players to obtain some items exclusively through activities they can perform. This includes digging up fossils, which you can use to either decorate your house or, if you're feeling particularly generous, display them in the museum for your townsfolk to enjoy as well. The fossil of the mighty Seismosaur was first introduced in Wild World, and viewing it at a museum will prompt the curator and scholar Blathers the Owl to inform the player that the Seismosaurus is the longest of all known dinosaurs. However, the fossil was later renamed in New Leaf to correspond to the reclassification made by real-world paleontologists, who now believe that the sauropod remains were not actually evidence of a new genus, but more likely an abnormally large diplodocus. Nintendo's dedication to scientific accuracy is pretty darn impressive considering Animal Crossing's population of walking, talking cartoon animals. Animal Crossing as we know it today is steeped in culture on a global scale, with changes made to items and world events during localization to ensure that the game remained accessible to players outside of Japan. However, many uniquely Japanese aspects remain. For example, Dharma dolls are egg-shaped wishing dolls available to buy from Tom Nook's shop to furnish and decorate the player's home. They are also a direct reference to real-world Daruma dolls, symbols of good luck and perseverance. The mustachioed and monocled faces painted on the dolls represent the founder of Zen Buddhism, Bodhidharma, who practiced meditation and self-realization. Players will note that the eyes of Dharma dolls are blank when purchased, but interacting with them will fill in one eye. Traditionally given as a gift, real-world Daruma doll eyes are also blank when sold. The recipient then fills one eye when they undertake a goal, and then the other one once they have achieved it. Once both eyes are filled, the Daruma doll becomes a symbol of enlightenment and achievement. Dharma dolls as a furniture item adhere to the Animal Crossing's feng shui mechanics, increasing the player's luck if they're placed on the east side of a room. Placing a Daruma doll in your home promotes spiritual peace and becoming one with nature, which is fundamentally what Animal Crossing is all about. We mentioned on Did You Know Gaming before that Luna and her dream suite is a reference to the Baku or Dream Eater, but it seems Blanca, the genderless, faceless feline that appears sporadically throughout the series, is likely to join Luna in the roster of Animal Crossing characters based on Japanese folklore. Blanca is a trickster by nature and will take the form of existing villagers in their homes during New Leaf's April Fool's Day event, leaving players to guess which version is fake. This minigame mimics the behaviour of the Noperabo, a faceless ghost that often uses its ability to disguise itself by impersonating someone familiar to the person who encounters it. Its facelessness can assist in its pranks. Character wardrobes are also afflicted by the occasional reference as well. One such clothing item was glimpsed in New Leaf's tourism trailer, the Team NTDO shirt that players could purchase in-game, NTDO being an abbreviation of Nintendo. This shirt is also emblazoned with the year 1889, which is the year Nintendo was first founded by Fusajiro Yamauchi in Kyoto, Japan. At this time, Nintendo was a small-time playing card company, and only began their shift into the toy and video game industry in the mid-60s. In the original Animal Crossing, a villager will tell the player that someone borrowed their Pokemon Pikachu and hasn't returned it. then requests that the player assume the role of a one-time repo man and take it back. This does not actually refer to the Pokemon itself, but rather Nintendo's own answer to the Tamagotchi, released in 1998 and featuring the electric mouse himself. Rather than encouraging the player to provide basic care for their virtual pet, the Pokemon Pikachu adopted Pokemon Yellow's progression of befriending Pikachu over time. The built-in pedometer would reward the player with watts every 20 steps, a currency used to buy Pikachu gifts and, weirdly, to gamble with. Another reference can be found in Animal Crossing's music. The song KK Condor was originally named Peru no Uta, or Song of Peru in the Japanese games. This may have been changed to avoid referring to a real-world country. Despite this, the piece sounds very similar to Song of the Condor, a traditional song of the Andean people who lived in what is now Peru. One of the lesser known pieces of Animal Crossing software is the Animal Crossing Calculator DSiWare and eShop app. Although the app isn't much more than just a calculator, it does contain a few Easter eggs of its own. If the user enters an equation and the result is a sequential number, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, Tom Nook and some flowers will appear from the bottom of the screen after the player presses equals. And if the resulting number contains the same digits, such as 777, Nook and a corresponding number of balloons will float up from the bottom of the screen.
Did you know? In a Link's Awakening DX staff questionnaire, Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto confessed to having nightmares about game-breaking bugs in Zelda games. Ironically, development on Link's Awakening was more carefree for Miyamoto and marked the first time he took a back seat on a Zelda project. He joined the team towards the end of development to test the game and offer feedback. Link's Awakening originally began as a hobby project by programmer Kazuaki Morita. To test out what the Game Boy was capable of, Morita tried to make a Zelda-style game. This caught the eye of Takashi Tezuka, who'd just finished co-directing The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Tezuka yearned for more, however, and decided to join in on Morita's pet project. Tezuka recalled, "We weren't particularly planning on a Zelda game for the Game Boy, but we thought we'd try it out to see how it would work. So at first, there was no official project. We'd do our regular work during normal work hours, and then work on it sort of like an after-school club activity. More people got involved over time, and Tezuka became impressed with their work as the project grew, pushing him to formally pitch the game to Nintendo. Luckily, the project was quickly approved, and development on the first handheld Zelda game officially began. In spite of the game's new official status, the team still enjoyed relatively free reign due to the game being on the Game Boy. The crew originally planned to port A Link to the Past to the Game Boy, but the project evolved into its own unique title as the team added more to the game. The game even borrowed an unused idea from A Link to the Past, such as combining items for new effects. For instance, the fishing minigame was added in for fun by Morita, who has a reputation among his colleagues as an avid fisherman. Lead programmer on A Link to the Past, Toshihiko Nakago, explained in an Iwata Asks interview, "He's the kind of guy who makes fishing games without even being asked." Morita wasn't the only one who had fun either. Other members of the team enjoyed squeezing in Nintendo characters such as Yoshi, Kirby, Dr. Wright, and many more into the game. The crew often didn't even ask permission to put in these references. Tezuka stated, "It was for the Game Boy system, so we thought, oh, it'll be fine. Maybe that's why we had so much fun making it. It was like we were making a parody of The Legend of Zelda. Not everything was a joke, though. For example, the surreal themes of Link's Awakening were heavily inspired by the cult classic American TV series Twin Peaks. Tezuka recalled that Twin Peaks was popular at the time, and the show's drama came from a small number of characters in a small town, as well as its focus on dreams. So when it came to making Link's Awakening, he wanted to make something that would have deep and distinctive characters despite being small in scope. However, while Tezuka was brimming with ideas, the team struggled to plan out a story. Although Yoshiaki Koizumi was only brought onto the project to write the game's manual, he was quickly roped into writing the entire story alongside Kensuke Tanabe as well. The pair were relatively free to write whatever they wanted, as long as it remained in line with Tezuka's vision and didn't include anything related to Hyrule, Princess Zelda, or the Triforce. This proved to be a big leap for Koizumi in particular, who'd exclusively worked in smaller support roles beforehand. Nevertheless, Koizumi put his years studying film to good use, and took the reins to make the game's storyline, and the world of Koholint Island. Meanwhile, Tanabe worked on the concept of an ominous giant egg sitting atop a mountain into the story, an idea he'd been kicking around since working on A Link to the Past. Despite Link's Awakening's laid-back development, the game went on to make a serious impact on the evolution of the Zelda series. It introduced many firsts in the franchise and set the bar for future games to come. In fact, the game served a major inspiration for Ocarina of Time's developers. Series producer Eiji Aonuma stated, "The staff who worked on Ocarina of Time had all played Link's Awakening, so they had a sense of how far they could go with the series. I'm certain it was an important element in the series making a breakthrough. If we had proceeded from A Link to the Past straight to Ocarina of Time without Link's Awakening in between, Ocarina of Time would have been different." In return, Malon and Talon were added to Ocarina of Time as direct references to Marin and Terran. Leading up to Link's Awakening's North American release, Nintendo held a publicity stunt known as the Zelda Whistle Stop Tour. At the event, participants started a 3-day cross-country journey on a train in New York City. On the train, each contestant was given a Game Boy with a pre-release copy of Link's Awakening, with the goal to beat it before arriving at their destination. The first to complete the game would win a $1,000 prize for the charity of their choice. Additionally, each player was given 5 rupees, represented by Mamba candies, that they could use to buy hints from Nintendo game counselors if they got stuck. More rupees could be won over the ride by correctly answering questions about the state the train was passing through at the time. The event didn't go as smoothly as Nintendo hoped, however. The train ride was planned to end in Los Angeles, but a major bridge on the route collapsed shortly beforehand, and the destination was switched to Seattle at the last minute. Later, when the train arrived in Chicago for a transfer, Matt Williamson was locked inside his sleeping compartment and wouldn't answer calls. Eventually, the train crew was forced to take a sledgehammer and break the door down, where they found Williamson fast asleep with his Game Boy still at his side. Afterwards, Williamson was affectionately nicknamed Sleeper by the other contestants for the rest of the ride. While the event was primarily held for the press, 1990 Nintendo World Champion Jeff Hansen was also invited to attend. Hansen managed to beat the game before anyone else, roughly 2 days into the journey. However, Nintendo refused to give Hansen the prize. Hansen told Nintendo Life, "Unfortunately, there wasn't really any incentive for Nintendo to give me, the only non-journalist, the money, so I was a little disappointed to find out that I did not qualify. I recall that there were several others that also beat it before we arrived in Seattle, and the first one to do so, after me, was declared the official winner." According to Russ Sokola, a writer for EGM who came in second place behind Hansen, the journey was fun for those involved, despite any setbacks. Sokola wrote, "From New York to Seattle, we played the Zelda game, had fun, got harassed by rude Amtrak personnel, and generally stuck together as a group bonded by such an unusual experience. Everyone on the Whistle Stop Tour accumulated anecdotes, learned more about each other, and had a great time playing games and seeing the fields, abandoned cars, people, and mountains through 12 states across the northern half of America. When I tell people about the trip, they look at me like I'm crazy that I actually went along voluntarily. But overall, it was a positive, once-in-a-lifetime experience." For Link's Awakening on Switch, development seems to have started sometime in 2016. This comes from a recent issue of Edge magazine, where Eiji Aonuma admitted to secretly teasing the game to Edge back in 2016. In the 2016 interview, Aonuma stated, "Nintendo has been telling me to create a new IP. But then, they're also telling me to make more Zelda games. I can't really share much, I'm not sure I'm allowed to say anything, but I really like the idea of a game where I can live as a thief. That's all I'll say." This was a nod to how in Link's Awakening, the player can steal items from the town tool shop. This wasn't the only clue fans got regarding a Link's Awakening remake. In mid-2018, Nintendo updated the official Zelda timeline on their website. The main reason for the update was to add Breath of the Wild to the site, but Link's Awakening was also moved during this update. The game was moved from taking place after the Oracle's games to taking place before. Although this probably wasn't an intentional hint, in hindsight it clearly signified that Nintendo were thinking about Link's Awakening story. According to Aonuma, there were 2 main motivations for remaking the game on Switch. Firstly, the original Game Boy version is 26 years old now, and is becoming harder and harder to come by. Aonuma wanted to make sure that new players will always be able to experience Link's Awakening in some form. And secondly, the team believed Link's Awakening was the perfect place to try out a new experimental feature. Shigeru Miyamoto was the first to bring up the idea of the Dungeon Creator feature. He thought letting players arrange their own dungeons would be a fun feature to add. When the team started to run with this idea, they realized that every dungeon room in Link's Awakening is about the same size, making the game a perfect fit. This also had its own appeal, as arranging preset rooms was like a puzzle in itself. which seem to fit the Zelda series. Some fans have pointed out the similarities between the Dungeon Maker feature and the Super Mario Maker games. When asked if the success of the Chamber Dungeon mode could lead to a full-on Zelda Maker game, Aonuma told Kotaku, "I can't predict the future, but if people do love this idea of arranging dungeons, I'll keep that in mind going forward. We have something in mind for everybody when we make the game, so that's what we hope players experience and enjoy as well. But we understand also that players have a desire for free customization." One noteworthy fact is that the Switch and Game Boy versions share practically none of the same developmental staff. Producer Eiji Aonuma didn't start working on Zelda games until Ocarina of Time, and the Switch version is mainly being developed by Grezzo, who handled the 3D ports of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. The Switch team had a different approach than the Game Boy team. This can be seen with one action, where the team actually asked permission to use non-Zelda Nintendo characters. For a time, the Switch game's official website listed the number of players as to be determined. Fans speculated this meant Nintendo were bringing back a feature cut from the original title, multiplayer. One design document for Link's Awakening showed 2 Links taking on some sort of enemy, with a note at the side saying, "What are we gonna do about one-player mode?" This seems to imply there was a co-op mode at one point, possibly using the Game Boy link cable. However, the Switch game's site was later updated, and clearly stated the game was for one player only.
Did you know? Nintendo considered naming A Link Between Worlds the new Legend of Zelda. This was due to the game's new yet classic approach, which was likened to New Super Mario Bros. And how that game brought Mario back to its roots. A Link to the Past was called Triforce of the Gods in Japan. And since A Link Between Worlds is a sequel of sorts, its Japanese name is simply The Legend of Zelda Triforce of the Gods 2. Although A Link Between Worlds is the game's final name, it was internally called Jack. This seems to be part of a bigger reference. The internal name for Ocarina of Time 3D is Queen. For Wind Waker HD, it's King. And for Majora's Mask 3D, it's Joker. The internal name for Triforce Heroes is Alice, implying the project names are all a reference to Alice in Wonderland. The game has another secret within a name. The protagonist Yuga is named after the Japanese word Yuga, which means oil painting, a clear reference to his wall-merging magic. Plans to make A Link Between Worlds began immediately after the completion of Spirit Tracks in 2009, and before the 3DS was fully developed. Most of the Spirit Tracks team left to work on Skyward Sword, leaving only 3 developers to work on a new game. These were Shiro Mori, Hiromasa Shikata, and an unnamed programmer. The 3-man team began making a game around the theme of communication, and after about 6 months of work, the project was shown to Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto. Miyamoto thought the project was outdated, saying it seemed like an idea that's 20 years old. The team dropped their old concept and brainstormed something new. During a meeting, Shikata had the idea of Link entering walls. The concept didn't make sense to him at the time, but it was at least something they could expand on. Although Shikata came up with the wall merging idea, series producer Eiji Aonuma has a different account of where the concept came from. Aonuma told Spike.com that it originated from the Phantom Ganon fight in Ocarina of Time. He stated, "There's a part there where Phantom Ganon turned into a painting, but we thought it might be interesting to give Link that ability, to have him be able to turn into a painting and go in the walls, and then use that ability to get around obstacles and go to places that he hadn't been able to go to before." That said, Aonuma could simply be describing how they elaborated on Shikata's idea. A prototype of Link merging with walls and wrapping around corners was made in a single day, and the idea of Link going through cracks in walls spawned from this prototype. The project was again presented to Miyamoto, who this time gave his approval. After their victory, however, the team was disbanded to work on titles for the upcoming Wii U, which desperately needed games for its launch. Sensing the project wouldn't be finished in 2013 if work didn't resume immediately, Aonuma worked part-time on the game with 2 staff members while the rest of the team were away. A few test dungeons with the wall mechanic were made, with plans to make 50 more small-scale dungeons. When this 50-dungeon proposal was shown to Miyamoto, it was literally torn up. Miyamoto reiterated a suggestion he'd already made, that they should base the game on A Link to the Past. Miyamoto had previously asked for A Link to the Past to be remade with stereoscopic 3D, but Aonuma had dismissed this. Aonuma thought a 2D game with 3D visuals wasn't interesting enough on its own. However, this idea was a solution to one of the game's issues. The title started out using the Spirit Tracks camera angle, which the team grew bored of. The camera didn't change enough when Link merged with a wall, which presumably affected the gameplay. To give a clearer view of Link, and better define both parts of the game, the camera was made to switch from a top-down view to a side view when Link transformed. For Aonuma, the wall merging and camera utilization ultimately justified a 2D-style Zelda having 3D visuals, as it made the concept more interesting. Instead of starting from scratch, Aonuma wanted to convert A Link to the Past's map into 3D. The team were worried about basing the game on A Link to the Past, as they didn't want the project to become yet another Zelda remake. Aonuma didn't believe it would become a remake, and tried to convince everyone that they were heading in the right direction. He made a tool to recreate the 2D maps in 3D, and quickly remade chunks of the world to show the team his vision. A test of Link moving around these areas was made within 2 months and shown to Miyamoto, who again approved. Some of these early, crudely rendered areas can still be found in the game's data. The team decided to make the game run at 60 frames per second, which led to many restrictions for the designers. They had to keep geometry simple and effects minimal to keep a constant high frame rate. This was done to stabilize the game's 3D effects, which the team began experimenting with. They tried using the game's stereoscopic 3D to enhance the Tower of Hera, as it had a lot of depth and verticality. The team made Link jump to the next floor by hitting jump platforms with a hammer to emphasize the 3D, but the idea didn't work out as they wanted. Instead, it became the mechanic where Link is slung into the air by the mole enemies. This area was one of the first to be made, and influenced how the rest of the game's dungeons were made. Although the team was eager to experiment with stereoscopic 3D, they had to keep themselves in check. Partway through development, they were told about the Nintendo 2DS and the system's limitations. Since its hardware couldn't display 3D, they had to tweak the game so that all puzzles could be solved without stereoscopic visuals. The team also experimented with Link being able to jump in his wall form, as they thought running along a wall resembled 2D platforming games. They ultimately decided to keep things simple and limit Link to horizontal movement. Another interesting detail about the game's perspective is that every object in the game is slanted. This was done so the player could clearly see the front of objects, such as Link. If the characters were standing straight, the player would only see the top of Link's head. Some dungeons in A Link to the Past can be completed out of chronological order. Nintendo saw an opportunity to expand on this concept and allow players to complete later dungeons in any order they want. This meant that if a player got stuck on a puzzle, they could simply go to a different dungeon and continue playing. Aonuma has admitted that Nintendo has a bad habit of holding the player's hand to make sure they don't get stuck. Aonuma and Shikata actually argued for 3 days over including a single hint in the game. It would have helped the player solve one of the game's puzzles, but was ultimately removed. The idea to rent items at a cheap, accessible price near the start of the game came from one of Aonuma's hobbies. People new to the hobby could rent items before purchasing them to see if they liked them, and the same economics were applied to the game. Interestingly, the team never intended to use a live orchestra for A Link Between Worlds. This is because live orchestras produce too much reverberation and low-pitched sounds for good playback on 3DS speakers. The game's music purposely uses recordings that are low in bass for optimal playback on the 3DS and standard earphones. The game has a few other musical secrets. When the Low-Rule Castle theme is reversed, part of it becomes the Hyrule Castle theme. Nintendo also reused some music exclusively in Japan. A track from an infamous Japanese A Link to the Past commercial was updated and reused to advertise A Link Between Worlds. Although some of the names appear to have been changed from A Link to the Past to A Link Between Worlds, they were simply reverted to their original names. The Loyal Sage was originally known as Shinpu in Japan, which means priest. The name was changed in A Link to the Past because of Nintendo of America's stance on minimizing religious references in games.
Did you know? Undertale's concept of befriending monsters rather than killing them was largely inspired by the demon recruiting mechanic from the Shin Megami Tensei series. This mechanic allows players to negotiate with their enemies through a talk command and potentially recruit them as an ally. In an interview with fellow indie dev Sean Hogan, Undertale creator Toby Fox said, "I wanted to make an RPG game where you could befriend all of the bosses, where not killing everything is actually a viable option. Most RPGs are endless murder fests. How many monsters do you kill? And to what end? Everything sort of naturally arose from that concept." Toby also wanted to make each monster feel like an individual, as monsters in most RPGs would simply attack the player over and over again with predictable, reckless abandon. The defensive parts of the battle system were inspired by the defense mechanics from the Mario & Luigi RPG series, as well as bullet hell shooting games like Touhou Project. Toby has also stated that Breath of Fire 3 is one of the RPGs that has influenced him the most, as well as Chrono Trigger. Creating the battle system was the first stage of development and preceded the creation of the game's characters, story, and setting. Some of the content in Undertale did exist before the combat system, however. Sans' battle theme, Megalovania, was originally created for a Halloween hack of Earthbound that Toby released in 2008. A second version of the song was also released as part of the webcomic Homestuck. Surprisingly, there's a chance that Megalovania might have never been made. When Toby was creating his Earthbound Halloween hack, he planned to use the track Megalomania from the Japan-exclusive RPG Live a Live as the final boss theme. Toby elaborated in his Making of Earthbound Halloween document saying, "I wanted to put Live a Live's Megalomania in here, but I didn't get to, so I made my own last boss song. I pretty much just yelled whatever I felt like into a mic and copied it down. Yep, took forever, but it was super kick-ass worth it. Total embodiment of final bossitude." The tracks Fallen Down and Another Medium also existed before Undertale, and the themes Heartache, Bone Trousel, and Papyrus's theme were all made for a different RPG by Toby that never came to fruition. The tracks Death by Glamour and Metal Crusher were also partly based on a previous track. Toby did the track as a fan-made theme for a character in the webcomic Cucumber Quest. Most of the music created for Undertale was constructed using free sound fonts and synths in the popular program FL Studio. This method of music making led to the creation of songs such as Thundersnail, which was made using a single sample with some slight editing. Thundersnail isn't the only track that has an interesting use of samples. The track Dog Song was made using the Mario Paint sound font, which Toby has used in the past for his work on Homestuck. The track that plays after Mettaton bursts out of the wall titled It's Showtime is composed entirely of instruments found on the Yamaha YM2612 sound chip, which is the same sound chip used in the Sega Genesis. Both Sans and Papyrus are named after popular fonts. Sans is particularly known for this, with most of his text being in lowercase Comic Sans. When Sans speaks seriously, however, he uses 8-bit Operator, which is another sans serif font. Both skeletons draw inspiration from the webcomic Helvetica, which stars a skeleton protagonist also named after a font. The creator of the Helvetica webcomic, J.N. Weedle, even appears in Undertale's credits as a special inspiration. Various aspects of the game's world were inspired by the Mother series, and this can be seen in Papyrus's design. The markings on Papyrus's chest plate are identical to the marks on the chest of the Starman from Earthbound. Toriel was created as a parody of tutorial characters, with Toby Fox citing Fi from The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword as a notable influence. Fox said, "I played Skyward Sword and despised how often Fi would give me the answer to a puzzle. I figured that if someone was that concerned about you, then they wouldn't tell you the answers. They would just do the puzzles and fight all the monsters for you. This is why she literally holds your hand through a segment of the game." Her motherly personality was chosen both as an extension of her hand-holding and due to the lack of genuinely motherly characteristics in other RPGs like Pokemon or Earthbound. Though uncommon, it's also possible to die in the fight against Toriel. Accomplishing this causes her to show a shocked expression on her face for a split second before going to the game over screen. Toriel also has an unused sprite that is nearly identical to her death sprite. The file is named SBR_TorielBoss_suicide. It is possible that Toriel was originally going to commit suicide in one of the game's scenarios. This isn't that out of place either, as Asgore can also commit suicide. If the player already killed Flowey in a previous playthrough of the game, Flowey won't kill Asgore after you show him mercy. Instead, Asgore forces the player to take his soul and urges them to find a way to free everyone. The short track that plays before the fight against Asgore is called Bergen Trukung. Bergen Trukung is a concept from European mythology and folklore, and is commonly known in English as the King in the Mountain. The trope usually involves a sleeping or dormant hero who will one day awaken to save the day. Asgore's place in the story of Undertale is a literal representation of the trope's name, as he's a king in the underground of Mount Ebat. Mount Ebat might also be a reference to Toby Fox himself, as it's very similar to his name when spoken backwards. In one of Fox's biggest inspirations, the Mother series, there's a place called Mount Itoi. This area is named after Mother creator Shigesato Itoi. Undyne's name derives from the Undine, which are female spirits or nymphs inhabiting water. They can vary greatly in appearance and were first named in the writings of the 15th century Swiss occultist Paracelsus, which have become a part of German folklore. The Temmie species in Undertale is named after artist Temmie Chang, who worked on the game. According to Temmie's blog, the appearance of the Temmie race was based on a simple doodle done by artist Betty Kwong. They didn't know what Temmie actually looked like, so they made a drawing based on Temmie's personality traits. Temmie then made the doodle into her mascot, and the Temmie race represented her within Undertale. Temmie isn't the only developer to cameo in Undertale. The recurring annoying dog character is a representation of the game's creator, Toby Fox. Flowey the Flower has a very distinctive laugh. What's interesting is this laugh is used by an enemy in the PlayStation game Tomba, known as Tombi in Europe, and the enemy is even a flower.
Did you know? Undertale was funded through the crowdfunding site Kickstarter and ended up raising $51,124, over 10 times the campaign's original goal. The character Muffet is one of the 3 characters created by Kickstarter backers, the other 2 being the hidden bosses Glide and So Sorry. Muffet was originally designed by cartoonist Michelle Tchaikovsky, who runs the webcomic Ava's Demon. While Tchaikovsky created Muffet's design and the idea of having a tea party with the player, Undertale creator Toby Fox did most of the work on her personality and role. He also made her human-sized, which Tchaikovsky hadn't envisioned. Shortly after the release of Undertale, there was a controversy surrounding the hidden enemy So Sorry. This character was created by a user named Samil after they chose the $1,000 backer tier in the Undertale Kickstarter. Several players felt that So Sorry didn't fit the game, or that the character was an unwarranted cameo by the designer. This resulted in a backlash against Samil across various media outlets. The backlash eventually came to the attention of Toby Fox, who responded by asking people not to harass his supporters. The $1,000 tier in Undertale's Kickstarter was actually a joke tier that Toby expected to remain unpledged. Additionally, its seemingly ridiculous cost was also a reference to the Homestuck adventure game Kickstarter. For Homestuck, the pledge was $10,000 and read, "Your fan troll will become canon and appear in Homestuck." The amalgamated monsters in Undertale are a concept that Toby has used before. Fox released a ROM hack of Earthbound called the Earthbound Halloween hack. Towards the end of the hack, an enemy called the Amalgamate blocks the player, and this foe is a fusion of enemies seen throughout the game. Napstablook's name is likely a reference to the file-sharing software Napster, which was frequently used to share music in the early 2000s. The computer in Napstablook's house also displays a, quote, music-sharing forum, another nod to Napster. The monster Lukes is a member of a species called Eyewalker, a reference to Star Wars and its main character Luke Skywalker. According to Toby, there were originally plans for the player to marry a robot, presumably Mettaton. This feature was cut from the final game for unknown reasons, but this wasn't the only cut feature linked to Mettaton. It was originally planned for Mettaton to save images of the player's essay to their hard drive, a feature that was removed from the final version of the game because it was simply too buggy. Mettaton is also partially inspired by the Twitter user NerdBot Mark II. One of the game's consumable items is a steak in the shape of Mettaton's face. During normal encounters, the item's name is abbreviated as Face Steak in the inventory. If the player is named Drac, Gigi, or Gugu, however, it will be abbreviated as F Steak. This is a reference to the Persona 4 comic by Gigi Diggy, who also made Cucumber Quest. The abandoned quiche in the waterfall area seems to be a reference to a real-world event where Toby Fox found an abandoned quiche under a bench, as implied by a tweet he made in October 2015. In Undertale's Tim shop, there's a bottle on a shelf, which may be a reference to Undertale artist Timmy Chang's thesis film, titled Potion Shop. This wouldn't be the only object from Undertale that seems to be inspired by Timmy's thesis. The animation also features a fish-like house with scales and similar proportions to Undyne's house. Early concept art for both Undyne's house and Alphys's lab can be found within the game's unused assets. These crude versions of the in-game locations feature several differences when compared with their final counterparts. The concept art for Undyne's house has a fishbowl and much more clutter on the kitchen countertops, while art for Alphys's lab features a bed which would eventually become the easy-to-draw cube. The concept art for Undertale mostly shares this simplistic aesthetic, as can be seen in the concept art for the bartender Grillby and what may be Papyrus, as well as the character Burger Pants. Interestingly, the line art for Burger Pants' in-game sprite is almost exactly the same as the original concept art. If the player somehow manages to not fulfill any of the requirements for any of the game's endings, they will get the impossible or dirty hacker ending. It's unclear exactly how a player would attain this ending without modifying the game's files in some way, or if it's even possible to do so. In the ending, Sans will suggest that the player contact the developer so they can fix the game or add another ending. He then implies that the player is probably just a dirty hacker. Many unused assets appear throughout the game's files, and most of them relate to things that were either removed or went unused. However, there are 3 files that exist solely to discourage data miners from posting what they might find. The first is a simple image with a black background and white text named ABC_1111_0.png. The message asks the reader not to post the game's sprite sheets online, as Fox would like the the player to see each sprite in context first and not be spoiled. The second message is an audio file named abc_123_a.og. The audio file has several text-to-speech voices asking the listener to show some respect and not spoil the game for others.
Have some respect and don't spoil the game.
Despite the seemingly random nature of these first two file names, the names actually force the files to appear at the top of alphabetical lists. Effectively, this makes them the first files that most hackers and data miners will see. The third and final file is a text file, included along with other game-important text files. This file again requests that the reader not post it online. After an update in January 2016, the abc123a.og file was replaced with a different clip of random and jarring sounds. Interestingly, these aren't the only audio secrets in the game. The track that plays while the player is being judged by Sans, titled The Choice, almost exactly matches up with the track titled Undertale when sped up by 666%. Undertale was met with praise upon release, as it let players complete the game without killing. After the release of Undertale, a concerned parent called into the CBN show The 700 Club asking for advice. The parent was worried that her daughter had multiple pictures of a cartoon skeleton wearing a hoodie on her phone, presumably Sans. Pat Robertson, the CEO of CBN, urged the concerned parent to give their daughter something more wholesome, and went on to say there's got to be some video game that isn't so evil. The irony was not lost on Undertale fans.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today's episode is another dive into the library of games released for what may go on to be Nintendo's best-selling console of all time, the Nintendo Switch. Within 10 months of its release, the Nintendo Switch sold more units than the Wii U sold during its entire lifespan. By comparison, the Switch sold 14.86 million units in the first 10 months of its release, while the Wii U sold only 12.5 million units from its launch until it was discontinued in 2017. Although this is partly due to the Switch's unique and quite useful gimmick of functioning both as a home console and a handheld, its game library has no doubt been a big factor in its sales. Pokémon Sword and Shield certainly had a rough run up to its release, but upon players getting hold of the title, many have come to enjoy it. It's also become the fastest selling Switch game so far, selling more than 6 million copies in its opening weekend. And as you might expect, the game has quite a few interesting secrets that have already been found. One secret is that there's a very slight chance that a wild Pokémon will come to the player's Pokémon camp while they're playing in it and ask to join the player's team. If the player picks the yes option, then not only will the Pokémon join the camp, but the player will have also caught the Pokémon, and it will go into one of the player's Pokéballs. Another incredibly popular Switch game is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The plot of the game's World of Light adventure mode sees Kirby as the sole survivor of a cataclysmic invasion, leaving the Pink Pudge to rescue the other fighters one by one. Interestingly, this was actually director Masahiro Sakurai's original vision for the plot of Super Smash Bros. Brawl's Subspace Emissary. This early storyline was mentioned during a 2008 Iwata Ask segment, where Sakurai said, "I had envisioned more of a serious tone for the story, something with some misfortune like a single character escaping total annihilation of his squadron and then fighting back while rounding up his allies." According to Sakurai in an interview with Famitsu, the reason why Kirby was the only one that survived Galeem's attack was because he was the only one who could plausibly escape using his warp star. This also made the character accessible to starters or newcomers to the game as a result of his speed and attacks. Some have pointed out that others should logically have been able to escape due to similar skills involving tremendous speeds, and that Sakurai, as Kirby's creator, may have just been a little biased in his choices. Another unused element from Brawl which was used in Ultimate was a voice clip for Snake.
There.
The voice clip in Ultimate for when Snake plants some C4 went unused in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, but is believed to have been used in the same way before it was cut. Kirby's Star Allies received middling reviews, being praised for its art style, soundtrack, and overall gameplay, however being taken to the cleaners over its apparently incredibly easy difficulty. Despite that, one interesting Easter egg actually comes from the difficulty settings of one of the sub-games, the Ultimate Choice. Once the player has beaten the 6th difficulty, Fiery Showdown, or higher, the Soul Melter difficulty is unlocked. In the menu, with each increase in difficulty, Kirby's reaction gets more intense. The face he makes for the spiciest of difficulties is actually a reference to the episode Frog Wild from the Kirby anime series, Kirby Right Back At Ya. In the episode, Kirby is possessed by a demon frog that turns him evil. A fairly new addition to the Nintendo Switch's library is Platinum Games' Astral Chain. The game's sci-fi aesthetic is one of its more visually defining features, but the title originally started out with a fantasy setting. The initial concept had players use magic, but after the development team realized that there were lots of other games with fantasy settings, it was reworked into a more cyberpunk-inspired setting based on animes that the game's creator, Takahashi Taura, enjoyed watching, such as Ghost in the Shell and Appleseed. Another more recent Switch title was the fairly well-received Yoshi's Crafted World. A lot of attention had clearly gone into the design of the game's world, even more than would be apparent by just playing the game. In an interview with Nintendo Dream that was translated by Nintendo Everything, the game's director, Masahiro Yamamoto, confirmed that the entire game actually takes place in a kindergarten class within the Mario universe. This also informed the themes each level had, with elements in the game being based on what you would find in a school for young children, such as a sandbox. Yoshi's Crafted World also has quite the range of Easter eggs and secrets. One noteworthy nod references one of Mario RPG's outings, Mario and Luigi's Superstar Saga. In the game, a can of Starbean's iced coffee can be spotted in the flipside version of the stage Poochie's Magma Run. This is a reference to the Starbean's Cafe, which was prominently featured in Superstar Saga. One game that took Nintendo and Sega fans by surprise was Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. The surprise in question was an entire game mode based around the 2D games that defined the franchises involved. Another piece of news that took gamers by surprise came on October 2nd, when it was revealed that just one day prior, Superstar Saga developers Alpha Dream had filed for bankruptcy. The company cited sluggish revenues and high development costs as the reason for filing. After the news broke, Liam Robertson, who creates Game History Secrets here on Did You Know Gaming, tweeted that he knew of one last project Alpha Dream worked on. Alpha Dream's involvement in the project hadn't yet been revealed, but the mystery game turned out to be Mario and Sonic 2020. This would be the last game Alpha Dream ever worked on, contributing to development alongside Sega and a few other studios. Another studio that's known to aid with development on large projects is Bandai Namco. As well as helping develop Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the studio also aided Nintendo with the development of Mario Kart Tour, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and ARMS. This was recently revealed on the company's website, which stated they'd partially implemented in-game and 3D visual assets for courses and characters for Mario Kart Tour, and that they'd produced about half of the game's bonus challenges. The site also states that Bandai Namco produced about half of the visual assets for courses and characters in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and that they made about half of the visual assets for stages and fighters in ARMS. One Nintendo Switch game that's hot off the presses is The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. When the game was initially revealed, some fans were torn over the game's visuals. That said, they proved to be a selling point for many, who found the cute aesthetic with a heavy depth of field very alluring. The game's director, Eiji Aonuma, has shed some light on why the game looks the way it does, explaining that the tilt-shift effect was inspired by the original Game Boy version's vast but small world on the console's 66mm screen. Aonuma said, "When I played the original Game Boy version, it was a small screen, and it felt like a small world, but very vast. And so it kind of had this tilt-shift perspective, so that's why I thought this diorama-like art style would be perfect for the remake." Moving from one Switch Zelda title to another, it's no secret that Breath of the Wild has an incredible amount of Easter eggs and references within it, and this goes for the game's downloadable content as well. Just a heads up, this is a minor visual spoiler for the end of the DLC. Inside the last room in the Sword Monk Shrine, after completing the Trial of the Sword DLC, there are 7 monks with their arms in different positions. The pose of each monk represents poses of the 7 sages from The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Zelda's pose is taken from the final battle against Ganon, and the other 6 sages' poses are from inside the Chamber of Light after defeating the corresponding temples that release each sage.
Did you know? Every Korok seed in Breath of the Wild is actually Korok feces. Fans had suspected that Hestu's gift, the prize for collecting all 900 Korok seeds, was an elaborate poop joke due to its appearance and description, but developers have confirmed that the joke is deeper than fans thought. Hidemaru Fujibayashi, director of Breath of the Wild, has stated that every Korok seed is poop. He told IGN, "It's just the backstory. The kind of hidden thing in the game the whole way is that Korok seeds are actually Korok poop. We just thought it would be funny to make that a big joke. This isn't the only humor from the game's production. Brainstorming sessions and pitches led to 2 unused game ideas: Hyrule Wars, which featured Link running between 2 massive armies, and The Legend of Zelda Invasion, which featured an alien presence that would abduct cattle. Although developers had some fun with Breath of the Wild's production, the team encountered more struggles than ever before. Breath of the Wild's open world was directly influenced by the lukewarm reception of Skyward Sword, which was criticized for its linearity. Series producer Eiji Aonuma found that players wanted to explore the areas between Skyward Sword's 3 main provinces, and this feedback was developed into an open world. The Zelda team had previously tried to create a seamless, interconnected world with The Wind Waker, but hardware restrictions limited how many islands they could include. Breath of the Wild marked the first time the Zelda staff worked on a city-sized map, approximately 12 times larger than the one in Twilight Princess. To prepare themselves, the team looked to other open-world games like Skyrim, as well as the original Legend of Zelda, where players were free to explore the entire world from start to finish. To help get a sense of scale and perspective, Fujibayashi took maps of Kyoto and overlaid them on the game's world. He then imagined traveling the distance between places he knew in the real world, but within the game. Some younger developers at Nintendo were working on a game with a large world at the time, so the Zelda team's veterans stepped aside to let these young programmers take the lead. This led to many of the franchise's traditions being challenged by the newer devs. Developers performed tests as the project went on, which highlighted 2 main issues with the game. One problem was that most players followed a similar path and didn't explore many areas of the game. Another problem was that players felt like they were being guided. This was because story events unfolded on pathways between towers, and the towers would naturally attract players as they're very noticeable on the horizon. Placing all the game's events on these routes also meant that if players did wander off the beaten path, they rarely encountered anything worthwhile. To solve these issues, several events were repositioned, and the team came up with a formula to encourage exploration. They strategically placed different-sized hills and mountains to hide landmarks and points of interest. When a player went over or around a hill, more landmarks would be revealed to them, and because different kinds of players would choose different ways to get around a hill, the landmarks they saw would be different. This would ultimately lead to multiple divergent paths between players, with exploration being encouraged no matter the playstyle. The internal codename for Breath of the Wild was Yu-King, which continued an Alice in Wonderland theme seen in other Zelda codenames. Ocarina of Time 3D was codenamed Queen, A Link Between Worlds was Jack, Majora's Mask 3D was Joker, and Triforce Heroes was Alice. Breath of the Wild was the first Zelda game to be developed in HD from the ground up. Nintendo created demos of Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword running on Wii U development kits to help them settle on a graphical style. The Wind Waker stood out to Nintendo, and they opted to give Breath of the Wild cel-shaded graphics. This experiment also led to the development of the Wind Waker HD. While cel-shaded graphics were kept for Breath of the Wild, the Wind Waker's intense use of it was dropped. The team thought that an overly cartoony art style might drive away older players and wouldn't allow them to create the realism that they wanted. However, they knew that some cartoonishness would help bring the visuals together. Stylized visuals allow more people to suspend their disbelief, and something that might seem absurd in a photorealistic game fits more naturally. Interestingly, the game's French outdoor art direction was a suggestion from Bill Trinan of Nintendo's Treehouse. Another idea from Treehouse staff was to use crabs in the game's cooking mechanic. Early in development, crabs were used to make elixirs instead. Localizer Nate Bidorf convinced Breath of the Wild's director to use them in food recipes instead, explaining simply that people love eating crabs. These weren't the only suggestions from outside of Japan. The game's Pro heads-up display option, which leaves only Link's health on screen, was actually requested by Nintendo of America and Europe. Concept art was shown at the Game Developers Conference panel in 2017 that showed Link in a tracksuit, with a guitar, in a spacesuit with a Metroid, and on a motorcycle. The art team never envisioned these ideas making it into the final game and used them only as an exercise to defy Zelda traditions. That said, the motorbike was later added to Breath of the Wild as DLC. The team found it difficult to make Link's distinctive hat look appealing and felt that they'd run out of ways to make it look cool after Skyward Sword. They experimented with all manner of designs for Link, including a few European-inspired designs and even an older Link whose arm was replaced with Sheikah technology. Eventually, they decided to alter Link's default look entirely, as the player would be changing clothes throughout the game anyway. When designing Zelda games, the team waits until they have a design for Link, then make a single enemy and experiment with the 2 characters. For the Wind Waker, the first enemy was a Moblin, and for Breath of the Wild, the first enemy was a Bokoblin. Interestingly, the horn sound for the Bokoblin was just a random horn one of the developers owned and brought to work one day. Nintendo went the extra mile with the sound effects and even made sounds for a Bokoblin picking its nose. The Guardians were also one of the first designs made for the game. They were based on Eiji Aonuma's impression of the Octoroks from the original Legend of Zelda. He imagined them to be much larger than how they appeared later in the series, and based the Guardians on that interpretation. However, the team gave them a mechanical look, as a huge octopus enemy would be, quote, kind of gross. The decision to make them look mechanical also bled into the game's design and story. The technology and look of the Sheikah culture was inspired by the Jomon period in Japanese history, which isn't well known outside of Japan. One example of this Jomon influence can be found with Akala's lab robot Cherry. Cherry looks a lot like a Dogu, a type of figurine from the Jomon period. There's over 15,000 of these Dogu figures in the real world, but because the Jomon period took place over thousands of years, their purpose had been lost to time. The team tried to keep many aspects of the game simple. Zelda's character design was originally planned to only have features with a purpose. However, the team ultimately realized that this approach didn't result in a believable, unique character. Writers and designers eventually worked together, sharing what they'd learned to create a final character for Zelda, and continued making changes to her up to the very end of production. Breath of the Wild's gameplay was tested in a 2D prototype before its mechanics moved into the full game. Technical director Takuhiro Doda used the character data from the original Zelda to create a prototype. Although this prototype didn't include any puzzles, it allowed players to make their own path to a goal using the mechanics within it. While Breath of the Wild attempted to retain the feeling of discovery and exploration from previous games, it also changed many of the series' conventions. One of the first traditions to be scrapped was collecting hearts to heal, which was replaced with hunter-gathering and cooking mechanics. Puzzles in previous Zelda titles each required their own unique set of assets, which would have been impossible to fine-tune in a game as large as Breath of the Wild. To reduce their workload while also increasing the number of possible solutions for puzzles, the developers created a universal set of rules for the game. They used objects like wood and metal, and elemental forces such as wind and fire to create a set of chemical reactions. The game's combination of materials, elements, and physics could also be used to solve many problems. For example, if a rock Octorok eats a rusty sword, it'll grind the rust off and spit out a newly sharpened sword. This chemistry engine allowed players to create their own puzzle solutions instead of just following what the designers intended. It took the team a year just to create this system and the tools they needed to develop the rest of the game. Development took so long that Nintendo decided to release Breath of the Wild on the Switch alongside the Wii U. Differences in the two systems' hardware resulted in less emphasis on the gamepad in the Wii U version. However, Aonuma felt that focusing on a single screen made for a smoother overall experience. When the game was first shown, some fans speculated that the new incarnation of Link was female. Though this was never intended, the rumor sparked an internal discussion of a female Link, with Aonuma even consulting Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto on the idea. Aonuma also implied that the dialogue started by fans, as well as many female heroes in Hyrule Warriors, opened the possibility for a female protagonist in future Zelda games. Although some have criticized the game for its minimal use of music, Breath of the Wild was planned to have little to no music in any of the overworld. The team eventually decided to include music in important areas and villages so players would immediately know that they'd found something noteworthy. Substantial voice acting was a first for the franchise and was included so that story moments would leave a bigger impression on the player. Interestingly, many scenes were originally going to remain text only. Only major cutscenes were planned to be voiced, but Nintendo ultimately decided to dub all of the game's cutscenes. Voice acting was also a contentious subject during development, with some wanting no voices at all. This was partly because devs wanted a silent Link so that players could easily project themselves onto the character. They also thought that it'd be strange if Link was silent while everyone else was talking, but this turned out to be far less jarring in practice. Due to the game's scope, several features had to be cut during production. The game originally had tiny people, similar to the Minish from the Minish Cap, and Link was even planned to shrink down and interact with these tiny people. However, the team thought they already had a distinct lineup of unique races and people for the game, and opted to scrap this idea. An unused line of text in the game states that the Master Sword has returned to the forest. It normally goes unseen, but can still be triggered in-game. This is done by exploiting a glitch that causes the Master Sword to disappear from the player's inventory. The text seems to imply that it was possible to drop or lose the Master Sword at some point in development. Due to the franchise's infamous glitches, it's become a favorite among speedrunners. The speedrunning community had an early interest in Breath of the Wild, as Nintendo stated that players could beat the game by starting a file and running straight to the final boss. Nintendo actually sent some speedrunners pre-release copies of the game, meaning Breath of the Wild speed records were being established before the game was even officially released. Breath of the Wild also contains a number of secrets and Easter eggs. The game's monks are based on a kind of self-mummification practiced by Buddhist monks, and may specifically reference the process of Sakushin Butsu. In this medieval process, a monk would eat nothing but plant material such as pine needles, resin, and seeds over 8 to 10 years. The monks would also slowly reduce the amount of water they drank, ultimately leading to dehydration and starvation. The process would help mummify the body, as can be seen with the mummy Homyul-Kiai in Japan's Homyulji Temple. The way these Buddhist mummies are displayed could have influenced how the monks are presented in Breath of the Wild. The name of an early shrine in the game, Omen Ao, is an anagram of Zelda producer Eiji Aonuma's last name. However, Aonuma isn't the only developer that was referenced in this way. Several of the game's shrines and monks are also named after Zelda's staff, including art director Satoru Takizawa, designer Hiroshi Sakasai, and physics programmer Katsuhisa Sato. Naming each shrine and monk after a member of the staff was actually suggested by Satoru Takizawa himself. Breath of the Wild may also include another tribute to a staff member, Satoru Iwata, the former president of Nintendo who unexpectedly passed away during production. Satori Mountain is named after a Japanese term for enlightenment, and a derived form of Satori is used as a given name in Japan as Satoru. On certain nights, a unique steed called the Lord of the Mountain can be found standing underneath a cherry blossom atop the mountain. Cherry blossoms are common imagery in Japan for transience and change. Taking a photograph of the Lord of the Mountain gives the player a description that seems to directly reference Iwata. It says, "Legends say that this holy creature is a reincarnation of a sage that died on the lands it now protects. It's sometimes known by its other name, Satori." Another NPC named Batrick also greatly resembles Iwata and can tell the player about the Lord of the Mountain, strengthening this connection. Shortly after release, it was discovered that each symbol in the game's Sheikah language corresponded to a letter of the English alphabet, allowing for messages to be translated. Writing on the distilling stones atop each Sheikah tower reads, "Master using it and you can have this." And text on the placeable beacons reads, "It's dangerous to go alone." Both of these texts reference the original Legend of Zelda. In pre-release footage of Breath of the Wild, there were 2 secret messages at the beginning of the game. These messages were hidden on the stones that grant the player new runes. The first reads, "Now loading, do not turn off your," and the second reads, "All your base," a nod to the infamously bad translation of the 1989 game Zero Wing. One more Sheikah script message is actually hidden in the box for the collector's edition of the game. When deciphered, this message reads, "The Hyrule Fantasy," which was actually the original Japanese title for the very first Legend of Zelda.
Did you know? Breath of the Wild's prototype was originally centered around a real-life Japanese castle. One of the first decisions the game's director Hidemaru Fujibayashi made in development was to make his new reimagining of Hyrule big, really big. To help wrap their heads around the sheer size of it, his team built a prototype Hyrule the same size as Kyoto, the city where Nintendo headquarters is located. They thought about how frequently you'd come across convenience stores or mailboxes while walking across Kyoto, and used that to determine how often Link should stumble across elements like shrines, Koroks, and enemies. To help decide how far apart to make Hyrule's landmarks, Fujibayashi's team used Google Earth and 3D mapping tools to inject models from many of Kyoto's landmarks, which means in the prototype, Link was exploring places like Kiyo-Mizudera, a 400-year-old Buddhist temple. Small sections of this prototype would be shown at SEDEC 2017, a Japanese conference for game developers which is closed to the public. Cameras were banned at the conference, but several photos surfaced in 2020, showing not only the Buddhist temple, but also Link skydiving into Himeji Castle, an 83-room complex dating back to Japan's feudal period. Unlike the other landmarks, Himeji isn't actually located in Kyoto, it's in Hyogo, about 60 miles away, but Fujibayashi insisted on its inclusion as it's his favorite castle in all of Japan, and is generally regarded as the most impressive feudal castle to survive into the modern era. According to Fujibayashi, Himeji Castle stood at the center of the Kyoto prototype, occupying the space that eventually became Hyrule Castle in the final game. Gameplay footage is yet to surface, but in some Japanese interviews we had translated, the developers mentioned a few more landmarks found in the prototype, like Tenmangu, a shrine dedicated to Tenjin, the Shinto god of learning. Another was Kyoto Tower, the 400-foot steel spire, which is also the city's tallest man-made structure. Another was Kinkakuji, the Buddhist temple with a golden phoenix on top that also served as inspiration for the bell tower in Pokemon Gold and Silver. There was also Ginkakuji, a 500-year-old temple with a silver bird on its roof, also referenced in Pokemon through Lugia. The Zelda team described the prototype as surreal, with some saying they felt like tourists, while others said climbing and jumping off castles and temples made them feel more like ninjas. The 1200-year-old pagoda known as Toji Temple was in the prototype as well, and even an old village. But probably the strangest location was Kyoto Station, which in real life is a hub for both above-ground railroads and underground subway tracks. Measuring 15 stories tall, it's the second largest rail station in all of Japan, and it must have been pretty strange to experience as Link. Breath of the Wild was the biggest game Nintendo ever created, with the Zelda team starting off at just 10, then eventually peaking at around 300 developers as it neared completion. Nintendo even had to borrow 100 staffers from Xenoblade Chronicles developer Monolith Soft just to get past the finish line. Shigeru Miyamoto said he specifically didn't want to bring on hardcore gamers, since they'd probably just try to improve upon what earlier games had already accomplished. He'd much rather hire designers with a wide array of skills and hobbies so they could introduce new ideas and a breath of fresh air. Breath of the Wild's producer Eiji Aonuma agreed with Miyamoto's philosophy, telling IGN, "I don't necessarily want to work with someone who's good at playing games. I'd rather work with people who maybe have an interest in climbing mountains or love scuba diving in the ocean. Just someone with a very different skill. And so maybe by having those skills we can incorporate them into our games." Mountain climbing was one of Breath of the Wild's core mechanics, but underwater exploration like scuba diving was never implemented, at least not yet. One of Fujibayashi's personal hobbies is cave diving. Together with other Nintendo staffers, he's part of an adventure club that explores underwater caves. Glitching Breath of the Wild's camera reveals underwater environments never seen during normal play, so it appears diving may have been experimented with during development, and might find its way back into the series in a future installment. Another developer hobby, motorcycle riding, almost didn't make it into the game but was pushed through at the last minute. The idea was initially rejected due to its absurdity, but Aonuma, who rides a motorcycle in real life, kept pushing and pushing, even whispering to Fujibayashi, "The bike, the bike," until he finally agreed. As a small compromise, they settled on making the motorcycle Link's reward for completing the final DLC, because even though it kind of breaks the game, at that point the game is already over. Initially, the team imported the Master Cycle from Mario Kart 8 and test drove it around Hyrule, but to make sure Breath of the Wild's motorcycle was absolutely perfect, they bought the programmer an off-road bike so he'd have an intimate understanding of how Link should feel driving on all terrains. As general producer, Miyamoto wasn't as involved in the game's prototyping as director Fujibayashi. Fujibayashi recalled showing the prototype to Miyamoto, saying, "When we first presented this to Mr. Miyamoto, we left little treats like rupees on the trees, but we also left other things in other places we thought he might go, but he just kept climbing trees, up and down. And so we got to the point where we go, do you want to look at other stuff? But he just kept on going. He spent about an hour just climbing trees." That's when Fujibayashi knew they had something special, and from then on he frequently checked with Miyamoto to make sure he was happy with the game. But sometimes Miyamoto wasn't happy, and asked for changes. For example, until halfway into development, Link could stab a sword into a rock face while climbing to take a break and regain stamina. But Miyamoto said the mechanic was ridiculous, as people can't realistically stand on top of a sword. Fujibayashi was aware that the game was already full of unrealistic fantasies, like how lightning isn't actually attracted to metal, wind from a Korok leaf couldn't really push a sail, and even Link's glider was unrealistic. But in the end, Miyamoto was the boss, so the rock stabbing technique got cut. Initially, Fujibayashi considered including up to 120 items in Breath of the Wild. He came up with a list of original items, as well as every item from previous Zelda titles, like the hookshot. He told IGN, "In the early stages of development, we actually do some tests with double hook shots and just being able to kind of go anywhere. Like Spider-Man, your mobility and your speed was just kind of incredible. There's lots of fans in the staff, even at pretty high levels, who really like the hook shot and they kept bugging me about it. I eventually just had to say, no, there will be no hook shot in this game. Breath of the Wild is all about doing new things." Ultimately, he decided less is more, and whittled Link's arsenal down to just 4 Sheikah runes, although some items ended up being repurposed as weapons, like the boomerang and the Korok leaf. The last item added to the game was Cryonis, adapted from the Sand Rod from A Link Between Worlds. Probably the strangest item that went unused was the Spy Drone. Alongside Magnesis and remote bombs, official concept art shows a device that pops out of the back of the Sheikah Slate and folds into a drone shaped like a dragonfly, similar to how the Sheikah Slate summons the motorcycle. According to concept art, the drone had a rotating camera on the bottom, which presumably would have set the camera's perspective to the Sheikah Slate, as well as to the Wii U gamepad. Link's drone is pretty similar in appearance and function to the real-life Parrot AR drone, which may have been another one of those developer hobbies we talked about earlier. The AR drone was the world's first mass-market drone that ordinary consumers could purchase and fly right out of the box, no technical expertise required, and it was an international sensation, selling over 500,000 units between 2010 and 2013, the exact same time Breath of the Wild entered development on Wii U. Just like Link's Dragonfly, AR drones were controlled with a tablet or smartphone, had a bottom-mounted camera, and sent live video directly into users' hands. Having a drone could have allowed Link to scout hard-to-reach locations, solve puzzles, or just have fun pestering animals or skimming the water's surface. The Dragonfly drone would have been perfect for the Wii U's unique hardware, with Link's point of view appearing on the TV screen while the drone's perspective appeared on the gamepad, with touch controls used to change camera direction. AR drones were also capable of hands-free flight, either by following a set path directed by its owner, or instructed to simply follow its owner, which in Breath of the Wild would have made it possible to capture the kind of footage shown off in the game's trailers. To be clear though, the concept art doesn't specify hands-free flight, so we can only speculate how the Dragonfly would have functioned if it hadn't been cut. When Nintendo decided to release Breath of the Wild simultaneously on both Wii U and Switch, some exclusive gamepad features got thrown out so both versions would offer an identical experience. The only function confirmed by pre-release footage was map access, but that footage also shows a button to access additional functions. Fans assume item management was one of them, but apparently the cuts were much deeper than just quality of life improvements. According to Fujibayashi, disabling the gamepad meant even the game's story had to be changed. Just a few days before launch, he said, "When it was originally just for the Wii U, we had touch controls, but we had to remove them. We felt the way the Sheikah Slate is represented in the game and how we use the gamepad in real life synced really well. So when we had to remove it, I did feel like, oh, it's too bad we had to do that. And because it was so tied into the scenario, we did have to go back and redesign and rethink the scenario." In the end, they made it so the Wii U gamepad literally does nothing. It's just a black screen when you're playing on the TV, and if you switch gameplay to the gamepad, the TV then goes black. Conversely, there were also some ideas that only would have been possible on Switch that got scrapped so the game could still run on Wii U, like HD Rumble-based gameplay, which Eiji Aonuma says will probably make its way into the sequel. As he explained it, the Switch's HD Rumble allows you to experience what a character feels when they touch something. For example, when they take an object in hand, you can feel it through the vibrations. It's a rather interesting approach and adds more realism, and we wanted to develop gameplay around it. It wasn't time constraints that kept us from implementing these ideas, but the fact the Wii U and Switch versions had to be identical. But in the future, we'll be free from this limitation caused by the dual console connection, so we'll be able to use it in the next Zelda. In the game's final build, players collect resources to convert an empty slice of Hyrule into a quaint village called Tari Town. But despite being a fan favorite, Tari Town was actually a much less ambitious version of its original concept, which would have allowed players to customize their creations any way they wanted. In other words, a little more Animal Crossing and a little less fetch quest. According to Eiji Aonuma, originally we wanted to make something players can build on their own. The backside of that story is actually when we were creating Breath of the Wild, the planners wanted a part of the game that could use game design tools and not rely on the programmers, so that's how Tari Town and also the house came about. In Creating a Champion, an art book that describes lots of ideas changed in development, lead structural artist Manabu Takehara appears to be providing more details on that original concept, and seems to imply that houses could be constructed all across Hyrule, rather than restricted to one small area. He says, "These square rooms are simply stacked together and locked into place. Then you can add a wooden deck or flower bed in whatever way you choose. They can be freely and easily arranged as well. Of course, they are easy to break down and can be transported later as you see fit. Will Bolson be able to rebuild Hyrule with his innovative stacked construction? However, in the final game, all methods of customization were ultimately stripped out, and every player's town ends up looking exactly the same. But it's worth noting that the original, more personalized concept is still reflected in the final game's architecture. Unlike the rest of Hyrule with its more traditionally built homes, the homes in Tari Town are built from stacked containers, because they were initially intended to be rearranged and relocated. Alongside some animal-based ideas that were implemented, like horses eating apples and shaking off water, early concept art also shows some ideas that didn't make the game's final cut, like horses swaying in tune to nearby music and sticking their heads through windows while Link's inside a house, as if to say, "Hey, what you doing?" Cuckoos can be seen sitting on Link's head, seemingly against his will, and a giant Cucco was considered as a flying steed, presumably because their usual glide mechanic from earlier games was made redundant by the glider. Concept art also shows Link petting a dog, and the developers even explored giving dogs the ability to talk. Feedback from fans actually made Fujibayashi reconsider the level of animal interactivity for Breath of the Wild 2, telling IGN, "In the game it seems like you can do anything, but what it really is are all these interlocking systems where you actually have a pretty limited number of actions that can do a ton of different things. So we would actually have to put in a custom action just for petting a dog that couldn't really be used for anything else. But finding out that people want to pet dogs gives me a lot of motivation, a lot of ideas for things we can put into the sequel." Speaking of animals, concept art also shows 6 unused divine beasts, like a manta ray and submarine-themed whale, who it's probably safe to assume were planned for Hyrule's ocean. And this giant mechanical crab was probably meant for a beach environment. There was also a Brontosaurus surrounded by lightning, which is fitting since Brontosaurus is actually a Greek word meaning thunder lizard, possibly considered for an area that's always storming, like Thundra Plateau. A land-walking jellyfish appears to be based on the tripods from War of the Worlds, and another is possibly based on a chimera from Greek mythology, which are usually depicted as lion-goat hybrids with a snake for a tail. Or it could be a Brazilian headless goat, a legendary creature with flames instead of a head. Even the champions could have been different. In place of Rivali, concept art shows a whip-wielding Kokiri champion, suggesting an entire village like Kokiri Forest was considered as well. As for Link, the art team submitted over 100 designs before deciding on the Link we know today. Interestingly, the reason Link wears blue in the final game is thanks to the pajamas from Wind Waker. In a Famitsu interview we translated, art director Satoru Takizawa said in the early stages of development, they imported Link in his pajamas into Breath of the Wild just as a placeholder. But later on, when they were remodeling Link's design, they realized the blue stood out against Hyrule's green landscapes, and decided to use Link's pajamas as the basis for the champion's tunic. Eventually, the PJs were added to Breath of the Wild via DLC, not only because of its significance during development, but also because it's Eiji Aonuma's favorite outfit. He said he wears it to work, to promotional events, and he even wears it off the clock, although he admits the lobster design doesn't actually make sense, since there's no lobsters in Hyrule, even in Wind Waker. To build a gigantic open world, Fujibayashi instituted a new strategy he called open-air development. He felt that one of the problems weighing down Skyward Sword was that the team got so big, the opinions of the younger staff got drowned out by the older developers who had seniority. So for Breath of the Wild, he set up a whole new system, which was basically an in-game version of Reddit. Every 3 to 6 months, the entire team spent about a week playing the game start to finish, and throughout their journey, anyone could anonymously post signs saying which parts of the game they liked and which parts they didn't like. If another developer saw their sign and agreed, they could upvote it, and at the end of the week, the signs with the most upvotes let Fujibayashi know which sections of Hyrule needed to be changed the most, regardless of the voters' seniority within the company. Fujibayashi also hooked up an early version of the Hero's Path to all the developers' playthroughs, and had a giant TV in his office so he can monitor their progress. Using his subordinates like guinea pigs, he watched where they were going, where they lost hearts, and where they were dying, and used the data to decide where to increase or decrease difficulty spikes. For example, he said in Famitsu that everyone kept falling to their deaths climbing the Sheikah Towers, so they were redesigned to make them a little less dangerous. Initially, Nintendo's higher-ups didn't like the idea of pausing development so everyone could play the game beginning to end, since they expected it would delay the game's release. But eventually they were won over by Fujibayashi's strategy, and agreed it was actually speeding things up in the long run. Fujibayashi explained to Edge magazine that by understanding the game as a whole by playtesting it, our developers could understand what the colleague next to them was working on. It's horizontal information sharing. We overcame the boundaries of roles, which often isolates information. This had quite a huge effect on the project. When the testers discovered bugs in the game, like how you can use magnesis on a metal object to propel a boat like a motor, or fly across Hyrule on a flying log, or float through the sky in a minecart, Fujibayashi told them they should only fix the bug if it hampered the experience, but if it was fun, they should leave it in. The developers' guiding philosophy for Breath of the Wild was breaking conventions, a mantra they adhered to even for the game's music. After heavy deliberation, sound designer Hajime Wakai chose piano as the game's central instrument, but doubted his decision up to the very last minute. Instead of piano, he almost centered the soundtrack around the dulcimer, and if he had, Breath of the Wild would have sounded something like this. The sound team wanted to include some classic Zelda series melodies, but Wakai made it a rule they couldn't reuse old music for cheap fan service. So for some tracks, they composed reimaginings, like the Hyrule Castle and Ganon's Lair themes, but they also went out of their way to hide some iconic themes, a few of which you can only hear by speeding up or slowing down the game's soundtrack, like the title theme from Zelda 1, revealed in the nighttime horse riding music when you double the tempo, and Zelda's Lullaby found in the daytime riding music by tripling the tempo. Quadrupling the tempo for Breath of the Wild's house interior music reveals the same theme from Ocarina of Time. Ocarina's Temple of Time melody is hidden in the new Temple of Time music, but slowed down and broken up with pauses. And the music for the Rito's original home, Dragon Roost Island, can be heard by speeding up the music in their new home, Rito Village. And finally, this theme made its debut in Zelda 1 as the Recorder, which was later reprised for Ocarina of Time's title theme, then eventually made its way into Breath of the Wild's shrine music, made a little more apparent when you slow it down.
Did you know? A Hat in Time originally began as a one-man project by Danish indie developer Jonas Karlev, who initially wanted to make something to put on his resume. Over time, the game's team Gears for Breakfast grew to 8 people from Denmark, the United States, the UK, and Australia. Early development was done entirely by volunteers with no actual budget going into it. The project led to a crowdfunding campaign on Kickstarter with the initial goal of $30,000. The campaign raised more than $60,000 in the first 2 days, and ultimately raised $296,360. During this time, the bulk of the team never actually met face-to-face, with each member working on their own and submitting the work to the rest of the team online. Because of their smaller size, many members of the team were forced to take multiple roles. Art director William T. Nichols also worked as a level designer, and Karlev had a hand in programming, animation, scripting, and marketing. Early in its life, A Hat in Time was a fairly different kind of game. The project's original direction was a 3D hack-and-slash adventure game with platforming elements. However, Karlev realized the game's platforming elements were more appealing than its combat, and the title was retooled as a platformer. The team was motivated by a notable absence of three-dimensional collectathon platforming games in recent years. In an interview with Polygon, Karlev partially attributed the lack of platformers to one game in particular, saying, "I don't want to blame it all on Donkey Kong 64, but it's partially at fault. Donkey Kong 64 did a lot of things wrong in that it's very tedious to collect everything in order to move on. A lot of people don't want that. They want to breeze through the game if they so desire, but there are also people who want to collect everything and get stronger and better. While Donkey Kong 64 leaned too much on collectibles, the team felt that Banjo-Kazooie struck the right balance, and they aimed to do the same." Other titles that inspired A Hat in Time were Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, and Psychonauts. The game also had some real-world inspirations. The first area of the game, Mafia Town, was inspired by the Greek island Santorini, which can be seen in its white buildings and blue rooftops. Due to the decline of 3D platforming, the team were worried that A Hat in Time wouldn't be well received by the gaming community. Prior to the launch of their Kickstarter, Karlev even considered dropping the game's fundraising goal from $30,000 to $20,000. This amount wouldn't be enough to fund development, but the project had been entirely volunteer-based up to that point and simply needed any kind of budget to continue. While drawing heavily from games in the past, the team also made tweaks to ensure A Hat in Time would appeal to modern gamers. Karlev acknowledged that games of the past could rely on simple goals and objectives, but players today desire interesting stories and characters. The team also worked hard to ensure that A Hat in Time was large without feeling empty or shallow. One aspect of the game that proved to be particularly challenging was the inclusion of co-op mode, which was originally one of the game's stretch goals on Kickstarter. In order to keep this mode fun for everyone playing, the developers made it impossible for players to bump into or kill each other in co-op. Another part of the game that changed during development was the function of the game's badges. Early on, the game's badges were a primary source of new abilities for Hat Kid. However, the abilities were ultimately transferred to hats, while badges were used for upgrades and secondary abilities. Early footage of A Hat in Time gained attention from fans for its colorful aesthetic and cel-shaded graphics, drawing many favorable comparisons to The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. However, the game's visual style evolved greatly over the course of its development. When Karlev first began the project by tinkering with the Unreal Engine development kit, the game had a more washed-out color palette that was heavy on grays. This was not by design, but rather because of a default setting in the Unreal Engine that automatically dulled by 10%. Cel-shaded graphics were a deliberate design choice, though, for reasons more economical than aesthetic. Karlev explained, "The cel-shaded style is kind of easy to make something pretty without having to put a lot of effort into it. That sounds cheap, but it's kind of the truth. We want to make something look good, but that allows us as a small team to make it fast without wasting millions of dollars into just a single strand of hair." The use of cel-shaded graphics allowed the team to hide seams in the characters' models and use less detailed textures. The first song composed for the game's soundtrack was the Moonjumpers theme. Since the game's composer, Pascal Michael Stifel, didn't know where the song would ultimately end up in the game, he wrote a song to reflect A Hat in Time's feel as a whole. Since it wasn't yet tied to any specific area of the game, the Moonjumpers theme was the first heard on the title screen of the game's playable alpha build. The game also contains several secrets. The game's projectile badge appears to be a reference to Super Mario RPG. If the player equips the badge and attacks, Hat Kid fires a beam that shoots out a thin line and then expands. 3 stars also appear as the beam is being charged. This is extremely similar to Geno's Starbeam attack. There's also a series of Easter eggs hidden throughout the entire game. There are dozens of hamburgers hidden all around A Hat in Time's world in obscure places, most of which are yet to be discovered. Another interesting fact is that the game's interiors aren't actually there. The depth behind the windows in Mafia Town comes from box projected cube maps that are essentially an illusion of space. This technique is also used in Deadbird Basement and Alpine Skyline. Another illusion takes place in Hat Kid's spaceship. The ship's geometry doesn't make sense in a 3D space, as many rooms overlap with one another. The game hides chunks of geometry depending on which room the player is in to make it all seem plausible. In the spaceship bedroom, there's a secret pillow fort containing Hat Kid's diary. Players can only read the diary entry for the previous mission, and the diary becomes accessible after the player unlocks Subcon Forest. However, there are inaccessible diary entries for earlier missions. Earlier builds of the game include content that was hidden, unfinished, or changed in later versions. The beta version includes 5 unused cutscenes, 4 from Mafia Town and 1 specifically tied to Mafia HQ. The Mafia HQ scene is also labeled Rhythm Segment, suggesting that there could have been a rhythm game inspired portion of the level at some point. In the alpha version of the game, there's an island that can't be reached by normal means. On the island is a tent containing a chalkboard with a warning message that reads, "You should not be here. Leave or I will send Queen Vanessa after you. These players, always trying to break my level design, grumble." This island also exists in the beta version and contains a more lighthearted message signed WTN. Most likely basically short for William T. Nichols, the game's art director. On the other side of the island is a tombstone with an engraved message featuring an easily decipherable alphabet. When decoded, the message reads, "Here lies my dad who loved me with all of his heart and knew that I could always be a success in all that I did."
Did you know? Much of Sonic Mania's development staff have a history in creating Sonic fan games and other projects. Christian Whitehead, also known as the Taxman, was known for creating the fan game Retro Sonic. Retro Sonic ran on the Retro engine, which was custom built by Whitehead and allowed him to replicate the physics of the classic Sonic games. This engine would become integral to Whitehead's official involvement with Sega. In 2009, Whitehead developed a proof of concept for the iOS port of Sonic CD. Unlike Sega's iOS ports, which ran on an emulator, Whitehead's proof of concept was instead rebuilt from the ground up and used his Retro Engine software development kit. This allowed for new features to be added, as well as a consistent frame rate and widescreen support. However, it was not the engine itself that replicated Sonic's physics. Whitehead had to manually reconstruct them through rigorous frame-by-frame analysis of the original title. Whitehead emailed Sega to pitch the game to them, but did not receive a reply. 2 weeks later, Sega asked the community on their blog which games they would like to see ported to iOS. In response, Whitehead publicly revealed his Sonic CD prototype, wanting to send them a clear message about what they should be working on. He also prompted fans to let Sega know if they were interested in seeing this prototype become a reality. The push was successful, with Sega responding to the video on Twitter. Whitehead's version of Sonic CD was even published by Sega in 2011. Following his port success, Sega contacted Whitehead again, this time to handle ports of Sonic 1 and Sonic 2. Working with him was Simon Tomley, aka Stealth. Tomley also had a storied history with Sonic Fanworks. He was involved in the community during its formative years, heading the popular Sonic Mega Mix project, and was responsible for porting fan creations to the Wii and Sega CD. He also created an unofficial port of Sonic 1 for the Game Boy Advance, a response to the poor quality of the Game Boy Advance's Sonic Genesis. While Whitehead reproduced the games through observation and recreation, Tomley was more familiar with the assembly code of the original games. The pair's collaboration was fruitful, and their ports of Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 boasted many advantages and were well received by the community. Whitehead and Tomley, under his company name Headcanon, would go on to form a core part of Sonic Mania's development team. Joining them was Pagoda West Games, a company born of yet another Sonic fan project, this time the unofficial remake Sonic the Hedgehog 2 HD. Pagoda West's Tom Fry and Jared Castle met on the project, and formed a close friendship based on their similar outlooks on game design. Their experience on Sonic 2 HD was invaluable, teaching them the importance of keeping to deadlines and choosing the right team for the job. Joining them was musician T. Lopes, known for his unofficial Sonic remixes. Sonic Mania was pitched to Sega by these three companies. The project was first presented to Sonic team head Takashi Iizuka in 2016. Only Studio Police Zone was made at the time, and the game went under the title Sonic Discovery. After the presentation concluded, Iizuka simply told the team, "I have many questions," before they had to break for lunch. When they came back, Iizuka wrote a series of titles on a whiteboard going from Sonic 1 through Sonic and Knuckles. He then added one more title, Sonic Mania. As the project advanced, more staff had to be brought on, with many of these new members also boasting a history in the Sonic fan community. Programmer Hunter Bridges and designer Brad Flick previously worked on the fan game Sonic Nexus. Artist Paul Veer, known for his work on Nuclear Throne, was commissioned to provide Cook and Becker's official Sonic print. Audio engineer Falk O. Young is known for his contributions to several Sonic soundtracks, and artist Kieran Gates has helped organize the UK fan convention Summer of Sonic. The game's pre-order trailer and introduction were animated by Tyson Hess, known for his work on Archie's Sonic the Hedgehog comics and the parody Sonic's Big Fat Adventure. One story considered for the game saw Eggman fall into a deep depression following Sonic and Knuckles. To fill the gap, a group of Egg Robos would become independent, calling themselves the Hard-Boiled Heavies. While the Eggman angle was dropped, the Hard-Boiled Heavies remained as major antagonists in the game. The Mania team were shown production material from the Genesis titles, including scrapped levels and concepts. Mirage Saloon was based on 2 levels that didn't make the final cut, Dust Hill from Sonic 2 and Desert Dazzle from the 2011 re-release of Sonic CD. Sonic Mania was influenced by the aesthetics of the Saturn-era Sonic titles. This choice allowed the limited team to produce a high-quality title with a lot of content, rather than opt for HD graphics and have potential complications arise. The 3D models in the special stages pay homage to the character's Saturn model seen in games like Sonic R, although they are in fact brand new. To drive home the 90s aesthetic, Sega produced an advertisement for the game in the style of an old Sonic 2 commercial. Both spoof infomercials by comedically boasting about the game's practical applications, such as handling tough stains and acting as a hairpiece. Mania's commercial even featured Kazuyuki Hoshino, a Sonic Team artist responsible for the character design on Sonic CD. As you might expect, Sonic Mania contains a huge number of nods and references to the rest of the Sonic series, as well as other Sega properties. Signs can be found in Studiopolis that read Cope. This is a reference to similar signs found in Spring Yard Zone in Sonic 1. Clipboards in Studiopolis have the following initials on them: CW, HC, and PWG. These stand for Christian Whitehead, Headcanon, and Pagoda West Games, respectively. The Sega Sonic Popcorn Shop is named after a product released exclusively in Japan, a combination arcade game and popcorn vending machine. The televisions in Studiopolis show a symbol that highly resembles the logo of the Sega Game Gear. Signs in Studiopolis reading Pinkbot are a nod to signs in Streets of Rage that read Pinebot. The Club Spin Ages signs seem to reference both Club Sega in Japan and an old logo from UK Mega Drive commercials, "To be this good takes ages," with ages being Sega backwards. Wanted posters of Knack the Weasel, Bark the Polar Bear, and Bean the Dynamite appear in the Mirage Saloon Zone. While this is a nod to the character's long absence from the series, it's also a nod to Sonic Generations, where they also appeared on wanted posters in City Escape. The Studiopolis Zone shares its name with Studiopolis Inc., the production studio that records the English voiceovers for the Sonic series. Funnily enough, this was actually a complete coincidence. The team were unaware of the studio when they were naming the level. When they found out, they drafted some different titles for the zone, thinking that they would be asked to change it. Suggested titles included Opening Night and Fame Plaza. However, Studiopolis gave the go-ahead to use the name, and so it was kept, with Whitehead thinking it was now a cool reference.
Did you know? Sonic Generations was prematurely revealed to the public after a document was leaked by Sega of America in August 2009. The document appeared on Sega of America's official press site and detailed a meeting between Sega and Sony Computer Entertainment America. The document described plans for various upcoming games and features, including a title simply called Sonic Anniversary. The initial concepts for Sonic Anniversary included a collector's edition that would gather the best of Sonic for around $99. More information was leaked during a convention in Madrid called Game Fest in 2010. A staff member of the website SonicParadise.net spoke with a Sega representative who revealed that Sonic Anniversary was in development for the PS3, PSP, DS, and Wii, with an Xbox 360 release being negotiated. The representative also revealed that the game would compile some of the most popular levels from the series and reimagine them for a modern playstyle. The development of Sonic Generations was somewhat influenced by the state of the Sonic fanbase. In an interview with Destructoid, Sonic series developer Takashi Iizuka commented on the fractured fanbase. He mentioned that some fans preferred the 2D games on the Genesis, while other fans preferred the more recent 3D installments. Because of this, when the time came to celebrate the series' 20th anniversary, the team decided to revive classic Sonic and have him star alongside modern Sonic. This way, the team could cater to both sides of the fanbase. The fans also had another, more direct influence on the development of the game. To decide which stages would be included, the fans were asked to disclose their favorite levels on Facebook in 2009. The poll contained a comprehensive list of levels from the major Sonic titles available at the time. Interestingly, the poll did allow fans to choose levels from Sonic and the Secret Rings and Sonic and the Black Knight, suggesting that these levels were once to have been represented in Generations as well. In an interview with the Sonic Stadium, Iizuka revealed that the 3DS port of Generations was intended to be a celebration of Sonic's portable history. Despite this, the game only contained one handheld exclusive level in the form of Water Palace from Sonic Rush. A downloadable demo for Sonic Generations was released on June 23, 2011, which was the 20th anniversary of Sonic 1's publication. Soon after the demo's release, its data was mined to reveal many of its assets. These assets included head icons for the supporting cast, sparking speculation that other characters may be playable. In an interview with Sega Bits, Sonic brand manager Aaron Weber expressed disappointment with these leaks. He felt that they created false expectations, calling them a misrepresentation. The demo also revealed that classic Sonic's physics were not a one-to-one recreation of those found in the Genesis games. The reason given for this was that the physics had to be estimated using the modern Sonic engine, making a perfect recreation nearly impossible. Many unused textures from the game are from 2008's Sonic Unleashed, suggesting that Generations was built on top of the Unleashed framework. Ryan Drummond, Sonic's English voice actor between 1999 and 2004, was originally going to reprise his role for Sonic Generations. In 2010, Sega chose to replace most of the series' voice cast. This included Jason Griffith, who was the voice of Sonic in video games since 2005. In an interview with The Gaming Liberty, Drummond revealed that Sega contacted him during the development of Generations, asking him to re-audition for the role of Sonic. Drummond initially appeared to be a shoo-in for the role, but eventually declined due to his distaste for the contract. In his own words, "When the actual offer came to my agent, it was a complete joke. They asked me to leave my union, which is how I make a living, do all kind of work for no compensation, etc. It was a real slap in the face. I really don't see it ever happening. Sega is a huge corporation with zillions of dollars, and they don't see any need to change the way they do things." Since Drummond declined the offer, Roger Craig Smith was chosen for the role instead. An interesting offshoot of this is that a third playable Sonic may have been intended for Sonic Generations. According to Unseen64, this third Sonic was going to have represented the Dreamcast era of Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, and Sonic Heroes. This seems fitting, as those were the 3 games in which Drummond voiced the character. In an interview with Kotaku, Aaron Weber revealed that Jaleel White was once slated to voice classic Sonic in the game, as White originally voiced the Hedgehog in various cartoons throughout the 90s. For unknown reasons, the plan fell through, and so classic Sonic was left mute. According to Jaleel, Sega didn't approach him to voice Sonic, so this plan likely didn't get very far. Sonic Generations was written by the writing team of Ken Pontac and Warren Graff, best known for their writing on the ultra-violent animation Happy Tree Friends. Pontac became involved with Sega when they published Happy Tree Friends False Alarm for Xbox Live Arcade in 2008. This led to the pair working on Mad World and eventually Sonic the Hedgehog. Despite this, Pontac claims that he's not much of a Sonic fan. He hadn't played many of the games and instead had to look up cutscenes online to get an idea of the characters. He also addressed the criticisms he received from fans, simply thanking the fans for being so enthusiastic about the characters. Despite the writers not being fans, however, Generations is still jam-packed with references to the rest of the Sonic series. Tails becomes nervous when he sees the purple liquid that covers Chemical Plant Zone. This is perhaps a reference to an infamous sequence in Sonic 2 where the player must climb a vertical shaft in order to avoid drowning in the liquid. Sonic 2, of course, was Tails' debut game. Sonic quips that the color being sucked out of the land is no stranger than rescuing genies in magic books or saving aliens in an interstellar amusement park, referring to the stories of Sonic and the Secret Rings and Sonic Colors, respectively. In the level select, Knuckles can be found in front of Sky Sanctuary with bunches of grapes growing behind him. This is a reference to the Sonic 3 instruction manual, which mentions that his favorite food is grapes. When performing stunts as Sonic, pressing L and R to finish the stunts will cause Sonic to strike an identical pose to the one seen on Sonic Adventure's cover art. And in City Escape, there are posters in the background that make references to 5 seemingly forgotten Sonic characters. There are wanted posters featuring Knack the Weasel, Bean the Dynamite, and Bark the Polar Bear from Sonic the Fighters, as well as missing person posters featuring Ray the Flying Squirrel and Mighty the Armadillo from the arcade game Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. At both the UK convention Summer of Sonic 2011 and the US convention Sonic Boom 2011, the respective crowds were asked to cheer "Happy Birthday, Sonic." Both of those cheers were recorded and can be heard at the end of the game's credits.
Did you know? In Mario Kart 8 and Deluxe, if the player goes to the water park track and waits near the Aqua Cups, a quiet tune can be just barely heard. This melody is actually from Super Mario 64 and plays in Big Boo's haunt in the underground merry-go-round. This track was clearly made with a lot of diligence, which can be seen throughout the entirety of Mario Kart 8's development. The game almost had racetracks where the player could drill their way underground. According to the game's producer, Hideki Kono, in Mario Kart 7 we had the glider and submersion in water, and so when we were thinking about new ideas for 8, we thought, well, since we did all that, why not put a drill on the karts and have them go through the earth somehow for subterranean racing? He goes on to say they ended up scrapping the idea in favor of making a new anti-gravity gimmick instead. But interestingly, a mining cart called the Drill Master made its way into Mario Kart Arcade GP-DX, which landed in Japanese arcades a few months before Kono's team wrapped up development on Mario Kart 8. Unfortunately though, none of the arcade game's courses were designed around a digging mechanic, and the drill was only for show. But in that same interview, Kono teased that throughout the series, ideas scrapped in development sometimes got brought back for future titles, implying there's still a chance underground drilling could debut in Mario Kart 9. After drilling was cut to make way for the anti-gravity mechanic, the Mario Kart 8 team implemented a sub-mechanic based on Japanese history and culture. For hundreds of years, Japanese kids played with spinning tops called beigoma. They'd use a string to send them spinning onto a canvas arena, and the beigoma that spun the longest and knocked the other out of the arena was deemed the winner. They were incredibly popular for centuries, but kids mostly lost interest in them after World War II, when newer, fancier toys came about. Here you can see the way beigoma spin and bounce off each other when they connect. This is exactly what happens in Mario Kart 8 when two racers bump into each other during anti-gravity, with both racers doing a quick spin and gaining a speed boost. Or as Mario Kart 8's director Kosuke Yabuki explained it, the spin boost idea comes from Japanese spinning tops. We thought that the sight of spinning tops bumping into each other as they whirl around was perfect for the behavior of karts in the anti-gravity areas. Players will need to come up with different strategies than those used for racing over normal track sections, so I'm sure this will create situations never seen before. Mario Kart 8's soundtrack was the first in the series with live music. Whether it was jazz, funk, or classic Nintendo tunes, the entire score was recorded live. Many of the musicians Nintendo hired were Mario Kart fans themselves, and knew far more about their instruments than the developers, so they improvised to make the soundtrack even better than Nintendo imagined. In a Famitsu interview we had translated, Hideki Kono recalled, "The musicians looked at the sheet music and played it on the spot. Many of them played Mario Kart, so it was easy to express what we were going for. For example, for Bowser's Castle, the sound chief said, 'Since this music's gonna be for Bowser's Castle, please make it sound evil.' And the musicians replied, 'In that case, let's really make the guitars twang.' And if there were any parts they didn't like or didn't go well, they redid it countless times. In the end, more than 3 hours of their performances made it into the game. Another rumored experiment was using 4-player split screen on the TV and a 5th player on the gamepad, a feature that Sonic Racing implemented 2 years earlier, and similar to the 5-player mode in New Super Mario Bros. U, but none of those features made it into the game, with Yabuki explaining, "I thought that for Mario Kart, playing with someone else on the same big TV screen gives the game a more competitive feel. Because of this, we decided to limit the local multiplayer to TV split screen, and have the development team focus their efforts on the graphics and 60 FPS frame rate. In the end, the only gamepad features they implemented were tilt controls, a minimap, off-screen play, and the most important feature of all, honking your horn." Hiding in the game's internal data, there are a few more clues about unused ideas and cut content. The data contains 4 images labeled Cup Icon DLC, the Egg Cup, Shine Sprite Cup, Boo Cup, and the Blue Shell Cup. 6 months after the game released on Wii U, the Zelda DLC added 4 brand new tracks packaged as the Egg Cup, but the other 3 DLC cups never got used. Well, at least not as of this video's publication. We should note that in an interview with Japanese outlet Famitsu, director Yabuki didn't rule out future DLC coming out for the Switch version. The internal data also has an unused icon for a Magikoopa, perhaps Kamek, who could also be found in early builds of Mario Kart 64, but got cut from the roster during during production. Kamix had some cameo appearances all throughout the series, then finally became a full playable character in the 2019 mobile game Mario Kart Tour. So at this point, it seems likely he'll make his way into Mario Kart 9 or possibly Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC if any more happens. Diddy Kong seems likely as well. When Mario Kart 8 released on Wii U, director Yabuki apologized to fans, saying, "There are some characters that appeared in previous Mario Kart titles, but unfortunately didn't make it into this game, such as Bowser Jr., Dry Bones, King Boo, and Diddy Kong. I really apologize to players who liked these characters in particular." Yabuki eventually brought all those characters back for the deluxe edition on Switch, except Diddy Kong, but Diddy later returned for the mobile game, and he's in some of the Mario Kart arcade games as well, so we expect to see his mainline series return sooner or later. Except for the arcade titles, which include characters like Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man, Mario Kart's pretty much only featured characters from the Mario universe. According to Hideki Kono, that's because Shigeru Miyamoto had a secret rule limiting the roster. If they added more Nintendo characters, Miyamoto thought it wouldn't be Mario Kart anymore, it would be, quote, Smash Kart. But it was the addition of Miis that blew the gates wide open. In a 2013 interview with MTV, Kono said, "When we put the Miis in, Mr. Miyamoto was even kind of like, you know, aren't you crossing the line here? This doesn't exactly feel like Mario Kart." But you know, with the Mii being a basic part of the console, we were able to put it in, and have him actually play it to get his sign-off. It's still an unlock, you can't select a Mii from the get-go, so for some reason it doesn't exactly cross Miyamoto's secret line, but it kind of came close. But once the seal was broken, DLC and the eventual deluxe edition on Switch added characters from Animal Crossing, Zelda, and Splatoon, with seemingly no end in sight for the series' future. Kono's team also created 2 brand new characters, Baby Rosalina and Pink Gold Peach, the latter of which was created because Mario Kart didn't have enough heavy women. Of the game's 12 heavyweights, all of them were men except for Rosalina, who Hideki Kono had specifically asked the Galaxy team to make super tall so he could use her as a heavyweight in Mario Kart Wii. But Kono's team wanted one more for Mario Kart 8, and a lot of the game's developers were women, so they gathered them all together and said as a counterpart to Metal Mario, they wanted a Peach clone. The ladies in the office were asked what color she should be. The men were initially considering Gold Peach or Platinum Peach, but the women wanted Pink Gold Peach, and that was that. The day after Mario Kart 8 launched in 2014, a girl called Rizupikor posted a 27-second clip to YouTube and labeled it Waluigi vs. Luigi 1. When we talked to her, she said she uploaded it just to show one of her friends and never thought anyone else would ever see it. But someone else re-uploaded the clip one day later with the much more clickable title Luigi Ridin' Dirty, Death Stare in Mario Kart 8, and the Ridin' Dirty song laid on top of it. The video quickly went viral, racking up millions of views and spawning an entire subreddit dedicated to Luigi death stares. Seemingly everyone was sharing them, and they even made their way onto Fox News. The truth was that every character in Mario Kart 8 uses that same animation when they pass another racer, but Nintendo fans found it hilarious coming from Luigi, who's usually known for his timid and cowardly nature. When E3 rolled around a couple weeks later, Nintendo added Luigi's death stare to their show. Nintendo of America marketing staff told GamesBeat, "It was a collaborative effort with Robot Chicken. They came up with ideas and so did we, but they let us know, from a comedy standpoint, what they thought would work. There are different examples of when it's the right time for us to take something that happens organically and make it part of corporate messaging. It was a late addition and we thought we could pay homage to the fans." Another Luigi death stare was used in a Japanese commercial soon after, but now, after almost a decade later, the subreddit's been abandoned and the meme left to rest. But for a few short weeks in 2014, a Mario Kart clip only meant to be seen by one person took the internet by storm and became an official part of Nintendo history. Remember that attention to detail we mentioned at the start of the video? Well, there's one place where Nintendo's usual diligence took a rain check. The original Wii U version of Mario Kart 8 had a mode called Mario Kart TV, which allowed players to rewatch and share videos of their races. This mode not only has its own music, but also has Mii background chatter that can't be heard anywhere else in-game. In late 2016, YouTube user Harm believed this background chatter sounded a little too human and decided to investigate. After extracting the appropriate audio file, Harm discovered that the chatter was actually in English and had simply been sped up and reversed. The file seemed to be a stock recording of a public space like a cafe, with a handful of people chatting away for about 40 minutes. Harm listened to the chatter in its entirety and found that at one point in the recording, a woman can clearly be heard saying the following swear. You might be wondering how this slipped by staff, but since Nintendo is made up mostly of Japanese devs, it's understandable how a sound designer could have overlooked an English swear while adding assets to the game. And once the audio was flipped and sped up, the chances of anyone else catching it would have become almost zero.
Did you know? The Stick of Truth actually started with what developers Obsidian Entertainment thought would be a prank phone call. South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone wanted to make a proper South Park game where they were heavily involved, and Obsidian was at the top of their list. Obsidian was surprised with how interested Parker and Stone were, especially after Parker surprised them with his extensive knowledge about Obsidian's games like Fallout New Vegas. Parker and Stone's company even financed the Stick of Truth from the very beginning. The final size of the Stick of Truth's team maxed out at around 50 people. New artists had to be hired, as many of Obsidian's artists preferred to work in 3 dimensions. One of the initial ideas for the Stick of Truth was to make the player sneak past people's home security systems. Parker and Stone mentioned this during the commentary for the season 16 episode Insecurity. The episode in question mocked security systems and was actually inspired by this unused game mechanic. Another way that the game has impacted the series is that, before the Stick of Truth, there was no concrete map of the town. Stone and Parker are both huge fans of RPGs and have several favorites that inspired the Stick of Truth's creation. This includes Skyrim, Paper Mario, Earthbound, and The Legend of Zelda. The duo also said that Paper Mario's visuals influenced the Stick of Truth's look, and that they loved the feeling of Earthbound, particularly how the game gave you control of a kid in a big world where something larger than initially perceived unfolds. The new kid, being a silent protagonist, was somewhat inspired by Link from the Zelda series. Matt and Trey underestimated how complicated making an RPG would be. During a Comic-Con 2013 panel, Parker said, "I really love playing Skyrim, as many people did, so I was like, let's do this is easy." Their ambition got the better of them, and they ended up writing a script that was over 850 pages long. Based on Stone's and Parker's aspirations for the game, both the South Park team and developer Obsidian jokingly predicted the game would release sometime in the year 2032. Parker and Stone were urged to cut a sizable amount of the script out and include some of it in future downloadable content. Parker and Stone were extremely against this idea and instead hoped to use leftover content in future episodes of the show. In the end, though, some fairly notable chunks of the game were cut out. A fight against vampire kids was planned to take place in a church and cemetery, and hippies were also planned to appear as enemies. There were plans to include a giant underground kingdom for both the underpants gnomes and crab people, showing that the two species were at odds with each other. There's still a memorable scene involving gnomes in the final game, but there's only a single crab person that lives in the sewers. There are even plans to create an entire town based on Christmas. Mr. Hankey would reside there, but his home was ultimately downgraded to a tiny house in the sewers, and a giant monkey dragon was planned to appear as a boss. There was also an entire mission involving ginger kids. They would have stolen Cartman's precious doll Polly Prissy Pants, prompting Cartman to send the new kid on a quest to retrieve her. There was at least one other cut side quest involving Bebe and the fortune catcher. Earlier versions of the game also included 5 playable classes: Paladin, Wizard, Rogue, Adventurer, and Jew. The final types ended up being Fighter, Thief, Mage, and Jew. In the game's code, there's an unused Cleric class, which may have replaced the Paladin later in development before they cut it entirely. The Stick of Truth's costumes were taken from the 2002 South Park episode The Return of the Fellowship of the Ring to the Two Towers. The episode featured all boys dressing up as characters from the Lord of the Rings universe, with several key events and characters mixed into the narrative. At first, Obsidian created ornate fantasy armors, weapons, and items for the game. Parker and Stone asked Obsidian to scrap the assets and make something that looked much crappier. The duo wanted any equipment to look poorly constructed, so it seemed like they were made by children. South Park Studios also provided Obsidian with full access to the show's archives and art assets. This allowed the developer to include unused Ching Pokemon designs that never made it into any episodes. The Stick of Truth was originally going to be published by THQ, however, THQ went bankrupt during the game's development, and the publishing rights were sold to Ubisoft. South Park's creators didn't know about THQ's situation until they heard it in the news, and were apparently excited when they found out Ubisoft had picked up the rights to the game. Matt and Trey wanted to make sure the show's controversial comedy made it into the game. Stick of Truth's creative consultant, Jordan Thomas, was adamant about giving Parker and Stone as much freedom as possible. Thomas Thomas told Destructoid, "The way we looked at humor was, if a moment was a hot button for the audience, should we make it worse?" Because Parker and Stone love to push boundaries, and their default response was definitely not to back down. But the really healthy counterbalance was, can we make it funnier? And the answer was often yes. It was definitely the right amount of pressure. The final North American version included plenty of adult humor, crazy scenes, and moments you'd expect from South Park. But it was the only version of the game that went completely uncensored. Ubisoft decided to censor the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions of the game in multiple locations around the world. The publisher voluntarily blocked out 6 scenes, calling it a market decision made by Ubisoft EMA. The German version was specifically censored because of the use of swastikas, Nazis, and other Hitler-related imagery. When Parker and Stone found out about this, they decided to insert placeholder images in order to mock the changes. The European versions had certain sections replaced by an image of a disapproving statue with an explicit description of the events that were happening. The placeholder in the Australian version was similar, but featured a koala crying instead of the statue. The leader of Obsidian Entertainment, Fergus Urquhart, recalled the first time he watched the alien probing scene the evening before a meeting with Parker and Stone. Urquhart ultimately thought the scene was funny, but he knew he'd have to talk about it with Matt and Trey, especially when his wife called the scene atrocious. Urquhart told Eurogamer, "I'll be honest, for me that scene is funny as hell, but then it's hard for me to judge other people and whether they feel it should be in a game or not. That's really hard for me." The decision to censor the game was out of Obsidian's hands and ultimately down to Ubisoft, but Urquhart did say he would have stuck his neck out if the censorships would have gone too far, saying, "At some point, if the censorship had gone to even more of an extreme, and particularly if there wasn't a PC version, then I would have gotten more involved, as to say, this is getting ridiculous." Although a lot of the development period was hectic, there were some humorous moments. When Matt and Trey got excited about a quest in meetings, they'd break into character and start improvising dialogue in the kids' voices. Obsidian creative director Chris Avallone said, "Suddenly there'll be Cartman talking about the quest, and they'll be funny about it. You sit back and let them go, and you're like, now I understand how funny this area is going to be." Did you know? The combat in Fractured But Whole changed to a strategy-based system due to input from South Park creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker. Matt and Trey wanted to keep the turn-based combat from Stick of Truth, but also wanted players to fight in the same place they were exploring rather than switch to a generic battle area. However, testing this idea led to some minor disorientation for players. Since the backgrounds were the same ones used to explore the world, players also expected to be able to move around the screen while fighting. The team tried adding movement, which essentially changed the combat into a tactic style. When development began on a Stick of Truth sequel, Parker and Stone wanted to continue the story of the game's player-created main character, the New Kid. Specifically, they wanted to build on the New Kid's farting abilities and thought about making farts a key element of the story and a means of time travel. Because of this, the original working title for the game was South Park: The Butthole of Time. When Parker told this to the higher-ups at Ubisoft, however, the duo were advised to change the title, since Ubisoft warned that major retailers like Target and Walmart would refuse to sell a game with the word butthole in the title. In response, Parker sat at his desk and spent several hours trying to think of how they could somehow sneak the word butthole into the title of the game. Eventually, he came up with the final title for the game, South Park: The Fractured But Whole. The development process of the game proved to be very different from its predecessor. After their experience with the Stick of Truth, Parker and Stone wanted a more active role in the production of The Fractured But Whole. Parker even spent some time watching PewDiePie's videos of the Stick of Truth and took notes on what parts of the game were funny and what parts needed more work. The Fractured But Whole also benefited greatly by moving to Ubisoft's proprietary Snowdrop engine, which was used for games like Tom Clancy's The Division and Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. The main advantage of this engine was that it allowed the South Park team to import assets directly from the show, which uses Maya into the game. This eased the work of the game's designers, but it also allowed production of the game to mirror the production process of the show, which is notorious for being extremely fast-paced and featuring multitudes of last-minute changes. As a result, the script for The Fractured But Whole was able to stay topical and relevant, satirizing things that happened only a couple of months before the game's release. The script for the game was massive, with the final draft weighing in at 360 pages with over 30,000 lines of dialogue, making it almost twice as large as the script for the Stick of Truth and about 3 or 4 times longer than the average Hollywood movie script. However, the same collaborative process that helped ease the game's development also ended up causing some problems for the team. Recording the characters' voices was left until near the end of development, and the majority of the characters were voiced by Parker and Stone themselves. With only days of production left and 10,000 lines lines yet to be recorded, Parker suddenly fell ill and had to undergo emergency surgery to remove his gallbladder, leaving him hospitalized. Parker managed to convince his doctor to give him temporary leave from the hospital so he could finish recording. When executive producer of South Park, Frank Agnone, saw how exhausted Parker was, he advised him to return to the hospital. Parker told Agnone, "I just want this game to be sweet." After initially setting a release date of December 2016, The Fractured But Whole was delayed to early 2017. To compensate, Ubisoft announced that anyone who pre-ordered the game would also be able to download the Stick of Truth for free. The Fractured But Whole finally released in October 2017, a few days after the airing of the South Park episode, which served as a prologue to the events of the game's story. Like the Stick of Truth, The Fractured But Whole features a character creator that lets players customize the appearance of the new kid. However, it also added several new options, such as choices for the new kid's race and gender. This race option drew some attention prior to the game's release due to it jokingly being labelled as a difficulty setting. When asked about the feature by Eurogamer, Ubisoft representatives explained that the setting only affects the amount of money the player earns during the game, as well as how other characters speak to the new kid. The gender option also creates a potential retcon for the game's storyline. While the new kid in The Fractured But Whole is established to be the same character in the Stick of Truth, there was no option to play as a female character in the first game. Picking the female option in The Fractured But Whole causes the school's counselor, Mr. Mackey, to call the new kid's parents in confusion as to whether they were actually a girl this whole time during the events of the Stick of Truth. Cool Girl will also claim that she knew the player was a girl since their alter egos met in the Stick of Truth, even though the option to play as a girl in the first game didn't exist. Speaking of Cool Girl, her second normal ability, Phone Destroyer, references another game. It's a nod to the mobile game South Park Phone Destroyer, which actually released after Fractured But Whole. Although many small details of the game were changed between the game's reveal and the final build, one possible change stands out the most. There's unused code in the game implying that Timmy's alter ego, Dr. Timothy, was planned to be a playable character at some point. There's even an unused character sheet for the alter ego which lists his kryptonite as stairs. The game also has many interesting secrets and Easter eggs. During the opening of The Fractured But Whole, if the player attempts to skip the intro cutscene, Cartman will refuse them, telling the player that they need to watch it. Eventually, if the player keeps attempting to skip the cutscene, Cartman will angrily agree to skip it, but skip straight to the end credits to spite the player. A similar Easter egg can be found early on when the new kid visits Cartman's house and needs to get into the locked basement. Normally, the player needs to go upstairs and read Cartman's diary to find the password to the door. If the player instead goes straight to the basement door and enters the correct password, Cartman will appear in the corner of the screen dressed as the New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick and berate the player for attempting to cheat. This is a reference to past allegations of cheating against Belichick and the Patriots quarterback Tom Brady. Another Easter egg can be found after obtaining the Time Fart ability and travelling to the northeast corner of the world map. The player will find a path leading north blocked by an old man. By lowering him to one side and freezing time, the player can push a basket of berries to block his path, and then sneak by and go north to find some hidden collectibles on the way to a lone gas station. The music changes to a retro version of the song Blame Canada from the South Park movie as the player finds that the Canadian border has been walled off. There's also a secret boss hidden in the game. Visiting Freeman's Tacos and attacking Morgan Freeman 3 times will cause him to attack the new kid, triggering a boss fight, and is one of, if not the most difficult boss in the game.
Did you know? When Game Freak was deciding what kind of Pokemon to make for Gen 6, they were thinking about the Pokemon World Championships. Talking to Nintendo Dream Magazine, they said too many competitors were using the same Pokemon over and over, and the same kind of people kept winning, with series director Junichi Masuda saying, in 2011 and 2012, the junior, senior, and master divisions were all won by Americans, but this time, lots of different nationalities won, which really gave it a sense of being the Pokemon World Championships. They were also excited to see a wider variety of Pokemon getting used competitively. What they weren't as excited about, though, was getting whooped by their own fans. At a one-time event called the Pokemon Game Show in Tokyo, where people got to play X and Y a few months before launch, developers like Shigeki Morimoto battled against fans, including former world champ Ray Rizzo. In the end, the fans won and the developers lost. They even got beat by elementary school kids. Morimoto told Nintendo Dream, "It's true, unfortunately. Absolutely, I was nervous, and the battle stressed me out. I really did want to win." Speaking of the World Championships, if you dig around in X and Y's internal data, you can find a modernized remix of Gen 1's Champion Battle theme. The track never plays anywhere in Kalos. In fact, the only place you could have heard it legit was at the real-life Pokemon World Championships. Most of you didn't attend, so here's a few seconds of the original, compared to the remix. Earlier Pokemon games could take months, even years, to get released around the world. Gold and Silver, for example, launched in Japan in 1999, America in 2000, and Europe in 2001. The Pokemon Company had long sought to streamline the game's translation so that they could sync up a worldwide launch, but it wasn't until X and Y they finally pulled it off.
Coming worldwide, October 12th, 2013.
But why did it matter? According to Masuda, a big reason is the element of surprise. In previous generations, overseas fans would have already seen all the new Pokemon in magazines or online and had story elements spoiled because the games launched in Japan long before they arrived on foreign shores. X and Y contain 800,000 Japanese characters, and localizing them into 7 languages was no easy task. But achieving that feat came at a cost. Masuda said that there were originally some more text-heavy features, but to meet the localization deadline, those features ultimately became cut content. Speaking of which, when most fans picture the devs, they usually think of the director, Pokemon designers, and maybe programmers. The folks who translate the games to different languages all around the world, the localizers, are usually pretty far down that list. But according to Masuda, if it wasn't for Pokemon's French localizers, Kalos wouldn't have been based in France. X and Y's themes are beauty, bonding, and evolution, with a special emphasis on beauty. Kalos could have easily taken after somewhere else beautiful, like California or Italy, but Masuda said, "We chose beauty because we wanted something beautiful on the 3DS. There were several possible reasons, but I was impressed by how the localizers who translated the previous games into French were very particular about the beauty of the language. So I decided to base Kalos on France. More specifically, Kalos is based on northern France, as you can see when one map is superimposed over the other. Quite a few real-life locations served as inspiration as well, like Route 10, which is based on the Carnac stones in France's northwest province of Brittany. Local folklore says these 10,000 rocks stand in straight lines because they're a Roman legion that the Pope turned into stone. Prism Tower is based on the Eiffel Tower. Parfum Palace is the Palace of Versailles, and so on. Some of the Pokemon themselves drew from French culture, in the same way the Unovan Pokemon were inspired by America. In other words, those localizers had a massive, massive impact that'll forever continue into future generations. But that we only got the northern half of France, combined with the fact X and Y added fewer new Pokemon than any previous generation, less than half as many as Gen 5 for example, led some fans to speculate that Pokemon Z would include new areas comprising South Kalos, populated with new species. So naturally, the South Kalos Pokedex leaked online, detailing all the new Pokemon set to appear in the Z version. They were fake, of course, but an interesting part of Gen 6 history nonetheless, which some fans at the time thought might actually be true. Would have been cool if they were, though, honestly. The south of France is famously quite beautiful, and actually a new area like South Kalos wasn't as outlandish as some might think. In fact, it seems the Pokemon Company was strongly considering it, but not in Pokemon Z. Instead, as a DLC. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity released on 3DS in 2012, the year before X and Y. At launch, it had about 30 dungeons, then a little while later, it got substantial DLC in the form of 12 additional dungeons, plus 24 new music tracks. Soon after, before X and Y even released, a Japanese journalist asked Pokemon Company President Ishihara if X and Y were going to get DLC too. Ishihara said, "You mean like the DLC we made for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? That's the hardest question you could have asked today, haha. We're considering a lot of things, but I can't give you an answer at this time. If they'd followed through, South Kalos is probably a bit optimistic. 12 new dungeons is probably more equivalent to new islands akin to Kanto's Sevi Islands. The Sevi Islands were based on islands off the coast of real-life Kanto in Japan, and France has some real-life islands as well. Or on the more pessimistic end, maybe a new battle frontier. But as we covered in depth in our Z video, Game Freak was busy making other games at the time, like Tembo the Badass Elephant. Ultimately, Gen 6 didn't get any DLC at all, and it wasn't until Gen 8 they started giving us DLC with new areas in Pokemon. Now, to address the meaning of Gen 6, according to Masuda, Pokemon Black and White's theme was polarity. The next games, Black 2 and White 2, had a theme of resonance. We went through all 12 years of Masuda's blog entries to find X and Y's theme, and found it was a bit more complicated, and you might say philosophically deeper than the games that came before. Here's our English translation of a blog he wrote 1 week after Gen 6's release. He said, "The themes are beauty, bonds, and evolution, but there's an even bigger theme. The world is full of wonderful encounters that depend on the circumstances we find ourselves in. If you were born 1 year earlier, you might have made an entirely different group of friends. If your tastes were different, you might have met different people. Suppose, too, that your parents never met. Everyone's life depends on the chance encounters they make. Instead of fighting, these encounters should be opportunities to build a better world together. The titles X and Y came from this idea. The letters suggest lines on an axis. The lines of both letters head in different directions, but there's a point at which they cross paths. I picked these letters with the idea of intersection in mind, the idea of common points we share with one another rather than our differences. Let's create a better world together. I developed these games to express that idea. Put simply, X and Y are the coordinates of a chance encounter, which could unfold in a huge, significant way, and we should take those as opportunities to make the world a better place. Everyone was expecting Pokemon Z would be Kalos' third version, and there were quite a few clues it was originally part of Game Freak's master plan, as we detailed in previous videos. It's worth pointing out, in geometry, in addition to X and Y, there's also a Z axis, only in three-dimensional spaces, of course. But Gen 6 was the first 3D generation, so it seems like it would have fit nicely with the generation's theme. That theme of intersection and chance encounters is driven home in X and Y's credit song, but only an acoustic version with subtitles is included in the actual games. No words are actually sung. But a version with lyrics does exist in multiple languages, and was first performed in English at the Pokemon Symphonic Evolutions concert in 2014, with Masuda himself as the conductor. In a Japanese interview, Masuda said, "The game also conveys this message, but I thought I could deliver it more directly if I set it to music. That it's a miracle that we were able to meet each other during the 100 or so years we get to live." Out of all 72 Pokemon added in Gen 6, the Phantump family might have the most interesting development. The only non-Japanese Pokemon designer, James Turner, used to work on spin-offs like Pokemon Coliseum and Battle Revolution. He later applied to join Game Freak, hoping he could work on mainline entries. As a part of the audition process, they had him design a Pokemon with a time limit of only 30 minutes. Under pressure, James came up with a ghost tree, which years later, after some revisions, turned into Phantump. James still has a lot of affection for Phantump and frequently posts new art and video of it on Twitter. The Pokedex says Phantump are possessed by the spirits of children who died when they got lost in the forest. Lore-wise, it draws inspiration from Kodama, which are trees haunted by spirits from Japanese folklore. Anyone who tries to cut down a Kodama tree will have a terrible curse cast upon them. Phantump's plenty interesting as a Pokemon design, but we really bring it up so we can segue into some developers' deleted tweets with behind-the-scenes info the Pokemon Company apparently didn't want made public. In one of those tweets that James Turner deleted, but we archived, he said that he didn't come up with Phantump's lore himself, which was typical of all Kalos Pokemon. Game Freak has a sort of lore specialist who comes up with Pokedex entries and backstories for Pokemon other people drew. In other deleted tweets, he said designers don't get to name the creatures they create, pick their stats, or even their shiny colors. That last one has changed since Gen 6 though. Nowadays designers often do get to design their own shinies. There's one more deleted tweet worth dredging back up, this time from Toshinobu Matsumiya, who was a story writer for over 20 years from Pokemon Yellow all the way to Legends Arceus. After X and Y's launch, he tweeted out the series timeline, saying Generations 1 and 3 take place at the same time, then Gen 2 and 4 happen later. 3 years later, to be exact. That's stated explicitly in Gold and Silver. The events in Black and White happen after that, then finally Black and White 2 and Pokemon X and Y take place at the very end of the timeline, or at least the end of the timeline at the time of X and Y's release, 2 years after the previous games to be exact, according to Professor Cedric Juniper. Matsumiya later deleted the tweet, as Pokedevs sometimes do when they've revealed too much behind-the-scenes info. Series director Junichi Masuda later threw cold water on fans trying to make sense of Pokemon having a singular timeline at all, saying, "It starts to get a little complicated if you pay too much attention to timelines. Like, there might be a professor that appears and it wouldn't make sense at all if we applied that kind of timeline logic, so we try not to apply it too rigorously." Whether or not Pokemon has an official timeline or several timelines, as the guy who wrote the series' story over 8 generations, Matsumiya seems he had one clearly defined in his head when he wrote them. Like when someone in Lumio City says Trainer Blue came to study abroad in Kalos, which makes sense if X and Y happen a few years after Red and Blue, but wouldn't make sense a few years before, when he was like a toddler. It's worth noting some versions of Grimsley's concept art said Gen 7 occurs 2 years after Gen 6, and thus X and Y aren't at the end of the timeline anymore. But that particular line got erased when the same art was published in the Alola Region Artworks book. Maybe that was kind of confusing, so here's the timeline summary. Keep in mind this is based on what the developers and games themselves have said, but the canonicity of some elements are still up for debate. We should also mention that the official Japanese Gen 1 Pokédex book says Red and Green take place in 1996, so you can work out the math yourself on what games take place in which year. And now for our last segment, that Pokemon X and Y feature the series' first transgender character. Maybe you've heard that before, but probably not the real story. The character is called Nova, and at the end of her battle, she says, "Yes, a mere half year ago, I was a black belt." Quite the transformation, wouldn't you say? Black belts are a male-only trainer type, and now Nova's a beauty, who can only be female. According to Legends of Localization, it's even more explicit in the original Japanese version, where Nova says, "The power of medical science is awesome, wouldn't you say?" Maybe you've heard this before, but have you ever seen Nova in-game with your own eyes? We're willing to bet you haven't, and never seen footage of her either. In fact, we spent hours looking and couldn't find footage of her in any YouTube playthroughs that cover the part of the game where she supposedly resides. You might have seen this photo, which is cut off and off system. As far as we can tell, it's the only image online, and it just gets copy-pasted over and over in viral tweets, trivia videos, and fan wikis. In the past, we've debunked similar occurrences where a random Twitter user created a story out of thin air, then it gets repeated as facts on news sites. Like how anime writer Takeshi Shudo supposedly said Professor Ivy's a lesbian in his book, even though his book never mentions Professor Ivy. By now, you probably see where this is headed, that Nova, the transgender beauty, never actually existed. But actually, she does exist. The point we're really trying to make is she's so thoroughly hidden that 99.9% of players would never encounter her. So hard to find, it seems footage of her has never made its way online until this video. She's in the Battle Maison, and only appears on normal difficulty, which is really like the tutorial, so most fans will only play normal once or never play it at all. Thanks to the Maison's randomized trainer lineup, you've got to beat 15 opponents in a row to even have a chance at seeing Nova. And even then, the odds are 90% you still won't see her. It took us hours of playing and replaying the Battle Maison to finally encounter Nova, and it turns out she has a bit more dialogue. Like, "I've recently remade my life completely. I've been reborn as a beauty at last. And if you want to make your dreams a reality, then you have to be completely dedicated." Besides being deeply hidden in X and Y, we should also mention that in German versions, they changed it so Nova says she used to be a Pokemon breeder, who can be either male or female, and thus removing any indication that she's a trans character. Likewise, in the Korean version, she says she used to be a Taekwondo girl, a trainer class that doesn't even exist. Nova was also removed from Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire's Battle Maison in all languages, and replaced with a different beauty named Nohea. Nohea has similar dialogue, but instead of going from black belt to beauty, she's changed from madame to a beauty. In other words, her big transformation is just trying to look younger. And that's the full story of Pokemon's first transgender character, which, as far as we can tell, before today hasn't been told in its entirety. Before we wrap up, one quick addendum. Nova was only the first trans character in the Pokemon games. The real first trans character is much lesser known, and actually appeared 12 years earlier in a Japan-only manga called How I Became a Pokemon Card. The manga's 38th chapter stars Akari, who says he used to be a girl, but lived 13 years as a boy and believes he's a boy, despite Akari's mom making him wear girl clothes and use his girl voice, which he hates. Akari's story was the very last chapter of that manga that was ever made.
Did you know? The first Alolan form conceived was Alolan Exeggutor. Out of the new Alolan forms, Exeggutor was one of the most discussed in the Pokemon fanbase due to its exaggerated design and dragon typing. Two prominent theories try to explain the Pokemon's switch to dragon type. One theory is that it's a possible reference to Dracena, a genus of plant whose name is derived from an ancient Greek word meaning dragon. Another theory proposes that Alolan Exeggutor could be based on the Coca, a monster from Hispanic folklore that's often depicted as a dragon. This monster is also believed to be the namesake of the coconut, adding to the theory. Based on its Pokedex entries throughout the series, there's also speculation that Exeggutor is actually native to the Alola region despite first appearing in Kanto. Exeggutor's Pokedex entry in Pokemon Ruby says it originally came from the tropics, and Alola is the first region in the series that has a truly tropical climate. Pokemon Crystal also states that living in a good environment causes Exeggutor to grow lots of heads. Pokemon Sun's Pokedex says that Alola is the best environment for the Pokemon, and Alolan Exeggutor is shown to have an additional head on the end of its tail. Interestingly, a piece of official artwork for the Pokemon trading card game's Jungle expansion depicts an Exeggutor with an abnormally long body similar to its Alolan form, though this artwork was produced years before Sun and Moon were even announced. Sun and Moon also seems to reference a popular fan theory. Since the first generation of Pokemon, some players have theorized that Cubone, which is said to wear the skull of its dead mother, is actually a baby Kangaskhan whose parent had died. In Sun and Moon, if a Cubone calls for help while battling in the wild, there's a chance that a wild Kangaskhan will appear instead of another Cubone, and Marowak won't appear at all. For Sun and Moon, American fans also pointed out that Yungoos and its evolution Gumshoos had a noticeable resemblance to then-presidential candidate Donald Trump. In an interview with Game Informer, Pokemon series director and composer Junichi Masuda explained that any resemblance was completely unintentional, as the designs for both Pokemon had been finalized long before the games were announced. Pokemon Sun and Moon marked the first time that a new generation of Pokemon games weren't directed by either Junichi Masuda or Satoshi Tajiri. Shigeru Omori, who'd previously directed Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, was asked to direct the new titles in order to refresh the series. Masuda felt great difficulty when trying to break traditions that established the series, and wanted someone else to direct. He felt that a producer role would allow him to focus on the big picture and steer the Pokemon brand as a whole rather than focus on a single game. While Masuda missed being hands-on and working on the game directly, he did contribute some Hawaiian-inspired compositions to Sun and Moon. Omori originally had difficulty directing Sun and Moon. He had a solid base to work from developing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but with Sun and Moon, he had to start from scratch. Vehicles were planned to play a big role in the game at one point, with a Blastoise assisting a fire brigade and Machamps riding in the back of a pickup. These concepts were made when the team thought about how people and Pokemon would live together, but vehicles were slowly phased out in favor of the Pokemon Ride feature. Rather than make each game an improvement on its predecessor, Game Freak tries to treat each game as its own entity. They determine their goals and themes for that specific game and try to execute them as best as possible. The theme that led to the names Sun and Moon was life. The sun is the source of all life, while the moon has a profound effect on the rhythms of life, such as the tide of the ocean. Omori also wanted the theme to reflect the relationships between people. He was struck by the Earth's rotation around the sun and the moon's rotation around the Earth. All three influenced one another, and life flourished as a result. Omori had visited Hawaii on vacation multiple times before the game's development, and also observed that Hawaiians had a close connection with nature. He was inspired to capture the region's atmosphere, which had both the sun beating down in the day and the moon reflecting off the ocean at night. The name of the region Alola was chosen to express how this region was overflowing with life force. While he didn't elaborate, Omori was likely referring to the fact that Alola contains the word Ola, which is Hawaiian for life. There was no set process for designing the games as Pokemon. Different designers were allowed to follow their different processes. Some chose to adapt animals into Pokemon, and some based Pokemon on the landscape of the region itself. Other Pokemon were also designed for balancing purposes, to counter Pokemon that were considered too strong. The Alolan forms were intended to surprise players who'd been with the series for the entirety of its 20-year run. This is why only the original 150 Pokemon were considered for redesigns. A special demo version of Sun and Moon released worldwide in October 2016. In the demo, the player used a special Greninja with the ability Battle Bond. This allowed it to transform into Ash Greninja, a special form that debuted in the anime. The data for this Pokemon said it was encountered on October 17th, 2013. This is the date that Pokemon episode Kalos Where Dreams and Adventures Begin aired in Japan, the same episode that Ash got his Froakie. The demo was downloaded 3.5 million times in just 9 days, making it the most downloaded demo on the system. Sun and Moon went on to become the most pre-ordered games in Nintendo's history, as well as the fastest-selling Nintendo games in the Americas. This popularity wasn't without drawbacks, however. The demo was very quickly data mined, leading to a lot of information about the games being leaked before release. There are many other references and Easter eggs scattered throughout Sun and Moon. In the Hawaloi Cemetery, the player can battle a Pokemon breeder whose only Pokemon is a Pikachu. The trainer's name is revealed to be Ikue, a nod to Japanese voice actress Ikue Otani, longtime voice actress of Pikachu in both the games and anime. During the Ghost-type Island trial, the player is tasked with searching for a Mimikyu in the abandoned Thrifty Mega Mart. While searching the back room with the Pokefinder, a photo of Ash and Pikachu can be found on one of the walls. This is also the only instance where Ash appears in the mainline Pokemon games. After submitting a photo taken with the Pokefinder, one of the possible feedback comments the player can receive says 7.8 out of 10, too much water. This is a tongue-in-cheek reference to IGN's review of Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, which rated the games as 7.8 out of 10 and infamously cited too much water as one of the game's flaws. Sun and Moon also kept a tradition from past games. Though it may not be obvious, all 4 islands in the Alola region are named after colors. Ula Ula is Hawaiian for red, Akala means pink, Mele Mele means yellow, and Poni means purple. The islands are all based on a real-world Hawaiian island, and each is named after the official color of the island they're based on. These colors also seem to have influenced the design of the 4 Tapu legendaries, as well as Oricorio's styles. Most species in Sun and Moon possess an alternate hidden ability that can only be found very rarely. However, there are several Pokemon with hidden abilities that cannot be obtained in the game. This includes several legendary Pokemon such as Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, Oranguru and Passimian, and the game's starters and their evolutions. What's particularly interesting is that Rowlet and Poplio's evolutionary lines possess hidden abilities that are completely unique to them. Since these abilities are inaccessible, they're actually completely unused in the game. Rowlet's hidden ability is Long Reach, which ignores any effects triggered by using moves that make physical contact, and Poplio's is Liquid Voice, which changes all sound-based attacks to water type. While only a handful of Pokemon can actually be seen walking around in Sun and Moon, every Pokemon in the games, including Mega Evolutions, has a walking, running, or flying animation, though most of these go unused. Similarly, while every Pokemon in Sun and Moon has a shiny version in the game's files, most of the game's legendary Pokemon and Ultra Beasts are locked to only ever be found in their regular form. Upon release, Sun and Moon contained a strange bug regarding the moves Memento and Parting Shot. If either of these moves was used as a Z move with the Darkinium Z in Battle Spot, it would cause the game to crash and automatically declare the user as the winner. Because of this, both moves were temporarily banned in Battle Spot. This glitch was fixed in the version 1.1 patch. Sun and Moon also contain unused text pertaining to a mystery gift received by playing Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Go is also listed as a possible location where Pokemon can first be met. At the time of this video, no such crossover feature between the games has been announced. As you might expect, such a popular game was also the target of piracy. Leaks of the game's code started circulating on the image board 4chan, submitted by an anonymous user. These leaks not only displayed Pokemon stats and move pools, but also leaked major story spoilers. Players were also able to get their hands on pirated copies of the game before release, resulting in a deluge of spoilers flooding social media. Nintendo's response was firm. Anyone who was found to have a pirated copy of the game had their 3DS permanently banned from online functionality, including accessing the eShop. The only way to circumvent this ban would be to buy an entirely new system. Some unscrupulous pirates managed to find a workaround, though, to buy a new console and use the 3DS's system transfer feature to transfer the ban from their old console to the new one. They would then return the new console to the store they bought it from. Anybody unfortunate to buy the returned console would then be locked out of online functionality.
Did you know? Sword and Shield weren't originally going to have Pokemon roaming around in the wild. The Galar region was going to have a wild area, sure, but it was just going to be a big empty route. For the first few years of development, it was all random encounters in tall grass. But less than a year before the game's released, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee hit store shelves, and Game Freak saw how much fans loved the overworld Pokemon. According to Sword and Shield's director, Shigeru Omori, they worked extra hard to implement the feature before launch, and had to completely rebalance Galar to get it to work. The final games used a mix of both roaming Pokemon and random encounters. According to Omori, they used both to satisfy fans of the old games as well as newer fans who liked Let's Go. But in a much more practical sense, they went with the dual system approach due to technical challenges. Game Freak didn't know how many Pokemon they could make appear in the overworld all at once, so hiding some in the grass was a development shortcut to squeeze them in before the release deadline. Back in 2016, the Pokemon team knew that the next Nintendo console was going to be a hybrid system codenamed NX, but internally they had doubts about the hardware's future. Pokemon Company CEO Tsunekazu Ishihara said, "I told Nintendo that Switch wouldn't be a success before it went on sale, because I thought in the age of the smartphone, no one would carry around a game console. It wasn't love at first sight for series producer Junichi Masuda either. A few weeks before Sword and Shield's hit store shelves, he said instead of the Switch, Game Freak would have preferred developing for a new DS model, but Ishihara and Masuda eventually realized they were wrong and went all in, determined to take advantage of the Switch's horsepower and make Gen 8 the best Pokemon games yet. Development for Sword and Shield actually started before Sun and Moon were even finished, while Masuda and Omori were on a promotional tour in the United Kingdom. The UK's strength seemed to be a good fit for what they hoped would become the series' strongest entries. According to Omori, in terms of sort of historical industry development, the Industrial Revolution, and also in terms of the modern day, things like sports, the UK is historically quite strong in those aspects as well. So when thinking of the strongest Pokemon games, the UK came to mind as a really suitable area to base it on. Omori traveled around the UK sketching early concepts, like this drawing he made for Galar Pokemon Centers. He jotted down some notes in Japanese, so for your convenience, we've translated all the concept art in this video into English. In older games, NPCs just kinda stood around in Pokemon Centers for no discernible reason. So for Galar, he wanted Pokemon Centers to look like typical UK pubs, which gave people a believable reason for being there all day. Well, that's what Omori said, but Pokemon Centers in the final game didn't end up looking nearly as pub-like as his concept art. Omori also visited Windermere, where he was inspired by the town's atmosphere, countless sheep, and walls of stacked dry stone. He drew this sketch that ultimately became Postwick, so we suppose you could say Sword and Shield's hometown was based on Windermere. This other sketch Omori made in the Lake District ended up as Route 2, and while he was there, he heard a legend that catching cotton balls floating in the air could bring good fortune, which was used to create Gossifleur. Later, he took a train through the English countryside and made this art of the lakes and towns he saw in the distance, which served as inspiration for the wild area, as well as the train riding scene at the start of the game. Omori and Masuda later brought on James Turner, an Englishman who happened to be the only non-Japanese member of the Pokemon design team. James got his start in spin-off games like Pokemon Colosseum and Gale of Darkness, then moved up to working on the mainline series starting in Gen 5. He's actually the only person that worked on the Ore region games and the core series. Galar's based on his homeland, so they promoted him all the way to art director. James drafted much more detailed concept art of patchwork farmland, sheep, and English-style homes, which the team used to build the Galar region. He also made this artwork of a stadium TV broadcast, and with that, much of the game's UI was based on the typical flat design you tend to see on sports channels. According to James, only 2 or 3 out of every 10 Pokemon Game Freak drew made it into Pokemon Sword and Shield. In other words, about 300 Pokemon ended up in the trash. He said that so many designs have already been done before, that it's getting more and more difficult to come up with new ideas. As James explained it, it's like trying to park in a really crowded car park or something. You're going this way, there's a car there. You're going that way, there's a car. You're trying to find some unique space. This color scheme has been used before, this animal has been used before. You're trying to find something unique. That's important. That might have been why Sword and Shield, arguably more than any previous generation, had so many Pokemon based on the region itself. In a Japanese interview we translated, Omori said that more so than older games, for Gen 8, they did thorough research on the region's real-life flora, fauna, and culture. An example he gave was how Japanese leeks are small, but in the UK they're big and chunky, which is how Sirfetch'd was born. He also said they saw a steam engine, then drew up Galarian Weezing. Gigantamax and Dynamax forms were inspired by UK legends about giants, which persist to this day. Likewise, Stonjourner, based on megalith structures like England's Stonehenge, and Gigantamax Duraludon is the UK's tallest skyscraper, the Shard. Corviknight draws from the Black Knight literary trope, and Phalanx form a group of soldiers in phalanx formation. The Pokédex calls Boltund and Thievul natural enemies, a nod to traditional British fox hunting, and Carcoal is based on a minecart because the Industrial Revolution and coal mining began in Great Britain. A less obvious one is Runerigus, who's clearly based on runestones, which are the rocks that Vikings used as gravestones. The stories of dead Vikings are written all over runestones, and sometimes the image of an animal too. This is why the Pokédex says to never touch Runerigus, or you'll be shown the horrific memories behind the pictures carved into it. It also explains why Runerigus is ground and ghost type. It's a gravestone after all. Some fans think Gigantamax Meowth is based on the Longcat internet meme, but Game Freak doesn't have a history of making meme Pokemon. Actually, it appears to be a more British-specific reference. During Sword and Shield's development, Omori said he'd been watching a lot of Monty Python, and the Monty Python show, as well as one of the movies, both contain a classic animation where a giant cat with outstretched arms terrorizes a city. Likewise, Cantonian Mouth was based on Japanese culture. According to series creator Satoshi Tajiri, it's a representation of the Japanese proverb, a coin to a cat. That's what Japanese people say when someone's acting like a cat with a coin stuck on its head, unable to appreciate the value it holds because they're simple-minded. It's basically the Japanese version of pearls before swine. Sword and Shield's big bad legendary Eternatus appears to be based on the xenomorph queen from the Alien films. That's really more of a theory of ours than a hard fact, but the case is pretty strong with lots of history behind it. We'll probably never get a solid confirmation from Game Freak, and that's kind of our fault in a way. We've covered a lot of lost Pokemon history, but this time it sorta got lost because of us. Let me explain. Over the years, James Turner made thousands of tweets, many of them when he only had a few hundred followers. Back in 2019, we went through every tweet he ever made for research purposes to get some behind-the-scenes info on the Pokemon design process. For example, he said Guzzlord is partially based on Agrajag from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and Vanillux was inspired by the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters. More importantly though, he said he was a big fan of H.R. Giger, the artist most famous for designing the alien Xenomorph, and that he made Naganadel to look, quote, sleek and alien, and that its original design had legs, just like a Xenomorph. Sounds a lot like Giger's alien, doesn't it? We started quoting James's old tweets, then literally the next day he deleted 96 tweets from his account, including everything we'd just copied. Our quotations got a lot more attention than his original tweets from years earlier, and it seems someone at Game Freak didn't want James sharing this kind of detail, so he purged his account of all behind-the-scenes information. As for Eternatus, it's literally an alien, according to the Pokedex. It's also poison dragon type, exactly what a Xenomorph would be if it was a Pokemon. There's a pretty strong resemblance as well. Just look at him. James also draws Xenomorph fan art and posts it online. But like we said, because of the whole tweet purge thing, we don't expect to get solid confirmation from James or anyone else at Game Freak, especially after he denied our request for an interview because of corporate rules. But the alien homages actually go all the way back to Gen 2, long before James became art director. Gligar bears a strong resemblance to a baby Xenomorph, also known as a facehugger. Gligar's beta sprite looked even more like a facehugger, and Gligar's Japanese name, Guraiga, is literally just H.R. Giger's name with an L slapped in. Giger designed the facehugger, Xenomorph, and the Queen, so it all comes full circle. Pokemon designs have been inspired by the Alien franchise for decades, and Eternatus is the ultimate manifestation of that inspiration.
Perfect organism.
Speaking of the perfect organism, here's what Eternatus looked like in Sword and Shield's beta build. Some more interesting James Turner tweets highlighted the theme of the Obstagoon family. Zigzagoon is a zigzag, Linoon's a straight line, and Obstagoon's an obstacle. He was the designer who made all their Galarian forms. When Obstagoon was first revealed, KISS band member Gene Simmons thanked Game Freak for making a Pokemon based on his likeness. He said he was flattered, as his kids have been playing Pokemon for decades. Game Freak never accepted his thanks or acknowledged the inspiration, maybe for the same reason all of those tweets got deleted. But the similarities are definitely striking. And the last Gen 8 design we're going to cover is Galarian Slowking, who, similar to Eternatus, was a continuation of the franchise's earliest designs. In the old magazine we translated from Japan, art director Ken Sugimori says that he likes to add a new Pokemon who's dribbling something in every generation, like Gloom dribbling his saliva in Gen 1, or Cubchoo with his snot in Gen 5. In that same historical vein, Slowking is the dribbler of Galar. Game Freak doubled their team size from about 100 developers working on Sun and Moon to 200 for Sword and Shield. They were working on other games as well, as part of a company initiative called the Gear Project. We talked about the Gear Project more in depth in our Pokemon Z video, but just to sum it up, the Gear Project was the studio's plan to make another hit series that would be just as successful as Pokemon. According to one of Game Freak's directors, Masayuki Onoe, there are two different production teams here, simply named Production Team 1 and Production Team 2. Team 1 is fully dedicated to the Gear Project, while Team 2 is for the Pokemon operation. What that means is that Game Freak as a company is prioritizing Gear Project, which is Production Team number 1, more than Pokemon in general. With the Gear Project, we're targeting PS4, Xbox One, and PC. One of these games was an RPG called Little Town Hero, which released a month before Sword and Shield, but got pretty low review scores and didn't sell well. Another game they briefly started but never finished was Project Tezu, a sort of stylized retro mech side-scroller. James Turner tweeted out this gameplay footage, but just like all those other tweets, the footage later got deleted. Fortunately, we've already downloaded it. Some fans said Game Freak shouldn't have been making other games and instead focus 100% on just Pokemon. Many were disappointed with Sword and Shield's animations, that less than half the series Pokemon made it into Sword and Shield, and the supposedly Nintendo 64 tree textures. A vocal minority promised to boycott, and that wasn't exclusive to the West. Japanese fans were mad too. One story that sticks out is when a Japanese fan said Bayleaf was their favorite Pokemon and she couldn't wait to see it in Galar. Junichi Masuda retweeted her saying thank you. Thing was, Bayleaf wasn't actually in Sword and Shield. It was one of the Pokemon who didn't make the cut. Masuda got swamped with hundreds of replies calling him heartless, a scammer, and a psychopath. He later said those kinds of interactions with fans got him pretty bummed. But after all the Twitter criticism and boycotts, Masuda felt a lot better when Sword and Shield ended up selling almost twice as many copies as previous generations. As of this video's publication, they're still the best-selling Pokemon games for the Switch.
Did you know? Making a turn-based strategy game wasn't the first idea director Davide Soliani and his team landed on for Mario + Rabbids. The team brainstormed 13 ideas for the project early on, with a focus on emulating the fun of Mario Kart. Soliani told Nintendo UK, "You won't believe me, but one of our references as a team was Mario Kart. We said, how cool would combat be if it was like Mario Kart but without the cart, on foot?" Another big inspiration for the game was the slapstick 2D turn-based strategy series Worms. And as the project began to take shape, the team were inspired by other strategy games such as the XCOM series. Ubisoft got the opportunity to pitch their Mario + Rabbids concept to Nintendo thanks to their existing relationship. According to Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto, the possibility of Ubisoft handling a Mario game started with the launch of Just Dance Wii in Japan. This version of Just Dance was made specifically for Japan and was a remixed version of Just Dance 2 with direct input from Nintendo. The game featured a track called Just Mario, which had Mario dancing on screen. This track was also later repackaged as downloadable content for Just Dance 3. Even though their relationship with Nintendo was already strong, this direct collaboration gave Ubisoft the chance to work more closely with Nintendo. Although this opened up the possibility of Ubisoft working on a Mario title, Ubisoft had already tried making a Mario game back in 2010, a year before the release of Just Dance Wii. This title was also a Mario and Rabbids crossover. It would have been an adventure game where the Rabbids invade the Mushroom Kingdom and would have featured self-aware humor. Only concept art of the game seems to have been made, which was intended to be part of a presentation with Nintendo to greenlight a full game. However, this presentation never happened. It's rumored that the project may have been shut down by Nintendo when they learned of its existence. A few years later, several Ubisoft members spoke with Miyamoto at E3 2014. The group discussed the possibility of working on another collaboration, and Miyamoto told them he'd be happy to review any ideas Ubisoft put forward. This opened the doors for Davide Soliani and his team to work on a pitch involving Mario. Soliani and company had little over 3 weeks to prepare their pitch for Nintendo. Once it was decided the game should be a turn-based Mario and Rabbids crossover, the team discussed how big of a pitch they could make in just a few weeks. Soliani wanted to forego showing design documents and PowerPoint presentations at the pitch, deciding to go the extra mile and create a playable demo for Nintendo. The team spent countless hours authentically recreating the Mario and Luigi character models for the demo. They were recreated so well that even Miyamoto was shocked and asked Ubisoft how they acquired the models, as Nintendo hadn't sent them any assets. Soliani believes this ultimately convinced Nintendo of Ubisoft's passion for the game. Although the pitch went well, Miyamoto had some small concerns. Soliani told Nintendo UK, "Miyamoto told me, I'm impressed, but please don't make a platform game out of this. There is Mario jumping in our game, but it's a team jump. It's different." And he loved that. That was one of the first rules, to find new ideas. After the project was greenlit, it was Ubisoft's turn to be concerned. Soliani and his team concluded that firearms were a necessary inclusion for a tactics game. This could pose a problem and clash with the family-friendly image of Mario. Ubisoft knew the only way Nintendo would let Mario hold a gun was if the gun was unrealistic and cartoonish. Soliani said, "We used a lot of disproportion to create our weapons. We didn't want them to look real, but at the same time we wanted the player to understand the function by just seeing the visual." When designing these unconventional weapons, the team looked at other works of fiction with distorted weapons. One source of inspiration was 1997 sci-fi hit The Fifth Element, which had a wide variety of bizarre weaponry. The team showed their near-final designs to Nintendo in person. Nintendo appreciated their efforts and gave their blessing to let Mario characters use the guns. The team also had weekly conference calls and sent daily updates to Nintendo to make sure they were on the right track. Through late 2016 and early 2017, several details and images of the game were leaked online. Despite all the excitement for Mario + Rabbids within Ubisoft, the game's early leaks turned out to be very discouraging for Soliani and his team. The leaked art assets and title for the game were an easy target for wary fans, who questioned how Rabbids could possibly fit into the Mushroom Kingdom. Soliani said, speaking about the leaks, "We were aiming to do a big surprise at E3, and unluckily that was not the case. Of course it was quite a bad backlash for the entire team. Discouraging, quite hard on the team morale." Soliani asked his co-workers whether they thought the game would be well received, and questioned if the past 3 years of development were well spent. One of the people Soliani asked was one of his development idols, Grant Kirkhope, who is the composer for Mario + Rabbids and a veteran of the industry.
Funnily enough, when Kirkhope was brought in to work on Battle Kingdom, he had no idea it was a Mario game. This was because it was titled Rabbids Battle Kingdom at the time, presumably to hide Mario's inclusion and minimize leaks. Kirkhope told GimsIndustry.biz, "They took me into the studio and into this back room. It was all big security, no one could get in. I sat down and DeVita turned on the TV and Mario was there. I thought they'd just been playing a Mario game. And then he started to move Mario, and I was like, what are you doing? And DeVita said, this is the game. It's a Mario game. It struck me. How on earth was I gonna write music for Mario after Koji Kondo, who is the greatest games composer in the world? I thought this is impossible. I can't possibly write music for this game. I'm just not good enough." There's another interesting anecdote about the game's music. One of the game's bosses has 3 acts of music in the style of classical opera, then heavy metal, and rap. Because vocals for the tracks hadn't been recorded yet, Kirkhope needed to sing all 3 segments himself while he worked as a placeholder. A copy of these placeholder recordings are allegedly still in the Ubisoft offices. Kirkhope said, "Let's just say that I'm not the greatest singer in the world. I'm sure Davide has all the recordings tucked away somewhere for future blackmail."
The international world of video games has slowly been getting smaller as the years go by. The age of region-locked content, meaning that a game released for one region won't even work on a console released in another, has finally started to meet its end. This means that even if a game only receives a release on another continent, you can import the game and it would run on your locally released console. Though you might find that the language barrier is a bit of an issue, of course, you uncultured swine. Not with localized games, mind you, but these titles come with their own challenges. References, idioms, or jokes that make complete sense in one region may make no sense at all in another, and some titles may be changed for cultural sensitivity reasons, meaning the game may ultimately have very different content between regions. The Switch has a great library of games, but some of the games needed to be altered for different audiences around the world, including titles like Mario Tennis Aces, Odyssey, Deltarune, Pokemon Legends Arceus, and of course, every true gamer's favorite game, Selfie Collection: The Dream Fashion Stylist. Though that last one may not be entirely on purpose. But before that, let's jump into Mario Tennis Aces. Some international changes can easily hide obscure Easter eggs, like with Mario Tennis Aces stage, Basque Ruins, which features a temple within it, appropriately named the Temple of Basque. However, in the Japanese game, the stage is called Ruins of the Kingdom of Sol, and the temple is called the Temple of Sol. We won't blame you for not knowing why this is significant, as it seems the game's localizers missed it too. In one of Camelot's other titles, Golden Sun, there's a very important location in the game called Sol Sanctum, where the game's plot is truly set in motion. However, in the Japanese version of Golden Sun, this locale is actually called the Temple of Sol. So it seems that the developers at Camelot decided to sneak in a sly reference to their seminal RPG while working on Mario Tennis Aces. In an interview with Japan's Nintendo Dream magazine, several Camelot developers were interviewed about their work on Aces. Nintendo Dream brought up how the energy mechanics in Tennis Aces reminded them of Golden Sun's Psi energy mechanics, to which Camelot's co-founder, Shugo Takahashi, stated, "I thought about Golden Sun's Psi energy too. The energy mechanics in Aces almost seems like psychic energy, or ESP. So Golden Sun was clearly on the minds of the game's developers during Tennis Aces development." But games that don't come from big blockbuster franchises often aren't as fortunate. Poorly translated games can be a real treat when you look at them with a sense of fun, but it should always be respected that translating a large volume of text from one language to another isn't a simple task. However, when a game is clearly meant to appeal to a younger audience, these mistakes can become an even bigger faux pas than usual. The game's Selfie Collection has the player take on the role of a shop owner, who must fulfill fashion requests for their clients. Some of the costumes that need to be created are a bit odd, of course, but the names of these outfits and the language of the clients is what isn't quite right. Heidi Mandolin from Legends of Localization has put together a fantastic page showing a huge number of these mistakes, with some of the game's more prominent outfit names including Long-Tailed Tit That Sucks Nectar, Shatter of Disaster That Approaches, and Forest Midget Mini Dress. Some of these pretty major issues turn up when the translators had to work out what to use for the word yujo, where they at 2 points used the word courtesan, but in all other places went with the more distinctly direct prostitute. This includes the choice of giving a character prostitute's hair, the faithful prostitute baby girl outfit, or if you want them to have a more positive vibe, why not dress up like a pleasure prostitute? There are of course an incredible number of other mistakes, including moments where words aren't even translated at all, or if they are, they make almost no sense. Have you ever worn a merciful emotion? What about gentle your son? I wouldn't mind picking up a hidden face woman hat in the future. It would complement my new deep beautiful woman salary. I can even accessorize it with my handcrafted tea fragrant flower hairpin. At times, it seems even the localization team didn't know how to condense the phrasing required to explain some outfit pieces, like 6 arrows penetrating half the body, the eyebrow of a literary writer who begins to think, and dispenser in a drugstore for mysterious arms. Some items, of course, will be slightly more confusing than others, which leads to garments like douche meteor, the genocide suit, or how about my future haircut, grilled sweet potatoes with autumn breeze. There are honestly so many examples of bad translations with this game that you should absolutely check out the full page on Legends of Localization after this video. But until then, how about some more Mario? Game companies don't make a huge number of changes when localizing their titles for another country, but some changes can be slightly confusing in nature, as is usually the case with anything being sent over to China. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe managed to make its way into the Chinese market, and one of the changes they made to the game seemed a slightly odd choice. The power block is a staple for the Mario series, with the word power being displayed on the side in all different language releases, save for China. Here, the block displays a series of squares instead, which seems to be depicted as wrapping around the block entirely. The reason for this alteration isn't entirely known, but it could be the result of the Chinese prohibition against the use of English words appearing in games in the region, though this has not been confirmed. Other changes for Chinese releases of Switch games are similarly small in nature, but can also be just as odd. Once again, in one of the most popular Mario titles to date, Super Mario Odyssey, one of the game's outfits had to be altered, the pirate costume. In most versions of the game, the pirate outfit has Mario wear the standard seaworthy garments of a large captain's jacket, eye patch, and a tricorn hat with a skull motif. Not only was the outfit itself altered for the Chinese market, but any reference to it being the outfit of a pirate was also removed entirely. Here it was renamed to the Noble costume, and the outfit itself had the removal of the skull from his hat and a complete lack of an eye patch. The outfit's description was also changed to Noble outfit, fit for wearing at sea. But the costume's jacket does closely fit that of ancient Chinese nobility. While also not being all too different from what many pirates from the region would have worn, the game's depiction of a pirate may have been considered too Western for Chinese regulators, though this is simply speculation. Some games that are localized to other regions actually end up including even more sly Easter eggs, as is the case with Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. One Easter egg added to Treasure Tracker is actually a reference to the game itself, though specifically its own translation. The 4th section of the first chapter in the English release of the game is called Onward Captain Toad. This name isn't entirely original for the stage, but it isn't the same in the Japanese release, where it's called Advanced Captain Toad. This is because Onward Captain Toad is actually the name of the game in Japan, rather than Treasure Tracker. Clubhouse Games' 51 worldwide classics didn't have many changes to the game itself among the title's various language versions, and all of the games remain regardless of the region in which the game is released. One difference, however, comes in what those games entail and what that means when it comes to who can buy the game. Although the game may seem entirely innocent to us in the West, in South Korea and Australia, it was decided that additional protections should be made to prevent the game from being accessible to children. And by this we mean that the game was given a mature rating. A curiosity when this game received very low age ratings in many other countries. The reason for this age rating is because of local laws put in place to protect children from gambling, even if it is just simulated, which means the game needed to have a higher rating due to the inclusion of several casino and gambling games like Blackjack, Texas Hold'em Poker, and Riichi Mahjong. A hugely popular game from a Western developer, and a title that has been played a huge amount on the Switch, is Deltarune, the successor to Undertale. With this in mind, the game makes several references to its predecessor in some of the game's humour, such as in Chapter 2. The cell that Queen places Chris in, decorated with items based on their internet search history, includes 2 holograms of Toriel. In the game's Japanese release, this is only a single hologram of Toriel. This is because of the pun involved in this joke, being that Chris mistyped video game piano tutorial, and that tutorial sounds like tutorials. This cannot easily be conveyed in the Japanese language, so it was simply dropped as to not confuse Japanese players. Another difference occurs in Chapter 2's weird route, in the form of a VCR-style HUD that appears during Spamton Neo's ultimate attack. In the Japanese localization, these are translated to use kanji, and with that, an additional pun was included. The icon for pause was replaced with teishi, translating to stop or pause. However, this is not the standard kanji for the word, including the symbol for death. Additionally, the rec icon, an obvious pun in itself, was replaced with satsuechu, or now recording. However, the satsu kanji has been replaced for the kanji meaning kill. These puns also continue a running theme with Spamton, and his habit of replacing the Japanese words die and desu with the phonetically similar English words die and death throughout the Japanese script. One of the most popular recent releases comes in Pokemon's deviation from traditional gameplay in Legends Arceus. The game doesn't actually have a huge number of differences between regions in regards to actual gameplay, but there's one interesting thing about the game's title. Every single mainline Pokemon game up until this point has been titled Pocket Monsters in full, whereas Western releases are contracted to Pokemon. For Legends Arceus, the game's Japanese title used the Western Pokemon naming, and yes, this game is part of the core Pokemon series and not a spin-off, which is explicitly stated on the game's Japanese website. But you're here for differences, not similarities, so we're going to talk about one of our favourite new Pokemon from Arceus, Kleavor. Kleavor is a new potential evolution for Scyther, and although the Pokemon's English name is clearly a straightforward play on the word cleaver, the Pokemon's name in other languages is quite interesting. Its Japanese name is Basagiri, likely a combination of Basari, meaning with a single stroke, along with the word Kamakiri, meaning mantis. This naming scheme can be seen in other languages too, with the Pokemon's German name being Axantor, essentially meaning axe mantis, which is pretty appropriate considering the monster's design. French localizers, on the other hand, chose to make its name Achegateur, again a pun on the word axe, but also pruning shears. This might seem like not a very badass thing to reference for an evolution of Scyther, but the same wordplay can be found in Scyther's original French name, Insecateur. Apologies to all the French viewers out there.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. For today's episode, we'll be looking at trivia from a handful of Nintendo Switch titles. At the time of making this video, the Nintendo Switch is the latest of all current generation consoles. On top of that, it's the fastest selling console of all time in both Japan and the United States, selling just short of 3 million units in the first 3 months of release. More than anything, these record figures have been attributed to a high quality of exclusive titles on the system, such as Breath of the Wild, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and Mario Odyssey. With that said, let's start off by looking at one of these powerhouses, Super Mario Odyssey. In Odyssey, there's a Koopa that asks the player to trace the shape of an object around them by walking. The Koopa appears 3 times in the game, first asking the player to draw a circle around them, then a triangle, and finally a circle again. This seems odd, as you might expect the third shape to be something more difficult, as a triangle is harder to make with the game's controls than a circle. YouTuber Skellix found that the challenge was indeed originally more difficult. They found data for an objective in the game where the Koopa asks the player to draw a star around them instead. With the star's more complex geometry, it proves to be far more challenging. The difficulty of the objective may have been the reason it was replaced with the initial circle challenge. Jumping from a classic franchise to a wholly new IP, the fighting game ARMS wasn't always intended to be its own series. An early concept for the game was to feature a number of staple Nintendo characters from the company's popular series, such as Link and Mario. Issues arose when the team felt the game's aesthetic clashed with these characters, so they decided to create a new cast of characters instead. Designs began with the character's arms, and the team worked backwards from there to design a character that would make use of the various types of arms created. There are some exceptions to this rule, however. To begin with, the team considered characters using external devices, not their own limbs, in order to hit their opponents. However, this was eventually dropped. Another early idea was to make the game stand out amongst the crowded space of fighting games by positioning the camera directly behind the characters instead. This caused its own issues, however, as it became harder for the player to judge distances on the screen. This was solved by simply making characters' arms extend dramatically to hit their opponent, leading to the game's unique design concept. For Xenoblade Chronicles 2, writer Tetsuya Takahashi wanted to have the popular Square Enix artist and director of Kingdom Hearts, Tetsuya Nomura, on his team. Takahashi's desire to work with Nomura has existed for 20 years, so when the opportunity finally arose for a collaboration, Takahashi jumped at the chance. He told Time, "At the time, there was someone who was directing the Final Fantasy series, Mr. Yoshinori Kitase. Mr. Kitase was handling Final Fantasy, and I was doing Xenogears, and I wanted to work with Mr. Nomura. So I was waiting for the final call to be made, whether he was going to be working on the Final Fantasy series, or on this new title of mine. And then Mr. Hironobu Sakaguchi, the creator of Final Fantasy, came and said, 'Tetsu is going to do Final Fantasy.' So I thought, okay, I've got to find myself a new designer. After our discussion with Nintendo went through and Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was a go, I went directly to Square Enix, thinking that I'd be denied, asking if I could work with Tetsu. To my surprise, it was approved, and that's how it happened. Nomura ended up working on Final Fantasy VII, leading to manga artist Kunihiko Tanaka taking on the mantle of character designer for Xenogears and its follow-up Xenosaga. 20 years later, Tetsuya Nomura ended up designing the Torna organization for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, the primary group of antagonists in the title. Influences for a game's design can come from unexpected places. The crossover tactical RPG, Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, first took its inspirations from Nintendo's Mario Kart. Director Davide Soliani stated, "We thought that tactical games are known to be slow-paced, and they tend to be a little niche, so why not try to have something very dramatic and colourful and fast-paced? That's why our first reference was Mario Kart. How cool would it be to try to translate that kind of action into the combat of our game?" Surprisingly, for such a major collaborative effort between Ubisoft and Nintendo, the hero of the Rabbids' origin, Rayman, doesn't make any appearance throughout the game. The team did talk about including the hero in the game, but they decided against it after considering the Rabbids as their own franchise separate from Rayman. They saw the Rabbids as a blank canvas of sorts, which allowed the team to design characters that would fit with the Mario heroes closely. Miyamoto even encouraged the team to explore the crazy side of the Rabbids, wanting the team to involve more of their humor and flair. Another of Nintendo's biggest franchises saw its return on the Switch with Pokémon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Both versions of the game have numerous references to other media from Pokémon and beyond. The two Pokémon trainers Lass Ayuki and Lass Aoi are references to voice actors from the titular Pokémon. Lass Ayuki, the Pikachu Master Trainer, refers to Ayuki Otani, the iconic voice of Pikachu. Similarly, Lass Aoi, the Eevee Master Trainer, references Aoi Yuki, the actress for Eevee in the game. These aren't the only trainers whose names are references though. The Zubat and Golbat trainers are named Scientist West and Scientist Keaton respectively. These are of course taken from the names of Batman actors Adam West and Michael Keaton. The list of references from the Pokémon Masters goes on, with the Ghost Masters, Psychic Aaron, Danny and Ross, all referencing our boys over at Game Grumps. Aaron Hansen, Danny Avidan, and Ross O'Donovan. And finally, the Bird Master trainers could potentially be references to the hugely popular animated series, The Simpsons. Though just speculation, the Bird Keepers Barney, Seymour, and Moe could be named after the Simpsons characters Barney Gumble, Seymour Skinner, and Moe Szyslak. More references to other media in Switch games can be found in Splatoon 2's Octo expansion. The names and taglines of every single level in the DLC are references to songs, films, and trends between the late 70s and the 90s. Just to name a few, Stick and Move Station is a reference to the 1979 film Rocky II, when Apollo Creed's trainer instructs him to stick and move.
You gotta be on point, you understand? Now stick and move!
The tagline for this stage is also a reference to boxing legend Muhammad Ali, and his iconic quip,
"Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee."
Maverick, Goose, and Iceman stations are all references to the 1986 film Top Gun. As well as this, all 3 stages feature taglines that reference Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone, the big banger from the movie's soundtrack. Labyrinth Station and its tagline both reference Jim Henson's bizarre Labyrinth movie from the same year. Splat Magic Splat is a parody of the line Dance Magic Dance from David Bowie's Magic Dance, which he performed in the film. Whack Fu Station alludes to the 90s fighting game Shaq Fu, with the tagline also being a reference to the Shaq Attack phrase. Another video game reference, this time for a Nintendo property, is Ink and Watch Station, of course referencing Nintendo's first line of handheld games, Game & Watch. Changes had to be made with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, as it includes every character in the series' history. This even includes the guest characters of the past, such as Snake. With Konami having gone through a rather unpleasant series of events between the release of Brawl on the Wii and Ultimate, it may not come as a surprise that this would affect their contribution to the game. In Brawl, Snake's series emblem was that of Metal Gear Solid's Fox Unit logo. With Ultimate, this was changed to the exclamation mark which appears after a soldier sees the sneaky sausage that is Snake.
Stop kidding around.
It's very likely that the reason for this change in emblem comes from the unfavorable departure of Metal Gear Solid creator Hideo Kojima from brand owners Konami. During Kojima's tenure with Konami, the former subsidiary, Kojima Productions, began using this logo as their own. It's possible that Konami had requested that the Fox logo be changed in order to disassociate the character from Kojima. The team behind Nintendo's Labo clearly wanted to show their love of detail within the software side of the package. In the game's digital tutorials on how to build the title's external cardboard devices, 3D models of the Switch's controllers, the Joy-Cons, are shown. Despite the fact that it is almost impossible to view, the 3D models of these Joy-Con are actually fully modeled on the inside, only being visible to players who would orient the software's camera to clip inside one of the devices. The 3DS was released in 2011 and boasted a somewhat divisive feature, 3D functionality. While most users would turn the console's 3D function off, the system would go on to lead the handheld gaming market race, with Sony's PlayStation Vita lagging behind. This was mostly due to each system's lineup of quality games, which the 3DS had plenty of. One of the most acclaimed and best-selling 3DS titles is Pokémon Sun and Moon. A new addition to these games were the Alolan forms of existing Pokémon, which were introduced by developers in order to illustrate that Pokémon are living, changing creatures. The team wanted to show that Pokémon who had migrated to the Alola region would follow a different evolutionary path to their original counterparts, similar to the way real animal species in the Galapagos Islands followed their own unique evolutionary paths. Certain Alolan forms caught more attention than others, with Executor arguably standing above the rest. What's interesting is that there is evidence that Executor actually hails from the Alolan Islands in the first place. Its Pokédex entry in Pokémon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and their remakes, states the Executor originates from the tropics. Funnily enough, Alola is the first tropical setting in the series, and features its own version of the creature. Executor's Pokémon Crystal Pokédex also states that in a good environment, it will grow more heads, as is seen on its Alolan form's extra branch. And Pokémon Sun's Pokédex states that Alola is the best environment for this Pokémon. The creature's design may also be a nod to artwork for the Japanese Jungle trading card booster box, which depicts Executor with an elongated body. Speaking of Pokémon, Nintendo once held a contest surrounding Pokémon Art Academy, an educational game designed to teach players how to draw a variety of Pokémon. The competition involved creating artwork with the chance of it being featured on a Pokémon trading card. The prize turned out to be 100 copies of the card, specifically the only 100 copies of that card to ever be printed. 3 separate contests were held for different regions: Japan, North America, as well as Europe and Oceania. The contests had 2 categories, Dress Up Pikachu and Your Favorite Pokémon. Each category had 5 winners in Japan and 3 elsewhere. In total, the contest resulted in the printing of only 2,200 cards, making the final products extremely limited, and thus likely to fetch a decent price to collectors. Another of the 3DS's most popular first-party games was Nintendogs and Cats, which followed on from Nintendogs on the DS. Nintendo had considered a follow-up from Nintendogs after its successful sales figures, and came up with a variety of ideas on how to build upon its foundations. The obvious choice was to change direction from the household pet of a dog and moving to animals ordinarily not found in the home, such as horses or dolphins. However, after many fans of the game requested a version that included cats, the team went as far as to create test builds of the game which would replace the models of dogs to those of cats entirely. These earlier builds simply replaced the character models, and not their animations or behavior, meaning that cats would behave more like dogs, such as wagging their tails when happy. Shigeru Miyamoto was reluctant to create a follow-up with cats, as it didn't seem like a move Nintendo would typically make, whose ideas tend to come out of left field. However, it was revealed in 2009 that Miyamoto had actually got a cat of his own. Nintendo would often keep the private life of Miyamoto secret, as his hobbies would lead to inspiration for future releases, such as his interest in weighing himself leading to Wii Fit, his interest in gardening resulting in Pikmin, and of course, his caring for a family dog leading to the first Nintendogs. His newly found love for a household cat, and in particular how both his dog and cat would get along with one another, reminded him of the 1963 Disney film The Incredible Journey. The film saw Luath the Labrador, Bojet the Bull Terrier, and Teo the Siamese cat journeying across the Canadian wilderness to make their way home, later remade as Homeward Bound. This led to his decision to make a new pet simulator involving cats. Miyamoto stated, "Making a game called Nintencats just didn't seem right for Nintendo. But people all over the world love cats, so I wanted to put cats in a game somehow. But when I actually got a cat, I realized there just aren't as many things to do with a cat as there are with a dog that we may use in our entertainment. I concluded that showing how dogs and cats interact would be just right." Another first-party Nintendo game which changed direction based on the real lives of developers was Super Mario 3D Land. During a talk at the Game Developers Conference in 2012, lead director of the title, Koichi Hayashida, revealed several ideas the team threw together during the planning stages of the game. These included concepts such as Mario changing sizes dramatically, and even replacing Princess Peach's face with a photograph of the player's girlfriend. None of these ideas had passed the early conceptual stage, but one thing that Hayashida would continue to bring up was his inspiration from Miyamoto, particularly his desire for players to find happiness and his philosophy of enjoying everything, including the work of creating games. Hayashida went on to remind the audience of the traumatic events of March 11th, 2011, when a powerful earthquake shook the northeastern coast of Honshu, the main island of Japan, causing widespread devastation and damage across the country, initiating a large tsunami which triggered a major nuclear accident in a power station located on the coast. This was the largest fault slip ever recorded, shifting planet Earth on its axes, resulting in 5 million tons of debris washing into the Pacific Ocean and a death toll exceeding 15,000. The Super Mario 3D Land team are based in Tokyo and felt the effects of the quake, the aftershocks, and the general state of panic across the country. Hayashida was unsure on whether he would ever be able to return to enjoying work with this tragedy hanging over him. But soon, the team became recommitted to the project with the belief that they could deliver something to a nation that needed happiness now more than ever. Hayashida considered his mission successful, quoting one player who stated, "This game has been like a light finally shining into what has been such a depressing time. I feel like this game has given me the power to go on living." Yet another game that shifted direction, though for less emotional reasons, is Bravely Default. During the early stages of development for the 3DS, the game started its life as a sequel to Final Fantasy The Four Heroes of Light for the Nintendo DS. Square Enix decided to repurpose the game, however, in order to change it from part of the Final Fantasy series to a new IP entirely. This was to not confuse modern-day Final Fantasy fans, as the direction the game had taken was particularly different from the more recent iterations of the Final Fantasy series, being closer in style to older installments. During these earlier stages, the game played like a standard RPG, more akin to Final Fantasy III and V, but when the game took on a new IP, concerns were raised. The decision was made to allow players to default on their turn, effectively storing up points that could be used to unleash more attacks in subsequent turns. Director and head of development for the team at Silicon Studio, Kensuke Nakahara, stated, "We were discussing something in the battles that would be simple yet provide deeper strategy, such as the charge command in the Dragon Quest series. With this gameplay system, I felt like it really had the chance to turn the whole game around. Another RPG on the 3DS is Project Cross Zone, which saw the crossover of characters from several publishers in a singular game. In an interview with Weekly Famitsu, producer of Project Cross Zone, Kensuke Sukanaka, spoke about the name of their game. He explained that the team originally considered choosing something which incorporated all three of the names of the publishers involved: Bandai Namco, Capcom, and Sega. However, this name was considered to be too long, unsurprisingly. He also brought up the Japanese exclusive Namco Cross Capcom, released on the PlayStation 2, and that if this game had been a sequel, they possibly could have used the company names in the title. But because the game was a new IP, they wanted to differentiate the series. Another idea that never saw fruition comes from Project Cross Zone 2. The team had approached Hideki Kamiya, director of Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, asking to include Bayonetta within the title. Kamiya, however, refused. In a tweet, he explains that he said no because he wanted to create the game which would see both Bayonetta and Dante cross over himself, on his own terms. After considering the fans of both series, he now somewhat regrets the decision. However, if Project Cross Zone 3 does ever come out, he would like her to join the roster. Making a game appeal to an audience is important, and many developers believe that the audience likely knows what best appeals to them. Before the release of Epic Mickey Power of Illusion, Disney asked their fans to vote on which version of the game's box art should be used, one that showed the game's villains and one which did not. Ultimately, the audience chose the design showing the villains, though this brought with it a remnant of earlier ideas. Wonderland, the world of Alice in Wonderland, was originally going to make an appearance in the first Epic Mickey, and again in this sequel, but it ended up being cut. However, this didn't stop the Queen of Hearts appearing on early versions of the front cover, despite never showing up in the game itself. She was later replaced with the Mad Hatter, who actually does feature in the game, though not as a villain.
Did you know? The giant eyes of the cursed-breathing basilisk enemies are actually fake. Their real eyes are much smaller and found lower on their faces. The large eye-like growths are likely cosmetic and meant to intimidate predators. Similarly, despite their physical appearance, the butchers found in the depths are all women. This fact links to a joke during the game's development. One developer created a female character wearing only a sack and wielding a giant butcher knife. They used the character to invade the worlds of the buggers, to then hunt them down and kill them repeatedly. The experience stuck with the team and they created a character based on it. This ultimately became Man-Eater Mildred, the crazy lady of the swamp. Several areas in the Dark Souls universe are based on real-world locations. The city of Anorlando is based on the exterior of the Duomo di Milano in Milan, Italy. The architecture of the new Londo ruins is based on Mont Saint Michael in Normandy, France, and the demon ruins are based on the ancient stone temples split by tree roots of Angkor Wat in Cambodia. Dark Souls director Hidetaka Miyazaki spoke about these allusions in the game's art book, saying it's much easier for the planners, designers and 3D artists to start with a basis in reality than to start from scratch. Real things contain such a mixture of influences and ideas and such an abundance of information. I wanted to try using this technique in Dark Souls. But these aren't the only elements in the game with real-world inspirations. The Dark Souls merchant Donald of Xena is known for being eccentric, but his bizarre armor isn't quite fantasy. Donald's Helm of the Wise is actually based on a tournament helmet owned by King Henry VIII of England. There are also references to real-world people in the game. There's an exceptionally long katana in Dark Souls called the Washing Pole, which can be purchased from Shiva of the East. The East in Shiva's title refers to Japan, and the katana itself is a reference to the legendary samurai Sasaki Kojiro. Kojiro was famous for fighting with an exceptionally long katana known as Monohoshi Zao, or laundry drying pole. Most new players struggle with the bosses of Anorlando, Dragon Slayer Ornstein and Executioner Smo, but not many people realize that Dragon Slayer Ornstein gets his name from the 20th century pianist and composer Leo Ornstein. The helmet of the Dragon Slayer is shaped like a lion, reminiscent of the composer's first name, and when Ornstein is defeated by the player, he drops the Leo ring.
Miyazaki likes to hide references to other From Software titles in his games, and Dark Souls is no exception. Seath the Scaleless gets his name from Seath the White Dragon from the PlayStation game King's Field. The Moonlight Greatsword is a reference to the Moonlight Sword from the same game. King's Field itself heavily influenced the Souls series, and some even refer to the Souls games as spiritual successors to the King's Field series. And Trusty Patches is a reference to Patch the Good Luck, the cowardly Lynx pilot from Armored Core for Answer. Even the Praise the Sun gesture was originally found in Demon's Souls. It can only be seen when a miracle is cast while the Ring of Sincere Prayer is equipped. When Miyazaki showed the game to the rest of the company, he presented a Praise the Sun pose. One of the company's higher-ups, however, told him it wasn't cool enough. Miyazaki said he would get rid of it, but instead hid it in the game. When Dark Souls entered development, he was determined to use it openly. He even acted out the pose himself so that artists could take reference photos. Dark Souls went through several major changes during development, and some unused elements can still be found in the game's data. Andre the Blacksmith was conceptualized as a descendant of the king who would push aside a statue in Firelink Shrine to open a hidden path. Of course, in the final game, Andre is a simple blacksmith, and there is no hidden path. But by hacking the game, it is still possible to play the cutscene of the statue being moved. The main hub of the Dark Souls world, Firelink Shrine, was originally a water temple filled with ponds and waterfalls, but as the concept of fire became more important to the game's lore, the water was slowly phased out. In fact, the main bonfire of the game is located where a small pond used to be. Of all the Dark Souls maps, the painted world of Ariamis was the first to be created. It was an early prototype area to test the game. As production went on, it became obvious that its snow-covered landscape didn't sync well with the rest of the game, and it would have to be removed. But Miyazaki loved the environment, so rather than removing it entirely, he suggested the player enter it through a painting instead. The boss of the painted world, Crossbreed Priscilla, wasn't originally a boss either. She was actually created as the game's main heroine. The brass armor worn by the Dark Moon Knightess was originally going to be the armor of a starting class known as the Pagan Knight. Ultimately, the shiny golden armor was too difficult to balance with the other starting sets, and it was repurposed as late-game armor. Guinevere, the well-endowed goddess of Anor Londo, was also supposed to be quite different. Miyazaki himself isn't very fond of her busty appearance, but the artist that drew her was so proud of his design, Miyazaki didn't have the heart to reject it. Fans of the Souls games have notably influenced the series, as well as From Software itself. The fact that Dark Souls is available on PC is due to the popularity of a fan petition asking its creators to port the game. Miyazaki had never developed any games on PC and was entirely unfamiliar with it, but he felt it should be done to please the fans. Unfortunately, due to the team's inexperience, Dark Souls on PC was an infamously bad port. To fix it, a Nexus mod user named Durante created a mod called DSFix. This mod unlocked the game's resolution, frame rate and other graphics options to be tweaked by the player. DSFix has since been downloaded over 700,000 times and has even been publicly acknowledged by the game's publisher, Namco Bandai. Impressively, the first version of the mod released in under 30 minutes of Dark Souls being published on PC. Beyond that, some fans were given the opportunity to create content for the game itself. Namco Bandai held a contest in 2011 where fans were able to submit designs for potential in-game shields. 10 shields were chosen as winners, all of whom received copies of the game signed by Miyazaki. Only 4 of the 10 shields made it into the final game, however.
Did you know? The team behind Square Enix's Einhander helped develop the expansive gummy ship aspect of Kingdom Hearts 3. The team even included references to Einhander, like an unlockable gummy blueprint. This is obtained by scanning a constellation in the Misty Stream area that greatly resembles Einhander's Endymion ship. One of Einhander's bosses, the Schwarzgeist, also cameos as a boss in Kingdom Hearts 3, and a remix of Einhander's Thermosphere theme plays when the boss is fought with most gummy ships. But if the boss is fought with the Endymion blueprint, The original PS1 version of the Thermosphere theme will play instead. This isn't the only aspect of the game developers paid special attention to. The Kingdom of Corona was shown off during Square Enix's E3 2015 press conference, but despite being based on the Disney film Tangled, its main character Rapunzel wasn't in the trailer. About 3 years later at Japan's D23 Expo 2018, Kingdom Hearts 3's director Tetsuya Nomura explained that it took so long to show off Corona and Rapunzel because of how complicated it was to program Rapunzel's hair. Due to how elaborate the hair was and how it interacted with the game world, developers needed a lot of time and planning to get it right. Other worlds in the game have unlikely inspirations. Although Mount Olympus is a real place in Greece, Kingdom Hearts 3's Olympus world, which is based on Disney's Hercules, was based on North America. According to Nomura, the world's environmental design was inspired by California's Yosemite National Park. This came after co-director Tai Yasue took a trip to Yosemite and was struck by the park's scenery. Tetsuya Nomura also said in 2018 that for the longest time his biggest wish for Kingdom Hearts was to include a Pixar world, but it took almost 17 years for Pixar characters and worlds to be included in the series. Not only was the original game planned to have a world based on Toy Story, but Kingdom Hearts 2 was set to feature Buzz Lightyear and Woody. However, Tetsuya Nomura and the rest of the team never had a chance to pitch their inclusion to Disney. Disney would purchase Pixar in its entirety in 2006, which made it easier to include Pixar's creations when it came time to develop Kingdom Hearts 3. After it was confirmed Pixar's works would be incorporated into Kingdom Hearts, Square Enix began working with Pixar to make sure their worlds received the utmost care. Pixar in particular were very thorough about how their worlds would appear. Jason Katz, production assistant at Pixar Animation Studios, told Disney fan club D23 magazine, "I had many exchanges where I emphasized the importance between the two types of wallpaper in Andy's room. If clouds are depicted on it, this is the first film. If it's one of the following films, the wallpaper depicts stars, and there's no negotiation possible." The team at Pixar also wanted to make sure any continuity issues were accounted for. They'd talk about where Kingdom Hearts 3 would take place in the Toy Story timeline, and ask why none of the Toy Story characters mentioned meeting Sora in the movies. The world representing Toy Story and Kingdom Hearts ended up being a big toy store, and while it was being made, developers at Square Enix would tell Pixar staff about the memories they had of their childhood toys. But Toy Story wasn't the only Pixar world to be featured in the game. When time came to merge the worlds of Kingdom Hearts and Monsters Inc., a different set of obstacles had to be tackled. Deciding what Sora, Donald, and Goofy should look like as monsters took time to nail down, and several aspects of the Monsters Inc. universe had to be considered. One fact is that most monsters don't have noses, with Sully being one of the few that does. Although Goofy keeps his nose, it was decided to take Sora's away. The city of Monstropolis also isn't explored much in Monsters Inc., so Pixar and Square Enix took the opportunity to explore more of the city and more of the area surrounding the scare floors. As we mentioned at the start, this is a sponsored video, and you can purchase Kingdom Hearts 3 today at a 33% discount using our link below until June 17th. Kingdom Hearts 3 is available on PC through the Epic Games Store, where the Epic Mega Sale event is happening now also until June 17th. Not only is the game at a 33% discount, you'll also receive a $10 coupon when the sale starts, and an additional coupon with every eligible purchase of $14.99 or more in the store. You also get 3 months of Disney Plus for free when you purchase Kingdom Hearts 3 from the Epic Games Store. This Disney Plus offer ends on May 31st, so act fast if you want that deal. And now, back to the video. The developers also made sure to continue a Pixar tradition and include many Easter eggs through the environment of the Toy Story and Monsters Inc. worlds. The code A113 can be seen as the number of the license plate on Andy's mom's minivan, as a street name sign in the Toy Story world, and a post-it note behind the counter in the toy store, and can even be seen above a shutter door in Monstropolis. This is a nod to a persistent in-joke by California Institute of the Arts alumni, and refers to room A113 at the university, where many of its most famous students such as John Lasseter and Tim Burton have studied. Pixar also had input on how the game's Toy Story-themed Keyblade would look. From the get-go, they knew they wanted its design to incorporate Buzz and Woody, and that they wanted its key ring to be one of the aliens from the claw machine at Pizza Planet. The Keyblade's name, Favorite Deputy, is a nod to Woody's pull-string phrase, "You're my favorite deputy." But early press releases originally called the Keyblade the Infinity Badge, a nod to Buzz's catchphrase, "To Infinity and Beyond," and Woody's Sheriff Badge. Another interesting Keyblade is the Dawn Till Dusk Dusk, which is actually a 7-Eleven themed weapon. Although the weapon can be obtained in all regions as DLC, the item was originally a Japan exclusive piece of content that could only be obtained by pre-ordering Kingdom Hearts 3 at 7-Eleven in Japan. The blade's coloration references the 7-Eleven logo, and its name is a nod to the fact that 7-Elevens are open between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m., from dawn until dusk. Another keyblade with a nod in its name is the Braveheart, which references a recurring weapon of the same name in many Final Fantasy titles. Kingdom Hearts 3 has many other secrets and references. For instance, every single 2D minigame in the title is based on an early Disney short from the 1920s, 30s, or 40s. Many of these minigames even share the same name as the shorts they're based on. Another fun fact is that during a scene with Vexen and Demyx in the Radiant Garden, Demyx spouts the line, "Yes, Demyx time." This may be a reference to the web series Demyx Time, which released in the late 2000s and followed a cosplayer dressed as Demyx going over his daily life and events inside Organization 13 in character. Another secret can be found right on the game's box art. The clock on the tower to the left of the characters actually has 13 Roman numerals on its face instead of 12. Not only this, but they're out of order, and the two hands on the clock are pointing to 13 and the 7. This likely represents the 7 lights and 13 darknesses that play a major role in this game's story. The clock tower itself bears a striking resemblance to the Docomo building in Shinjuku, Japan. Kingdom Hearts 3 also has a lot of secret references written in Latin. The world name of the game's final world, Scala ad Caelum, translates as Stairway to Heaven in Latin, and may be a nod to the popular rock song of the same name by Led Zeppelin. The city world Quadratum also has an interesting name. Quadraton means square in Latin, which references the game's developer and publisher, Square Enix. The inscription on the black box is also a reference to the Latin names of the 7 deadly sins. Superbia is the Latin word for pride, with super meaning above, and the suffix bia meaning a life being lived in the style of the word it's attached to. The other 6 sins are referenced in the names of the 6 apprentices of the Master of Masters. Asced is shortened from the Latin word ascedia, meaning sloth. Ava is shortened from avaritia, which roughly means greed. Gula can mean gluttony in Latin, and ira means wrath. Envy is short for invidia, which means envy, and luxu is short for luxuria, which is associated with lust.
Did you know? Though Donkey Kong Country Returns was in development in 2008, talks for the game actually began much earlier. In April 2004, Retro Studios brought up the idea of working on a Donkey Kong game after finishing Metroid Prime 2, but the idea was shot down. Instead, having them follow up with a third Prime game, producer Kensuke Tanabe said Nintendo relied on Retro Studios to make games that Japanese studios couldn't. Later, in April 2008, Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto was in talks with Tanabe about making a new Donkey Kong Country. He asked about finding a developer suited for the job, and Tanabe recalled Retro's president Michael Kelbaugh. Kelbaugh had previously worked on the DKC series with Rare and said he'd love to work on it again. Tanabe himself had also worked on DKC's Japanese localization. At this time, several core Retro staff had left the company, leaving them open for new projects. Had those personnel not left to pursue other interests, the opportunity to work on Donkey Kong might not have gone to Retro. In an edition of Iwata asks, former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata referred to this set of circumstances as fate. As a result of this, Returns went under the codename F8 during development, a name coined by Kelbaugh. Retro didn't feel at all skeptical about going from Metroid to Donkey Kong, and the brighter atmosphere of the DK series reflected their outlook on the project. Occasionally, they'd make art that was more Metroid than DK, but their mantra throughout was to keep things fun and whimsical. The team played through the country and land games to get a good grasp on the gameplay, as well as Banjo-Kazooie for good measure. Wario Land on Virtual Boy was also a huge inspiration, as it featured platforming that switched between the foreground and background, much like Returns does. Miyamoto was heavily involved in Returns' creation, giving suggestions for gameplay ideas and animation details. Retro affectionately referred to him as Master Yoda, and he had told them that Donkey Kong was his baby and that they better get it right. Miyamoto came up with the hand slap move for the original DKC, and made a subtle change to it for Returns. Initially, Retro made a simple animation for the move, and he suggested it have more of a 1-2 rhythm, and they were surprised as to how that subtle suggestion made the move feel so much better to perform. The game's blow mechanic also came from Miyamoto after playing an early demo. For 10 minutes, he ran back and forth with DK, seeing how he moved, and took notice of the final frames of animation where he'd turn and kick up dust. Miyamoto said it looked like DK was exhaling, then suggested he should blow on things. It was a new way to interact interact with the environment, and the suggestion confused the team at first. During the 2011 Game Developers Conference, director Brian Walker had this to say: "When we got back to Retro and pitched this to the team, the lights didn't instantly come on. The general response was, 'What the hell?' But after we experimented with it, we saw how it turned out to be a fun feature, and it was really consistent with the fun, whimsical tone of the game. Miyamoto wanted Retro to focus on a single-player experience first and foremost, but Tanabe wanted Returns to have good multiplayer, fully realizing what couldn't be done in the original games, 2 players at the same time. However, a second target would increase the game's character animation count and add an extra layer to the game's camera system and level geometry. Multiplayer also acted as a way to separate Returns from the previous DK game, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Interestingly, where the original Jungle Beat distanced itself from the Country games, the Wii version of Jungle Beat featured more elements from Country. This included barrel cannons and even DK's ducking animation from the original DKC. Jungle Beat may have inspired the beatdowns at the end of a boss fight in Returns, and level end jingles from Jungle Beat play at the end of a Returns level. Development on Tropical Freeze started shortly after Returns was released. Retro initially denied any hints of a sequel, but they still had unfinished business with the series. The Wii U hardware would allow them to do things that weren't possible in Returns, such as have a dynamic 3D camera. It would also allow the Kong's detailed fur, which was in fact requested by Iwata. That said, there were just as many ideas that didn't make it into Tropical Freeze, with Tanabe saying he would have liked to experiment with the series' animal buddies. Another idea the team wanted to see was bringing back series composer David Wise. For Returns, Miyamoto didn't want the music to be changed, so the soundtrack was mainly comprised of remixes from the original Country. Wise was contacted by Kelba for Returns' score, but he was unavailable at the time, so the job was handed to Kenji Yamamoto. Shortly after Returns' launch, Kelba privately met with Wise at the Game Developers Conference and asked if he'd be available for a future project with an old friend. Wise immediately agreed and got to work with Yamamoto on Tropical Freeze's score. For the Grassland Groove track, some of the vocals were supplied by Nintendo staff who were regulars in choirs. Yamamoto recruited them and had them sing the track's choir segments, with Wise saying it gave the song a unique charm. Wise has also said that the Seashore War track was originally made for the Savannah levels, and that it's his personal favorite track he's ever composed, though it's a track different from what's heard in the final game. To coincide with the UK release of Returns, the game was promoted with UK retailers Game and Game Station, where the first 20 customers could get a copy of the title in exchange for a bunch of bananas at select stores. This isn't the only bit of fun that was had with the game. Returns' Foggy Fumes level has several Nintendo Easter eggs. A silhouette of Crocomyre's skull from Super Metroid can be seen in the background, and the character Mr. Game & Watch makes a cameo appearance later on. Early in the level is a silhouette of the 25-meter stage from the Donkey Kong arcade game. Similarly, Tropical Freeze has a reference to Donkey Kong 3 in the Fruity Factory level, featuring a replica of the game's first stage in the background. Stanley the Bugman's bug sprayer also appears in the foreground. The level Busted Bayou even features Samus's gunship ensnared in the trees. The secret level themes in both games also incorporate music from Donkey Kong Jr. Donkey Kong's idle animation of him playing a Nintendo handheld has been updated with each of Retro's games, starting with a DS Lite in Returns and upgrading to a 3DS XL in the Wii U version of Tropical Freeze. The Nintendo Switch port fittingly has him play the Switch in handheld mode. The animation may have been inspired by an event at the San Francisco Zoo, where a child dropped their DS in the gorilla pen and the gorillas started to play with the console. The event took place a few months before Return's launch, and Retro Studios took note of the event on their site. The plot to Tropical Freeze is also similar to a German Donkey Kong comic called Banana Day 24, issued in a 1996 Club Nintendo magazine. In it, DK, Diddy, Dixie, and Cranky have to save their home from being frozen over, though the similarities between the comic and game end there. Tropical Freeze on Switch interestingly makes a reference to obscure DK media, where Tox the Parrot will tell Funky Kong to give the Snowmads the old Banana Slammer, referencing Donkey Kong's catchphrase from the Donkey Kong Country animated series.
Did you know? Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto had an interest in letting players create full Mario levels since at least 2009. In a new Super Mario Bros. Wii interview with IGN, Miyamoto was told about fans using Little Big Planet to recreate Mario levels. Miyamoto said, "This is something that I have interest in exploring, and Mario levels are well suited for it. The Mario vs. Donkey Kong series made by NST is one I'm involved in, and that's a game where we've explored level creation. And on the DSi, we have Flipnote Studio, where it lets users explore their creativity. I've always had an interest in those creation tools. The creation tools in Super Mario Maker are comparable to what Nintendo uses themselves. In fact, Mario Maker started out as a tool specifically for Nintendo to make Mario levels with. The team developing the tool had so much fun with it, they pitched it to Nintendo's higher-ups as a standalone game. Nintendo had wanted to make a new iteration of Mario Paint for the Wii U, as the gamepad was well suited for it. After seeing the level creation tool in action, producer Takashi Tezuka decided to bring the two projects together. He believed the level creation tools had a broader appeal than a drawing tool, as anyone can place assets together on a gamepad to make levels. Nintendo didn't always have access to such powerful level creation software, however. Up until Super Mario Bros. 3, all the company's levels were entirely designed on graph paper. And even during the development of Super Mario World, graph paper was still used alongside PC course-making tools. According to Miyamoto, the Super Mario Maker tools are probably 10 times, even 100 times more powerful than the original tools that were used for Mario World. Nintendo were originally going to recreate the older game styles faithfully, with indistinguishable physics and limitations. They were even going to have the Super Mario Bros. Style scroll exclusively to the right, like it did in the NES. In the final game, however, all styles used the platforming physics of New Super Mario Bros. U. Tezuka explained the reason for the change, stating, "There was a lot of discussion about this within the team. Staff, who had a strong attachment to the original games, expressed a strong desire to see implemented the same system they remembered. However, when players who are used to the modern Mario physics tried playing with old physics, they found it much more difficult than they remembered." One popular trend to emerge in the Mario Maker community is a style of level called Auto Mario. Nintendo actually made at least one Auto Mario level of their own, but never published it. Tezuka recalls, "It wasn't very fun from a gameplay standpoint, but as you went through the level, you saw lots of funny things. Designs using blocks, like faces and things like that. Another interesting element that emerged during development was the Weird Mario power-up. It actually came about due to a glitch, where Mario would touch a regular super mushroom, but become tall and skinny. This skinny Mario didn't originally have its own unique sprite or movement, and was just a stretched version of the small Mario sprite. The developers thought it was strange and funny, and decided to work it into the game as an actual feature. After beating the 10 and 100 Mario challenges, the costume that Mario is wearing can affect Toad and the princess's dialogue. For instance, Toad will panic if you are wearing the Bowser costume, while Peach will be surprised Bowser saved her himself. And if you're wearing the Toad costume, Toad will call you Captain in reference to Captain Toad. This wasn't the first Mario game to do this, however. In Super Mario Bros. 3, the king will give a different message if Mario beats an airship wearing the frog suit, Tanuki suit, or hammer suit. They'll mistakenly believe that Mario has transformed into a frog if he is wearing the frog suit. They'll believe Mario is an actual raccoon if he is wearing the Tanuki suit, and if Mario is wearing the hammer suit, they'll ask to borrow Mario's clothes. The digital instruction manual in Super Mario Maker includes many videos which can only be accessed by entering a 4-digit code. These codes are found in the idea booklet included with the physical copies of the game. While most codes are laid out clearly on each page, some are harder to find. The first hidden code can be found on page 2 of the idea booklet. When the piece number of the page's sheet music is entered in the digital instruction manual, players are shown a video of musician Koji Kondo performing a melody of Super Mario Bros. On an electric keyboard. The code for this video is 0913, and it's fairly similar to another code which can be found on page 96, 1309. This code presents the player with a video of Miyamoto and Tezuka signing their autographs on large cards. These codes are two variations of the same date, 0913 and 1309, or September 13th. This is a reference to the original Super Mario Bros., which was released in Japan on September 13th, 1985. More hidden codes in the manual lead to some behind-the-scenes secrets. One interesting fact is that some of the dog and cat paws in the touch overlay actually belong to the developer's pets. The team noted that this made the image capturing process a lot easier than expected. Another secret is that the game's sound effect feature was actually based on the music-making tools from Mario Paint. The game originally had references to unused character costumes in its data as well, though they were patched out later. The text referred to Baby Mario, Balloon Fighter, Professor E. Gadd, a golden retriever from Nintendogs, Mario from the Western version of Mario 2, Mashiko, who is Mary O in the English game, Mr. Saturn, the Muncher enemies, Nabbit, collectible badge centers Pink Rabbit, Popo, Tetris, and a Windows logo. If that wasn't bizarre enough, hobbyist hacker NW Player 123 discovered a batch of images in the game that appeared to be clothing and weapons from an earlier build of Splatoon.
Did you know? Development of Super Mario Maker 2 began before the Nintendo Switch had released. It's likely that planning for the game started around the same time that the original Mario Maker's 3DS port had been completed. The focus of Super Mario Maker 2 was to build on the first game, and add highly requested features that weren't present in the original. This can even be seen with the game's internal project name, which was titled Slopes. Slope tiles were, by far, the most asked for feature after the release of Mario Maker 1, with Nintendo even focusing on slopes for their reveal trailer. The game's producer, Takashi Tezuka, said, "We knew from an early stage that we wanted to make a sequel, and that the theme would be to try and do more than what we did with the first game. For us, those new ideas took the form of creating new game styles, new course parts, and items to use in course making, and new modes for the playing side as well, such as story mode." Tezuka also mentioned that the Luigi Assist mode, which pops up after the player has died more than once in a story mode level, wasn't simply added to help inexperienced players beat the game. Tezuka stated, "This is a game about making, so I thought it would be fun if there was a way to include a little bit of course making, even when you're playing a course, like this, so we included the Luigi Assist mode." In addition to this, Tezuka confessed to Game Informer that the user-created content in the Mario Maker games will likely influence Nintendo's level design in future Mario games. Mario Maker 2 added several new themes for its game styles. Developers added desert, snow, forest, and sky themes, each with a new arrangement from series composer Koji Kondo. However, these themes aren't entirely new. The Super Mario Bros. Sky theme uses part of the name entry track from Versus Super Mario Bros., which was originally released in arcades in 1986. The Sky theme also uses several notes from the Super Mario Bros. Ground theme, featured in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, which was also arranged by Kondo. Part of the Super Mario World Snow style theme also alludes to Super Mario 64's Snow Mountain theme. Nintendo originally tried to implement the Super Mario 3D World theme so that it would be compatible with the other themes. After some work had been put into it, developers realized they'd need to make it a completely separate style if they wanted to stay true to the spirit of 3D World. One interesting side note is that an earlier version of the 3D World style used Mario 3 music in the background. The music may have been added purposefully as a placeholder, but this could also imply that developers used the Mario 3 level style as a base for the 3D World style. The development team also considered using Bowser's car from 3D World as a vehicle in the 3D World style, but they decided to go with the Koopa Troopa car instead. This was because of how difficult it would have been to replicate Bowser's car in the game. Mario Maker 2's story mode also has unused, or at least unseen, features. If the player modifies the game to remove the invisible walls in the story mode's hub world and drops off the edge of a platform, the screen will fade out as if the player just lost a life. The animation even resembles a bottomless pit death from Super Mario Odyssey. This may have been a precaution in case players managed to get out of bounds and soft-locked the game. However, it could be a leftover from past Mario games, as the story mode hub seems to run on the same engine as past 3D Mario games. The game has more content that players can't normally see, such as metal block tiles. These kinds of tiles are used to stop players from jumping over spikes that are placed in the highest row of tiles in a level. However, they can only be seen in the Super Mario 3D World style levels, as the 3D camera goes slightly higher than the 2D styles, bringing them into view. These tiles exist in all the game's styles, but can't be seen unless the camera is hacked. Super Mario Maker 2 features many new enemies, including the Angry Sun, originally used in Super Mario Bros. 3. Interestingly, Angry Sun was planned to appear in the original Mario Maker, but went unused. Files containing the word Sun can be found in the game's data. The names of these placeholder files suggest the Sun could have been used in the Mario 3, Mario World, and New Super Mario Bros. Styles. Each game style has two files, indicating the Angry Sun would have had an alternate form like most of the other objects. Although the original Mario Maker featured extensive amiibo support, Mario Maker 2 has no support for amiibo whatsoever. This could be due to amiibo sales waning ever since their peak sales in the 2015 holiday season. Costumes in general have also been removed, along with the mystery mushroom, which previously transformed Mario into a random costume on contact. Mario Maker 2 also removed the weird mushroom, which would transform Mario into a lankier version of himself. However, Weird Mario still makes an appearance as an Easter egg if a warp door is knocked several times. He can be seen in a large range of outfits. This is far from the only Easter egg in the game. Story Mode Course 3 is called Hello 3D World. Not only does this reference Super Mario 3D World, but it also references a test program taught in many computer coding courses. The purpose of the Hello World program is to illustrate the syntax of computer code, and its only function is displaying the phrase hello, world, exclamation point. Interestingly, the Japanese name for this course is also Hello 3D World in English. This is a nod to the fact that Japanese programmers code in English as well. There are a few hidden references in the author names of story mode courses. Beyond veiled nods to Mario characters, these aliases also reference other Nintendo franchises. The names Agent 1 and Agent 2 are nods to Callie and Marie from Splatoon. Not only do the course descriptions resemble Callie and Marie's speech patterns, the names Agent 1 and Agent 2 are pseudonyms given to the duo in the original Splatoon. On top of this, the course creators, Celebrity MC and Celebrity DJ, appear to be nods to Pearl and Marina from Splatoon 2. In Splatoon 2's Octo expansion, Pearl goes by the name MC Princess in Marina's chat room. Similarly, Marina adopts the moniker DJ Hyperfresh in the Octo expansion. Super Mario Maker 2 was also promoted in a few interesting ways. To celebrate the transition from the Heisei era to the Reiwa era in Japan, Nintendo released a short trailer for Mario Maker 2. Japan generally enters a new era when it receives a new emperor, and this short trailer references these transitions using Mario Maker 2's level themes. The video starts with the Super Mario Bros. Theme, as Mario 1 released during the Showa era. The video then transitions into the Super Mario World theme, which released during the Heisei era. The video finishes off by transitioning into the Super Mario 3D World style, presumably because it's the most recent theme within Mario Maker 2. On July 17th, 2019, Nintendo partnered up with Southwest Airlines for a Mario Maker themed promotion on a flight to San Diego for San Diego Comic-Con. The promotion had passengers play a custom level during the flight, the Southwest Super Sky Challenge. Passengers were told that one winner would get a Nintendo Switch and a $500 Southwest gift card. However, the two companies surprised everyone when all passengers on board were given a Switch system for free. Many features that weren't present in the original Mario Maker were added to the sequel. However, Mario Maker 2 also brought several new oversights and glitches that weren't present in the original game either. If the player sets up a scenario where they collect a power-up when going into a door, then get hit immediately upon exiting the other side, time will freeze. In this state, not only is the timer frozen, all enemy behavior and physics seem to pause. On top of this, nothing can harm or even kill the player, and the player's controller inputs have no response. The player character also can't interact with other sprites, meaning that level-ending sequences can't be triggered, and courses cannot be uploaded. There's another interesting glitch with a similar setup that also affects course endings. If the player enters a door at the same time as collecting a power-up, then overlaps a goalpost while exiting the door, they'll be able to continue moving around the level, even though the course is completed. The player will be able to control their character for about 20 seconds after touching the goal. Then, the level will end as normal. It's also possible to break some limits within the game due to oversights. The game restricts how many objects can be placed in a level, such as pipes that have coins in them. The game eventually stops the player from putting coins in pipes, but the player can continue to copy existing pipes with coins in them, breaking the limit. However, doing this and saving the level will result in the game saying the course data is corrupt. The game will then delete the level. There's another glitch that has been described by some as the most bizarre glitch in the game. To perform this glitch, the player must first place 99 blocks on tracks, and then place a big thwomp on a track. The player must then remove the track that the thwomp is on, then press undo. The game will now operate as if the thwomp is on a track, even though it isn't. The player must then remove all the other tracks and blocks, then copy the thwomp 35 times into the same spot. Doing this creates a so-called black hole. Objects will adopt various strange properties if they overlap the thwomp. It also becomes possible to stack objects that cannot normally be stacked, such as pipes. Using this glitch can lead to some very interesting results, such as creating a giant semicircle out of fire bars. Similar to the glitches that exceed object limits, these levels are described as corrupt if the player tries to save them, and they cannot be uploaded.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. In this episode, we'll be looking at the dark sheep of Nintendo's modern lineup of systems, the Wii U. While the Wii U left many gamers unsatisfied, in retrospect the hardware was interesting and held its own, and it has a surprisingly well-rounded library of games. During an interview for an Iwata Asks segment in 2011, Satoru Iwata claimed that development of the Wii U began in 2008, only 2 years after the release of the original Wii, 3 years before the system's reveal and 4 years before it was ultimately released. While the console was considered a major flop for the company, many concepts from Nintendo's time working on the system can clearly be seen with the release of Nintendo's far more successful Nintendo Switch. With The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, some features were actually dropped altogether as a result of Nintendo wanting both the Wii U and Switch versions of the game to be more or less identical. During an interview with Game Reactor, producer Eiji Aonuma revealed that the team had regrets over holding back on some elements which could only have been possible using the Switch's HD vibration feature. He wanted to allow the player to experience the same touch as Link, such as holding certain objects and feeling a sense of how it may feel in the player's hands through vibrations. He said that it would add a sense of realism, but would have also required the team to work on scenes specifically revolving around this feature, something which would have been impossible to replicate with Wii U hardware. He also claimed that now this constraint isn't held over the team, and with the Switch continuing to develop well with audiences, they would be able to use this feature in their next Zelda release. However, whether this will happen due to the introduction of the Switch Lite, which has removed the HD Rumble feature, is yet to be seen. The Wii U initially had a lot of support from third-party developers, including Capcom. One of Capcom's offerings was Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, an updated version of the Wii's Monster Hunter Tri. This version had a fair amount of new content, including a new set of quests. One of the new quests, called Avenge the Fallen Hunter, had a sly reference in its description, which reads, "My weapon bounced off its hide like a toy. That thing moved so fast. Before I knew it, I was not cold. The medicine man says it's just a scratch, but the pain, avenge my flesh wound." This seems to be a reference to the Black Knight from the movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail, which if you haven't seen it, you have to watch it, where the knight fights King Arthur and gets all of his limbs cut off, saying the lines,
"'Tis but a scratch." A scratch? Your arm's off.
And
Just a flesh wound.
Ubisoft also gave their support to the Wii U at launch. Their first game for the system was Zombie U, which was actually a reimagining of one of Ubisoft's very first games, simply called Zombie. Similar themes and mechanics are used in both games, such as if the character's health is depleted, they turn into a zombie and roam the room they died in. The main difference is that Zombie was set in a mall, much like George A. Romero's Dawn of the Dead, whereas Zombie U takes place on the streets of London. Originally, Zombie U was planned to be a Raving Rabbids game on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 called Attack of the Killer Rabbids from Outer Space. It was then changed again to an arcade-style FPS Wii U game called simply Killer Freaks from Outer Space, before becoming the reimagining of Zombie. Another show of support for Nintendo, even though Nintendo funded it, came from Platinum Games, The Wonderful 101. The game's cast wasn't initially set to be an original lineup of heroes, but rather an all-star cast of Nintendo characters. The title's gameplay was envisioned as a way of satisfying fans of each character, with the assumption that players would be drawn more towards some of their favourite characters over others, which is why the decision was made to introduce all of the characters at the same time. This would allow fans to pick and choose the hero they want from the get-go. After the wonderful 101 was shelved as a concept for some time, the decision was made to drop the all-star lineup, creating a new roster of superheroes in their stead. Director Hideki Kamiya decided to base some of the heroes on a number of characters from his earlier works. By completing a series of challenges, the player is able to unlock Wonder Bayonetta, Wonder Jean, and Wonder Rodan from the Bayonetta series. It's even possible to unlock Hideki Kamiya himself, who utilizes his sunglasses to attack opponents under the name Wonder Director. There are even references to Kamiya's earlier characters such as Poseman, who doesn't just have a similar appearance to Beautiful Joe, but strikes many of the same iconic poses, and even has a move called Heroic Forever, similar to Joe's Beautiful Forever. Wonder Cheerleader is also based on Sylvia from the same series, with a gun named after her technique, Desperado. Moving back to Nintendo's own projects, while the WarioWare series moved away from its more recognizable format, Game & Wario served its usual purpose for Nintendo hardware, providing players with a variety of play styles that used the entire console's functionality. This concept of using the game as a demonstration was at the core of the title's development. Nintendo even initially planned to include the game pre-installed on the Wii U console itself, giving the audience a free piece of software to get to grips with the console's gamepad. With the game having been developed in-house by Nintendo, alongside another team working on Nintendo Land, it's unsurprising that some of the same code would be used across both games. The voice used by the Adventure King found in the Pirate Solo game, alongside several other minor characters, used a modified version of the voice of Monita from Nintendo Land.
Hello there, brave one. I am the Adventure King.
Nintendo took real care with Monita's voice stylings, even changing the character's accent for PAL territories, giving her a British accent instead of an American one.
I am Monita, your park guide. I am Monita, your park guide.
Nintendo Land actually hid one particular feature. While many of the mini-games found within the digital theme park are exclusively touted as solo attractions, this doesn't mean they actually have to be played solo. If a second player makes use of a Wii remote, they are able to assist during gameplay. In Balloon Trip Breeze, player 2 is able to push obstacles and balloons. Yoshi's Fruit Adventure can be played by multiple players, with each additional player able to remove one piece of fruit from a stage. In Octopus Dance, a second player can restore lost hearts as well as interact with the game's background. For Donkey Kong's Crash Course, time bubbles can be created which slow down any moving objects, including the first player, allowing for more precise movements. Ninjas can be held and prevented from moving or attacking in Takamaru's Ninja Castle, and up to 50 obstacles can be removed from the courses of Captain Falcon's Twister Race. As you might expect, some Wii U games had mistakes in them, including Nintendo's own titles. With Paper Mario Color Splash, the company made a major mistake before release. On September 22, 2016, customers who pre-ordered a digital version of the title were given the ability to preload the game ready for its intended release date on October 7th, granting them immediate access on its day of launch. However, Nintendo managed to accidentally grant all of the players access to the preloaded data immediately, meaning that those who preloaded the game actually just fully installed it instead. This mistake was quickly fixed, with the preload being removed from the store within hours of the mistake being discovered. Xenoblade Chronicles X is another exclusive game that many consider to be deserving of more recognition. The game was actually slightly altered during international localization, in particular, the level of customization which could be made to the playable character. In Japan, the player had the ability to adjust a female avatar's bust size, though when released outside of the country, this feature was removed. That wasn't all, with the character Lin Li also having a particular outfit, a rather revealing bikini, removed from the game, likely due to her age being 13. When asked about the situation by Kotaku, CEO of Monolith Soft and executive director of the title, Tetsuya Takahashi, had this to say. As a developer, I do feel like it'd be ideal to be able to adjust content so that it's culturally acceptable, whether it's in the US or in the EU. For example, there was a discussion about the breast slider. Jokingly, I said, well, would it help if we had a crotch slider for the male? Obviously this was a joke, but they responded, obviously it's not going to work out. I do realize there's a cultural difference between what Japanese people think and what the rest of the world thinks. I think what's important is that we make sure that the end user who actually plays the game doesn't have a bad experience. If that change is going to help alleviate that, then I think we should definitely make it. Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today we're checking out trivia for games with an extra dimension. That's right, we're talking about secrets and Easter eggs for Nintendo 3DS titles. If there's one thing that gaming struggled with before the 3DS, it was making stereoscopic 3D a viable option. You either had to make substantial practical and technical compromises, as with the Virtual Boy, or be willing to throw down literally thousands of dollars on a 3D screen. And yet, despite this great selling point and clear advantage, some of the arguably best games on the 3DS weren't all that 3D. In fact, the first game we're talking about is all about becoming 2D, The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds. The game actually had some pretty noticeable differences between regions, some of which have been documented by professional translator Clyde Mandolin on his website Legends of Localization. One of these changes tells us a little about the perception of body image around the world. In the Japanese version of the game, the Zora Queen's smooth gem is not the source of her power. In this version, the gem is actually the secret to her beauty, and when it goes missing, she becomes fat. After the gem is stolen in the Japanese version of the game, one of the Zora in Zora's domain says he's fond of the queen being fat, but in the US release, he just says that they have to get the gem back. When the player gets the gem back to Auron, that same Zora will be disappointed that Auron becomes slim again. Another Zora also mentions the queen's beauty returning when she becomes skinny again. After completing the House of Gales, Azora says that he was swimming with the queen, but that he couldn't keep up. He implies that he lost her because she was so slim, reinforcing the idea that her losing weight has improved her. These references to beauty and body weight were all cut in the North American version of the game. It's no secret that Nintendo of America has slightly more strict guidelines for its localizers than the developers have back in Japan. Over the years, it seems NOA have become more aware of issues relating to weight and body image. After all, it wasn't too long ago that Nintendo came under fire for calling a 10-year-old girl fat in Wii Fit. The company probably wanted to avoid a repeat of this controversy, and take a more responsible approach that didn't tie Queen Auron's worth to her physical appearance. Another popular 3DS Zelda release came in the remake of Majora's Mask. The game made some interesting changes over the original N64 release, adding many noticeable differences like updated models and streamlined gameplay, but it also added a few features that can't normally be seen. In the original N64 version, the Moon Children never show their faces, something that the developers no doubt had planned, as they didn't bother to texture under the children's masks, resulting in faceless character models. It's possible that this could have been to save space, but the savings would have been extremely small, making it a bit doubtful. When it comes to the 3DS release, however, it seems the developers decided to go the extra mile and give the children faces, though these are not visible in-game and can only be seen by reverse engineering the game's files. Rather than creating a brand new face for the children, however, the developers decided that the children should all share the same face as the title's Happy Mask Salesman. It's not clear if there is a great reason for this, or if it's just a little Easter egg. One of Nintendo's other blockbuster franchises, Super Mario, also got a lot of love on the 3DS. Super Mario 3D Land took the two different branches of the Mario franchise, 2D and 3D, and crammed them together to make a new type of Super Mario title. But of course, it kept a lot of the old standards, like the series Goombas. Speaking of which, the YouTuber SwankyBox discovered a strange oddity within the game's first stage when experimenting with how many Goombas could be killed in a single ground pound. It was discovered that a Cheep Cheep can do damage to a Goomba that is within or has previously been part of a stack. However, it can't harm a solo Goomba that was never stacked, nor any other enemy. With this in mind, Swanky tried out other Goomba types to see how they would interact with Cheep Cheeps. When introducing a giant-tailed Goomba into the first stage, the Goomba would instantly leap a considerable distance off screen, then swipe its tail while out of view. Everything on screen would then take damage, and Mario would warp across the scene, and the giant-tailed Goomba would then die. While continuing to experiment, when moving it to a new location, when the giant-tailed Goomba attacked, not only did everything on camera take damage, but it would also, for some bizarre reason, make almost everything on screen completely disappear. This includes all stage elements, the HUD, and even Mario himself. This resulted in the inability to even quit the stage, likely as it considers Mario to not be touching the ground, which prevents players from leaving the level when paused. Another Mario game which takes yet another different form is the RPG subseries Mario & Luigi, specifically Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story plus Bowser Jr.'s Journey. If you guys actually bought this remake, you may find that you're part of a very small minority. Nintendo decided to remake Bowser's Inside Story, which was originally released on the DS, after their success of the 3DS remake of Mario & Luigi's Superstar Saga. Interestingly, the development team said they actually remade this game for the 3DS instead of Nintendo Switch due to timing, but also wanted to retain the dual screen aspect of the original release. They also mentioned that they skipped remaking Partners in Time as they only wanted to focus on the most well-received games in the series. Though many reviews for the Bowser's Inside Story remake were positive, the game is actually not just one of the worst-selling titles in the Mario & Luigi series, but even one of the worst-selling Mario games of all time. The game's launch was so poor that it's only beaten in its abysmal sales by the games released for the Virtual Boy. This is in direct contrast to the original Bowser's Inside Story, which remains the best-selling release for the Mario & Luigi sub-series. In Japan, the remake sold just under 9,500 units in its first week, with Famitsu's sales tracker reporting under 35,000 copies sold in its lifetime. If that number doesn't mean anything to you, let us put it in perspective. This remake failed to sell so much that it actually sold over 18 times worse than the Virtual Boy console did in Japan. Shortly after the remake's release, Alpha Dream filed for bankruptcy, closing down entirely. Though it's never been directly stated, it's generally believed that the remake's poor sales resulted in the closure of a company that produced some of the most respected RPGs in Nintendo history. From one Mario title to kind of another but not quite, Puzzle & Dragon Z Super Mario Bros. Edition was a pretty strange 2-for-1 offering, which unsurprisingly combined the Mario series with the Puzzle & Dragon series, a game that at one time seemed set to take over the gaming space with some serious force. And as with most popular games, it has some noteworthy curiosities hidden within. One thing that caught our eyes while exploring the game's files is that it's possible to find a rather bizarre unused graphic where most of the graphics for the game's monsters are found. The image is unlike any other in the game, and it's actually a photograph rather than drawn artwork. The image depicts a man wearing rather fetching purple garb, clutching a staff, donning the head of a rather happy dragon considering his decapitation. This photo is likely a member of the game's staff and would have been used as a placeholder. Another surprise hit on the platform was Fire Emblem Awakening, which proved that Nintendo was wrong to assume Western audiences couldn't get on board with story-driven tactical RPGs. Fire Emblem is a pretty complex franchise, strewn with references to classical mythology. From Greek to Roman to Norse, each game references myths and legends within its locations, classes, and even characters. These nods are as prominent during development as they are in the finished product, as seen with Fire Emblem Awakening's Priam. Anyone familiar with Homer's epic poem The Iliad will immediately clock the name, which the character shares with its benevolent ruler of Troy who stood against Agamemnon in the Trojan War. Moreover, Priam is otherwise known as Paris in the Japanese version of Awakening, another Homeric reference to King Priam's foolhardy son. While these names may seem like they've been chosen at random on the face of it, they're apt once you consider the character's backstory. Fire Emblem's Priam claims to be a descendant of a fan favorite Ike, the protagonist of Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. In terms of the game's lore, Ike had ascended to legend in his own right, elevated by divine power and granted with the title of the Radiant Hero. It makes sense that the character claiming to be descended from divine heroes would be given the name of a mythological prince, and yet the two couldn't be more different. Homer's Paris incited the war on Troy and is portrayed as a coward deeply unskilled in close combat. Fire Emblem's Priam, however, is a seasoned warrior, disciplined to a fault, and rejects the offer of recruitment unless the player can defeat him and his band of mercenaries. We can't know for sure, but perhaps the name was changed from Paris to Priam in the localization so that he could share a name with a Homeric figure with a more honorable cultural standing. Presumably, the ideal substitute would have been the name of Priam's older, wiser son, Hector, but the name had already been given to another beloved Fire Emblem protagonist years earlier.